and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. The committee has fixed Friday, 17 July 2026 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. May I ask all appearing today also to place their name placards in front of the microphones? I think you've all done that, so thank you very much. That's for the benefit of Hansard. Mobile phones should be now switched to silent. Senators are aware that one of the roles of the committee chair is to ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly way. This is not intended to prevent rigorous questioning of witnesses, but to help ensure that senators exercise their rights and privileges and observe their responsibilities in a careful, civil and appropriate manner. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. As chair, I intend to uphold these standards. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. If there are no objections, the committee authorises media recording and photography of the committee's proceedings in accordance with Senate Resolution 3. I remind the media that this permission may be revoked at any time, and the media must follow the direction of Secretariat staff. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Nita Green, Assistant Minister for Northern Australia, Tourism and Pacific Island Affairs, representing the Minister for Communications and the Arts. Welcome. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Just that Queensland was robbed last night, and we will come back in game 2.
Okay, there's a...
Other states go, what are you talking
about?
Amen.
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Chair.
It's a broad test of relevance at estimates.
Says Western Australia.
I also welcome Mr Hugh Marks, Managing Director of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Well, I might just add, New South Wales, I think, fought back hard last night, and when you lead with your head, sometimes you get into a bit of trouble. So, no opening statement. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr Marks. All right, well then I'll go to questions, and Senator Henson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Marks, and to your team, good morning. Thank you very much for your attendance this morning. Mr Stevens has resigned quite suddenly. I just put on the record that I did ask for Mr Stevens to attend estimates this morning along with the Chair, Mr Williams. Can you explain why Mr Stevens has resigned?
I think, Senator, it's a difficult role. The head of news at the ABC, I think after 4 years and with, obviously intense scrutiny, not only from externally the organisation, but also it is a very important and significant part of the ABC's operations, not the only part, but a significant part. I think Mr Stevens felt, it was the right time for him to move on and pursue other careers, and I think it's an opportunity, obviously, for the ABC to enter into a new phase of operations where we look to, refresh and rejuvenate our output for what might be, the next 20 years to make sure that we're future fit for the future.
There has been a lot of controversy about a range of decisions made by Mr Stevens, including most notably the Heston Russell case, the fake gunshots scandal and how that was managed by the ABC, but many other concerns, including in relation to bias by ABC news and current affairs. Can I assume, Mr Marks, that Mr Stevens was encouraged to resign very strongly?
Well, Senator, I think it's inappropriate for me to go into detail on specific staff matters, but and give any further background on that other than what we've already said in our public statements and what I've mentioned today. But as I said when I first answered the question, it is an opportunity for us to move forward and look at a refreshed and rejuvenated output as we work out what the future of the ABC is.
Can I put it to you that there were too many instances where Mr Stevens made the wrong judgment, and I think the decision that has been made is the right decision, but this is well over time. Did you... I understand what you say. You don't want to go into personal matters, but it does very much look like he was pushed, he was encouraged to resign. He was on the chopping block. I think it's well known within and outside the ABC. And so I would ask you, what is going to change after the Justin Stevens era?
No, thanks, Senator. As we go into a future that is rapidly changing, it's been happening for many years, but it continues at a pace. It calls into question what our strategic priorities are in all of our output. The ABC obviously has a number of core responsibilities, many things that only we do now, and we carry that weight very seriously for the benefit of audiences and the public. News and current affairs in particular is an area that is fast-paced. Obviously, the output of the organisation has been built based on a historic aggregation of formats and people and processes, and I guess we are at a time as an organisation where we need to say what has served us in the past may not serve us well in the future, and this applies to all of our divisions, not just news and current affairs. And I expect across this year that there is a lot of work that will go on the organisation to position us better for a future, and that includes news and current affairs, that includes screen, it includes audio, all of our areas. I think with the change that's gone on, there are two main things that I've got to deal with. One is I think we keep asking our people to do more, to occupy more platforms, to be in more places at more times, and that pressure of more, I think, is something that we've got to solve for and be very specific and focused on what we think is going to be our best and most effective output and our best and most effective platforms.
Can I just put to you that doing more is not necessarily doing things better?
No, I agree.
I mean, surely the ABC should be just sticking to its knitting, to core business.
I agree, Senator. Doing more actually is likely never better. Doing more often leads to spreading your resources too thinly. Doing more often leads to unreasonable pressures on the teams doing the job. I think being very focused on the things that we intend to do well is definitely a big part of the future.
I mean, Mr Marks, I've been raising these issues for many years in Senate estimates, but there's just been systemic cases of bias within the ABC, and when some journalists, not all, but when the journalists involved have made these errors, too often the ABC has backed them in rather than appreciate that we've made a mistake and that we need to correct that mistake. There's been this terrible culture of defensiveness when the ABC makes egregious errors. And I'd put to you that for far too long the ABC has tolerated this, and that has impacted very seriously on the reputation of the ABC.
Yeah, there's a couple of things you mentioned there, Senator, I think worth picking up. I'll go with the second point first, errors. Occasionally, the ABC does make errors, as all media organisations do. I agree with you that it is important that when we make an error, we acknowledge it and rectify it. You will have seen a situation recently where there was a piece of a bit of work out of our office in Adelaide, in the BTN High example, that dealt with education, which when it got to me, I identified it as an error and it was removed almost immediately from our website. So I think under my tenure, I have been very focused on ensuring that the culture of defensiveness We defend where it is appropriate, but we acknowledge our errors when we have made them. And I think evidence, in my tenure would suggest that we have got a lot better at that. When it comes to the allegation of bias in the organisation, we don't accept the notion that there is systemic bias within the ABC. In fact, the evidence of complaint processes and the like would suggest that's not proven in fact. We acknowledge the importance of impartiality as the organisation and a constant focus on impartiality. There is an incredible amount of work that goes to ensure that we fulfil our charter obligations on that front, but we certainly don't accept the allegation of systemic bias as a default within the organisation.
Well, there's been systemic complaints about the ABC's coverage of Gaza and Israel. The Jewish community in this country is up in arms about the way in which these matters have been depicted. I will be addressing a number of these issues through the session this morning, but I did particularly want to ask the Chair to appear this morning, and I may well seek an order in the Senate so that he does appear next time, because Mr Williams' comments about the Israeli Prime Minister when he described him in an article as an aberrant creature. What sort of standard is that when you've got the chair of the ABC indulging in that sort of personal criticism? If that's the standard that's being set by the chair, how can your journalists, almost 2,000 or so journalists and other people working in news and current affairs, be expected to comply with the statutory responsibility to be impartial and to be accurate when you've got the chair setting that sort of appalling example? Mr Marks.
I think when those comments were made, Senator, I think the ABC was very clear that they represented comments by Mr William and not are reflective of the ABC.
That's not an excuse. You can't put a Chinese wall through your own body. That's no excuse.
Well, there is a Chinese wall. I am the editor-in-chief of the organisation. Mr Williams sits on the board of the organisation, chairs the board of the organisation. The editorial part of the organisation is independent of the board, and that's reflected in the legislation. So, yes, I acknowledge that those comments were less than desired or ideal. I think Mr Williams regrets making them. I think he said it in the article at the time. It's not an indicator to our staff in any way to change their behaviour in compliance of the codes and standards that we abide to in the work that we do.
Well, I have to say, Mr Marks, it's not acceptable to defend this in any way on the basis that they were his personal views, because Mr Williams occupies a very significant role at the ABC. He is the chair, and everything he says matters. And if he engages in that sort of personal abuse, which is just, frankly, completely unacceptable, then you, as the editor-in-chief, should not tolerate that, because that reflects that. How can you do your job when your own chair is engaging in that sort of behaviour?
Senator, I don't have difficulty in distancing myself from comments that I think are not reflective of where the organisation wants to be. I don't find that challenging. As I said, I think he would regret making those comments. He regrets anything that could anyway be seen as damaging the reputation of the ABC. He's a passionate advocate for the organisation and its work, and I guess I've answered the question by outlining the distinction that's in legislation between us as the management and the board of the organisation.
I had great hope for the ABC when Mr Williams started. He made some very significant comments that he did not want to see activism in the ABC. He wanted the highest standards of journalism, not activism. And yet he engages in this sort of behaviour. I guess I would like an undertaking that we're not going to see that sort of conduct from the ABC chair, whether or not it's his personal views. There's no justification for it, Mr Marks.
Unfortunately, Senator, it's not my role to tell the chair of the organisation what to do, but we've...
I actually disagree. You're the editor-in-chief.
Well,
the buck stops with you in terms of information disseminated by the ABC. and you can, and so therefore, I actually think, as editor-in-chief, that is your role.
Well, those comments weren't disseminated by the ABC, they were disseminated by another media organisation.
No, hang on.
Sorry, Senator Henderson, I appreciate it. We just need to
They
let the
were
witness answer and then we'll
disseminated
come back to you.
By the
No, hold on.
ABC chair.
Mr Marks needs to be allowed to finish at least a sentence or two and then we'll come back.
I've lost my train of thought now, Senator. Look, the comments were made by Mr Williams. We immediately commented that they were, personal views. I know he regrets making them. He says as much in the article. The rest of the organisation takes no guidance from those comments. As you say, the role of editor-in-chief sits with me, and it is up to me to ensure that we comply with our editorial standards, and where we don't, to ensure that we take appropriate action.
You've made an announcement that you'll be seeking an external appointment to replace Mr Stevens. What's the reason for that, Mr Marks?
I don't think we've made that announcement, Senator.
Well,
I think
it's been briefed out.
That's been inferred by...
Well, probably, but that's okay.
Been inferred by media. I expect...
Well, I think it might have been briefed out, Mr Marks. Anyway.
It happens.
All right, Senators, I appreciate it. Give me one moment, please, Senator Henderson.
Yeah, sure.
I'm conscious of the desire to get in, but if we can have questions and answers, please, just so we keep today orderly. Thank you very much.
So can I ask, is that the case? You will be making an external appointment, and what's the reason for that?
Senator, it's a really important role. It's important that we get someone of the highest calibre to perform this role. It is something that, I'm always looking at who are the best executives that could operate effectively as part of their responsibilities of the ABC. I've met a number of people over the years who might be opportunities for that role. I expect an announcement will be made imminently, and we will proceed with a candidate who I think has the potential to lead the organisation editorial into a bright future.
Thank you very much, Mr Marks. I do want to go into another issue, Chair. Am I just able to continue?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Look, this goes to the editorial decision-making by the ABC, and I want to raise the conflict of interest concerns involving Ms Sarah Ferguson, who took on the role as executive producer of the documentary Sentient. Now, there's been some FOI documents released. I do appreciate and commend the ABC for releasing those documents properly, because as we know, often with these things, the bigger story becomes a cover-up, not what actually happened. So I really do commend the ABC for being transparent when there are FOI requests made in relation to documentation. But it is extraordinary to me, Mr Marks, and it just would never have been permitted under no circumstances. When I was hosting the Victorian edition of the 7:30 report, there is no way that I could have been the executive producer of a documentary funded by an activist organisation which is highly political, which campaigned against the coalition, and it doesn't actually matter who they campaigned against. How could the standard be set that the ABC would permit one of its leading current affairs presenters to be the executive producer of a documentary funded by an activist organisation, which completely undermines trust in the ABC when it comes to issues of impartiality?
Thank you, Senator. Look, I can't talk to the specific examples of what happened back in the past as to when that documentary was started. I understand that it was based on an idea that at a time when Ms Ferguson had time, she was tossing around as an idea for a project. Obviously, that project was taken forward by other people that did not involve Ms Ferguson. Sorry, I almost called her Ms Henderson there for a minute. Ms Ferguson had no active role in the production of the program, had no active role in the financing of the program. Obviously, when it came to us with the notion that she was involved in the original conception of an idea and that was going to be a credit, it was important that we were transparent with the public to make sure that credit was on the film, so that there was going to be no cover-up, as you say. But she had no role. I mean, I've been an executive producer on so many projects, probably more than everybody else in this building combined. The role of executive producer
But you weren't hosting a
things.
current affairs program at the time, and you weren't subject to statutory obligations to report impartially and accurately. So these are very special positions occupied by the likes of Miss Ferguson.
Sure, Senator.
And there are very high expectations in relation to impartiality. So how could that standard be set at the ABC? Because once that sort of decision is made, you know, what, are we going to see this on an ongoing basis?
I don't believe so, Senator. No, I think we look at those things very seriously. But as I said, Ms Ferguson wasn't involved in the production of the program, so I don't think the public should have concerns that it represents her views, that it represents her political opinion, or that it compromises her ability in any way to do her role. I think we can feel confident about those matters. I mean, it may be that a film comes out a year or 2 years' time has got my name on as executive producer because of work that I did 20 years ago. Not that I know of, Senator, but you never know. You never know.
But that is prior to you being the editor-in-chief and the managing director of the ABC, I would...
And this credit was work prior to her becoming seven.
No, but the point is, and I'm looking at your conflict of interest external work request guidelines, ABC staff are required to seek approval before any external work, no matter what it is approved. And so Ms Ferguson in this case did not seek prior approval. And even worse, Mr Marks, as I've subsequently discovered, in fact, not only did she not seek prior approval, she's listed as the executive producer on Screen Australia's website of this sentient documentary 5 months before she even raised it with the ABC.
Senator, again, in the film and television sector, you're involved in a million ideas. You can't stop people thinking, you can't stop people talking or creating. Your point, which is what is the appropriate time should something become real for that to be subject to a consent mechanism. So again, her role, she would not have imagined when she was working on that original idea that may have even become a project that would be brought to realisation. So is it appropriate for her at that time to tell us every idea that she's mentioning to every person?
No,
I don't know. That's just the way it's rolled out.
That's not a fair characterisation. It's not about every idea. She became the executive producer as published in 2025 on Screen Australia's website. She did not seek approval from the ABC. That does not comply with your requirements in relation to external work approval requests and the process, the policy that you've put in place.
Thanks, Senator. I mean, I would expect that any external work would go through our external work process. Mr Fang has been ensuring that those policies are robust and up to date. Maybe if you want Mr Fang to discuss our external work policies,
I want to discuss. What I'm discussing is Ms Ferguson's failure to comply, and also the fact that the ABC hasn't held her to the highest standard. So I did write to the minister about this matter and asked a number of questions in relation to the management of conflicts of interest, because in the FOI documents, Mr Stevens actually said we will have to put in place conflict of interest management procedures. So what particular standards or processes will put in place to manage the conflict of interest issues that could well arise by reason of Ms Ferguson's role as EP of Sentient?
Yeah, Mr Fang, yeah.
Senator, so firstly, you're referring to the external work guidelines. I mean, I think as the Managing Director has indicated, Ms Ferguson's role in this documentary was in the original ideas discussion. It was then picked up by somebody else.
But Mr
So
Fang,
there was no external work done.
Are you saying that staff no longer are required to seek prior approval?
No, I'm not saying that.
Right, okay, well that's what's happened. So I'm asking you to address the non-compliance of your own procedures.
No, thank you, Senator.
Not only did Ms Ferguson belatedly seek approval, she also as has been published on Screen Australia's website, she was listed as the EP 5 months prior. She kept that, well, she did not disclose that to the ABC.
No, I understand.
And that I would put to you as not acceptable, and you should not accept that.
I understand the point you're making, Senator. The point that I'm making is that the key here around this credit was that it is a disclosure issue for the audience. It wasn't an external work issue. External work was not carried out. There was an idea. That idea was picked up by others. Ms Ferguson didn't work on the documentary, so what she did do was to disclose to the public when it was appropriate that she was going to get a credit. So in that sense, she has disclosed these issues so that people know when the documentary comes out that she had a role in this original ideas discussion.
Well, that constitutes a breach of your own processes, Mr Fang. And so what I'm asking is, what processes were put in place to manage and what restrictions were placed on Ms Ferguson's future coverage of Animals Australia, growing kindness, animal welfare, scientific testing or any related public policy issue?
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, Senator, I don't agree that it's a breach of the external work policy. External work didn't occur here. What occurred is that somebody came up with an idea and they were given a credit, and that credit led to a disclosure, which Ms Ferguson did. So in terms of what needs to be mitigated going forward, she has disclosed that she got a credit on that particular documentary. The audience knows about that and they are aware that she worked on that documentary.
I mean, I'm astounded by that, Mr Fang, and that goes to the heart of the sorts of issues. This is the very defensiveness I'm talking about. How can you say it's fine to suddenly crop up to be the EP of a documentary funded by an activist group and there's no problem? So the fact of the matter is it is a conflict because, and I'm going to the very issue here, and it was even flagged by Mr Stevens that there were conflicts, potential for conflicts. So this is, Mr Marks, I'm sorry, but this is the culture of defensiveness that has got to stop at the ABC. The ABC, Ms Ferguson has done the wrong thing here, and the ABC should never have allowed this sort of situation to exist where you've got the host of a current affairs program as an EP of, and she didn't have to be the EP, of an EP of an activist-funded documentary. So this is the very culture of defensiveness that needs to be eradicated from the ABC. And not only did she not seek approval in a timely way, she was listed by Screen Australia 5 months before as the EP. She never disclosed that to the ABC. So what I'm asking is, what restrictions, given the potential conflict of interest that have been recognised by the ABC, what restrictions were placed on Ms Ferguson's future coverage of Animals Australia, animal welfare, scientific testing or other related public policy issues?
Well, Senator, sorry, it's not my intention to be defensive. I was just trying to have a conversation about that particular policy. As I indicated, Ms Ferguson has disclosed her connection to that documentary and the role that she played in it, which was coming up with this idea.
Mr Fang,
and that's the mitigation.
She didn't disclose it to the ABC at the time she became the executive producer. That's the very point I'm raising with you. She failed to disclose it because she was listed as the EP on Screen Australia's website 5 months prior.
Senator, what I'm saying is that what's important in a situation like this is that it is disclosed appropriately to the audience, so the audience can make up their own minds about this connection.
So what restrictions have been placed on her coverage of these matters? I've asked you 3 times now.
I'm not aware of any restrictions that have been placed on her coverage other than, as I've said, she's disclosed her connection and the audience can make up their own minds in the future about whether or not there's any issue
So there's
here.
no restriction
But at the moment, Senator, there's been no demonstrated conflict of interest.
I think it's fair to say, Mr Fang, that
Mr Fang, are you serious? So So you think it's quite acceptable now for ABC journalists to be working on documentaries funded by activist organisations, which are politically engaged and which are very engaged in elections and the like? I mean,
Senator, I think as we've answered...
I mean, seriously, Mr Marks, that is absolute rubbish.
Senator,
Of course there is a conflict.
Our view was Ms Ferguson was not working on the documentary, as you categorise, that she received the credit for some historical work. Do we encourage our journalists to be working on activist-funded documentaries? No, we would not. That would not be consistent with our codes of practice.
Thank you, Mr Marks.
Please
please let Mr Marks finish.
I will let Mr Marks finish for a minute.
And we have codes of practice and editorial guidelines that are appropriate limitations and reflections to all of our people in terms of the work that they do, and those codes of practice and guidelines would apply to any work done by Ms Ferguson. So I feel like we have the appropriate procedures. I can't talk to what happened when the original idea was coming. I can't talk to when the credit was formulated, or even Ms Ferguson knew about the credit at the time it was listed on Screen Australia. It did come up, and as Mr Fang said, we felt it was important that it be disclosed.
Thank you. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Marks, has Simon Robinson from Reuters been appointed as the news director of the ABC?
Senator, when an appointment is ready to be made, we will make that appointment, and I expect to make one in the near future.
Okay. Well, news is reporting that it is Simon Robinson, so you could just tell us now.
Well, Senator, I should make I'm not prone to making announcements in Senate estimates proceedings. I prefer to make announcements in the appropriate way.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
Yeah. Mr. Marks, what process was undertaken to replace Justin Stevens? Was it an open advertised process or some other process?
Senator, with those sorts of processes, I guess we always are running a view on who are the best people that could possibly represent the ABC as best as we possibly can. I have met many senior news people from around the world over the last 6 months. So that's been an informal process. In terms of a formal process, knowing that Mr Stevens was potentially leaving the organisation, I interviewed a number of candidates for that role.
So there was no formal process except you meeting people and interviewing them?
There was, I don't know about formal process.
What was the formal process? What was the process?
Well, we would normally, on a role of that seniority, engage with an external provider to do a full search of potential candidates globally.
Is that what happened here?
That's what happened here, Senator.
Okay. And were internal applicants considered?
Yes, Senator, internal applicants are always considered at the ABC, but we felt that a globally experienced executive is the right thing at this point in time for the ABC.
Okay. In April this year, the ABC's head of employee relations and work health and safety, Josh Keach resigned, and I must say after a pretty tumultuous pay negotiation with ABC staff, where 100 staff walked out and then thousands were on strike. I understand that Mr. Keach resigned following 4 out of 6 members of his team resigning in a short space of time. Is that correct?
Senator, I won't comment on the specifics because I'm not necessarily au fait. Ms Klein might know the numbers in this particular case, but yes, there had been high turnover in Mr Keach's department, so maybe I'll keep my comments to that. I think the reason for his resignation was multifaceted, both from his own perspective and from the organisation's, and we both felt it was the right time for him to move on.
I am a bit concerned about a big changeover of staff, as you said. Why did so many people resign, and why was there big turnover in staff?
I think it's a very difficult area inside the organisation. It's an area of the organisation that does operate sometimes, obviously, in massive negotiations. There is conflict. That creates pressure. So, I don't know that it's necessarily surprising for there to be high turnover in those areas, but certainly it was higher than we would have liked, and so Mr Keach no longer works with the organisation.
Were there complaints made about Mr Keach's management?
There had been some non-formal complaints, as I understand it, and some discussions that have been raised with the head of People and Culture. She was in the process of looking at some of those, I guess, informal complaints from staff. But again, that process was preceded by his resignation.
News of Mr. Keach's resignation was publicised shortly after the Age sent a request for comment relating to so many members of Mr. Keach's team resigning, as well as questions around his team being taken on a private yacht belonging to, I guess, a billionaire, and was free of charge, according to reports. Did this media interest prompt the resignation?
I think it certainly alerted a senator to the extent that the problems may have been, that there may have been problems that needed to be addressed. Obviously, we felt that the nature of the yacht was also a bad look, not necessarily in and of itself a problem, but certainly the inquiries caused us to look deeper into, I guess, some complaints or noise that had been raised to see whether there was further substance there, and that brought about the action.
Okay. I have some questions about an interview that was conducted recently, earlier this week, in fact, on the 7:30 by Sarah Ferguson, who interviewed Niamh O'Connor. And it was just one day after Ms. O'Connor had returned to Australia following her participation in the Global Samud Flotilla, where she was illegally imprisoned by Israel and repeatedly kicked in the head, handcuffed for 19 hours, sexually humiliated, threatened, and there's more there. And this is just one of the accounts of hundreds of people, hundreds of humanitarians who were illegally imprisoned by Israel and abused and tortured. So I do have a few questions about this interview, which I must say, honestly, in my opinion, was very harshly conducted, and during which Niamh O'Connor still showed the utmost dignity. I guess my first question is, does the ABC have any guidelines for trauma-informed practice, specifically for when interviewing victims of abuse?
Thank you, Senator. I might hand that one to Mr. Fang as the expert on our editorial policies. I didn't see the interview in question, I'm sorry.
Yes, Senator, we do in regards to treatment of people that we engage with, and also with interviewing, and also in fairly dealing with members of the public, and our harm and offence standards as well go to speak to some of the ways that we should engage with people around trauma.
So do ABC journalists undergo training in trauma-informed practice in relation to interviewing?
ABC journalists undergo training in relation to their editorial policies, and so those issues would come up as part of that training. There's no specific trauma.
There's no specific trauma-informed
not that I'm
training.
aware of. It might have been conducted within the news department separately as something that they might have focused on, or within that program team, but not that I'm aware of as a broad training program.
Okay. So what steps are journalists required to take to ensure that they are not re-traumatising victims of abuse during interviews?
Well, I think journalists are making judgments about public interest and about what legitimate questions are, and thinking about the way that those questions will land with the people that they're talking to. Clearly, when you ask someone to come on and they agree to appear, they have a story to tell as well, so there's a certain amount of ownership of their own story there. So largely it's around balancing getting access to the information that the public needs, while thinking about how you do that in a way that's fair and appropriate with whoever is the person that you're speaking to.
Early in the interview, Ms. O'Connor began to describe the experience of being intercepted by Israeli forces, including where troops threatened to shoot her and those with her. Ms. Ferguson cuts her off and demands details of what she calls actual violence. Do you believe this is an appropriate way to question someone who is recounting a highly traumatic experience of kidnapping and abuse, to demand evidence of actual violence when they are telling you that troops were threatening to shoot her?
Senator, unfortunately, I have not seen the interview either this week, but I would say that in a general sense, when people are making specific and strong allegations about conduct that has happened to them, it is important that we ask them in an appropriate way to be able to lay out enough detail around to allow the public to make up their own minds about the accuracy of those claims.
Could you give me an example of any other interview that ABC has conducted with a victim of abuse, which asked them to corroborate their evidence again and again?
Oh, look, Senator, I couldn't, not off the top of my head. I could go and find some other interviews if you would like. To have
Do you
a look
think
at.
it's appropriate to ask a victim of abuse to keep corroborating their evidence over and over and not believing them?
Well, given I haven't seen the interview, I probably shouldn't comment on that. I haven't seen the nature of that
You're here
interview.
at estimates.
In a general sense, I think it is appropriate to ask people about what has occurred to them if they've come on to speak about that, to understand exactly the information that they're putting forward, but also, as I've said, to do that in a way that is respectful to them and that considers the impact on them as well.
So Ms. Ferguson went on to interrogate Ms. O'Connor about what medical treatment she had sought. And I quote, whether you were treated for injuries, what those injuries were, and whether there are other people who can talk about what was done to you. I mean, these questions are pretty horrific, honestly, for someone who has gone through such an ordeal. I'm telling you that this is what happened. Do you think, you said in an appropriate way, do you think this is an appropriate way?
Again, Senator, I shouldn't comment without seeing the whole context of the interview. I don't think that would be helpful.
During the course of this short interview, Ms. O'Connor was asked on 4 separate occasions to provide evidence of the injuries she suffered while being imprisoned, illegally imprisoned by Israel. After Ms. O'Connor confirmed that there were medical records of her treatment and that she did not have them physically with her yet, Ms. Ferguson goes on to say, so in your case, you're talking about multiple kicks to the head and to the person as well as restraints used against you, and you are saying the details that were taken from you in Turkey, the treatment will stand that up. Like, is this usual practice for ABC to not believe women who have been abused?
Look, again, Senator, I haven't seen the interview. I need to see it for the full context.
Well, that's not acceptable, Mr. Fang. That really isn't acceptable. There has been a lot of media coverage of how Ms. O'Connor was treated in this interview. And again, you raised the question of corroboration. Is it not the job of the producer to corroborate a story prior to the interview, rather than having someone who's just been through a horrific experience to be relentlessly questioned again and again about corroborating what happened to them on national television?
Well, I'm sorry, Senator, sorry to be frustrating, but I haven't seen the interview, so I can't comment specifically. I would say, though, that when a person agrees to come on and have a conversation and discuss issues that have happened to them on a national program like that, of such magnitude, it is important to allow the audience to understand the full facts of what has occurred.
So it is important. This is another thing that happened there. When Ms. O'Connor recounted about being forced to remove clothing while men stared at her, Ms. Ferguson responded, and did you discuss that with any of your colleagues at the time? Did it happen to other people? Have you any idea whether your story is a similar one being told by your colleagues? Like, do you think that's the sort of way that you conduct interviews, questioning again and again of someone who has been sexually humiliated and who has been kicked in the head so many times? Do you think that's appropriate?
Well, again, Senator, I'm sorry, I haven't seen the interview, but what that sounds to me like is that the interviewer is attempting to see how many other people have gone through a similar experience.
So you don't think there's, from what I've told you, there is anything inappropriate in the way this interview was conducted?
No, I don't think that I'm able to make a helpful comment, given I haven't watched the full interview, and it's important to see interviews and stories, etc., in their full context before making a commentary about it.
Well, I can tell you that the entire interview gives off the impression that Ms. O'Connor and those that she was imprisoned and abused alongside are not to be believed. That is what the entire interview says. There's clearly skepticism and a demand for evidence that is, quite frankly, something I have never seen in any other interview, of an Australian citizen who has been imprisoned and abused. I have not seen that happen on ABC ever before. If you have seen that, please let me know. So I would encourage you to actually see that interview and change the way that your journalists treat people who have been abused, mistreated by Israeli forces.
Well, I'll watch the interview and I'll take that on board.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you, Mr Marks. I've got a series of questions around the ABC Creator program. I just want to understand who approved the commissioning of Cameron Mitchell under the ABC Creator program.
Creator program is run through the Screen Department. It's not something that I'm actively involved in. So I guess that would be, you're aware of the process for who gets selected under that process. So that's something I'll have to come back to you on, Senator.
Does the ABC conduct any political affiliation or reputational due diligence before commissioning Mr Mitchell to actually be on the ABC Creators program?
I guess, Senator, there's two aspects to this. One is the person that you're raising. The other aspect is the work. So again, I'm not sure what work
I will get to that.
the person has been brought on to do. So I assume we're going to get to that. But yes, that obviously would be something that we would have to consider.
Well, it actually goes to your opening comments to Senator Henderson around the constant focus on impartiality at the ABC, because it would seem that Mr Mitchell's work as someone that runs a company that provides a training program for Australians to become Labor candidates. He charges for that work, and he is somebody that the ABC has chosen to profile through your ABC Creator program. And so my series of questions goes to whether he was paid either directly or indirectly for his work on the ABC.
I mean, I think, Senator, I'm not aware of the person involved. Obviously, I'm aware of the Creator program. It's an attempt to find an opportunity for people to join the organisation and develop their skills to see whether they're capable of doing, I guess, work at a more senior and more significant level. So it's very much a work, I guess, development program. That's its aim. It's also a recognition that increasingly we need to engage in digital environments as opposed to just being a broadcast operation. So there's many laudable reasons for why the Creator program would exist. Many of the people that come on it, I think, would not necessarily be full-time working for the ABC. There would be a range of things they're doing, but we'll have to look into it and see what we can reasonably provide about the particular person.
Well, Mr Mitchell runs the Barcaldine Academy, which is a business actually charging people money on going through his program and how they can actually become a Labor candidate and be successful at that. Now, you would appreciate under, I think it's your standards regime 4.1, which requires information presented with due impartiality, standard 4.5, which says the ABC should not unduly favour one perspective over another. It would seem to those in the know, Mr Mitchell would fail on both of those accounts.
Yeah, I mean, the person and the work, again, as I said, are different. Obviously, the work would have to comply with our editorial standards. That would be subject to the same level of review that other work the organisation goes through. But you raise a point that we will have to look into the person involved and how that happens.
So I would
come back to you.
I would be requesting the ABC to actually undertake a review of the process of his appointment, because on any measure, it would seem that his collaboration with the ABC, when they click on who's this guy, they're actually fed into how to become a Labor candidate. Now, fine, but I would like to also provide the ABC, and through you, Mr Marks, a range of young nationals who also might be afforded the same opportunity to almost balance the book, shall we say, on the digital content perspective, because it really does undermine, from an algorithm perspective, you're actually pushing traffic to this particular young man and furthering his business, which, hey, great for the Labor Party, getting a whole new funnel of new candidates, but not very impartial.
No, I think you make a good point, Senator, and something that I am very focused on, which is that we need to ensure that we have diversity of voice in our organisation, and diversity of voice can mean various things.
Absolutely, not just place, out in the regions, but having conservative young people involved in the ABC and digitally online would be very, very welcome for the half of Australia that votes the other way. So I'll be offline happy to share some content creators with you, but I also would be requesting a review of whether there were breaches of editorial standard 4 regarding impartiality and how this work was commissioned, and I'd like a full detail on the process.
Yeah, we'll see what we can reasonably provide about the work that he's undertaken and whether there's any concerns about that work involving a breach of editorial standards. That's, I guess, the work that we need to come back to you on.
And does it pass the pub test, right? When we click on these aspects, we're funnelled into a certain way of thinking, doing and voting. And, I think the ABC serves a great public good, particularly for those of us in the regions, but it is continually undermined by accusations of impartiality, which the appointment of this person in the Creator program would seem to underline.
Yeah, I mean, Senator, you're right. People joining the ABC should be coming from a diversity of backgrounds.
They should.
That diversity.
If only we could ask them.
That diversity should not be relevant to their work. Their work should be judged by the editorial standards on which they operate.
Absolutely, and we should be open to all perspectives. I just wanted to quickly turn to another matter, and it goes to, again, how people consume news. I'm just drawn to a tweet on the 18th of May from the ABC News account on X, which said, "Not seeing as many ABC News updates here as you used to. Find us on Blue Sky." Why are we reducing the amount of content to X followers, of which, at last count, was about 2.6 million, I hope, Australians, following the ABC on X, as opposed to shooting them over to Blue Sky? Is the Blue Sky platform getting more content from ABC News posted than X?
I might ask you, Mr Fang, if you're au fait with that change, but I assume it comes from a concern about the environment of X for some of our people. Obviously,
our people being the left wing
people that work for the ABC generally.
People that work for the ABC. Well, you said it, Mr Marks, not me.
I don't know what I said, Senator. I said people that work for the ABC. We have concern for the environment in which they operate, and that environment can become increasingly hostile and aggressive. And I guess again, I'm not particularly au fait with the exact move from X to Blue Sky, but I can only assume that it's done on the basis that Blue Sky provides a better environment for those people to do their work without being exposed to hate and without being exposed to aggression. So, that's an important part, I guess, of us as an employer, ensuring that, in an increasingly world, and we're seeing rising violence towards many of our people, it's something that I'm very concerned about.
But are you posting less content into one platform where you have millions of viewers and followers, and regular Australians also use X as a platform to engage with media content? Is the ABC reducing its content on X and putting more of its daily news updates, its hourly news updates on Blue Sky?
Unless Mr Fang's got something to add, Senator, I will have to investigate that and come back to you.
Okay, I shall have a bevy of questions on notice for you. Thank you. And thanks to the young Nats.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Senator Henson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to return to the issues with Sarah Ferguson and Sentient. It's just been drawn to my attention that in the 23-24 Screen Australia annual report, it was published that Screen Australia was a funder of Sentient, contributing $200,000, and Sarah Ferguson is listed as the EP. So is this something that should have been disclosed at the time, do you think, Mr Marks?
Thank you, Senator. Again, as Mr Fang explained, the external work policies relate to work. Ms Ferguson did not work on the project. I know the concern that you're expressing is that an executive producer credit reflects work. The executive producer credit in this instance, and an executive producer credit can mean a whole bunch of things. In this case, executive producer credit reflects the fact that it was based on an original idea that she came up with. I understand the project is different to the idea. She wasn't involved in it. At some stage, the issue of the credit obviously has come to her to say this is something we should disclose, which we agreed with.
So, given this was published in 23-24, and given the conflict of interest issues at play, so it's not just about external work. So I think you're making quite a semantic point, because it is also, this policy covers external work and the management of conflicts of interest. Should Ms Ferguson have disclosed this to the ABC when it was first determined that she was the EP of this documentary?
Senator, when the original idea was, as I understand it, developed well before 23-24. That's when she was between roles, I think, as this is before she went to the US, before she went to the Washington Bureau, and she found a period of time where she was messing around with a few ideas. Some of those went obviously forward, and this was particular one of them, but she wasn't involved past that time. How the credit came up, I don't know. In relation to the issue
could you just address my question?
Conflict.
Given it was published by Screen Australia, given this was the position in 23-24 as published in the annual report, I would put it to you that it was incumbent on Ms Ferguson, as part of your conflict of interest management policies, to disclose that, at the very least, as part of her obligation, given her very significant role with news and current affairs.
Clearly, Senator, when we felt that the disclosure of the credit was relevant, that would have applied at the time whenever that was going to be reality. So what the reality of the production was at that 23 point, if things go through Screen Australia, they get development funding, does that mean they're going to happen or not? Not necessarily. There's a whole bunch of factors that would have to be taken into account about whether disclosure should have been done then as opposed to when it was finally done. I think the disclosure happened before the film was published, which is the best environment for audiences to view what her involvement was. So,
I would put to you that if she's the executive producer of a documentary funded by Animals Australia, and that was known and determined back in 23-24, it is most improper for that not to be disclosed to the ABC at the time.
Clearly, Senator, we have the view that if anyone is an executive producer on any film, that should be a matter subject to disclosure.
Thanks, Mr Marks. We eventually got there. Can I just ask you, as I was speaking with you about Mr Justin Stevens' resignation, there was an article, literally probably around about 9:15, that was published. Reuters executive Simon Robinson expected to replace Justin Stevens as ABC News Director.
Senator Faruqi was just asking me about this article. I haven't seen the article, Senator, so I can't comment on it. Obviously, as I've said before, I'm not prone to making announcements in Senate estimates hearings. There will be an appropriate process for that announcement to be made, and I expect it to be made in the near future.
Was that briefed out by the ABC?
I don't believe that would have been briefed out by the ABC, Senator.
Really?
Yes, Senator.
It's very unusual because only the ABC would know, and you as Managing Director would know who you were intending to employ.
Senator, there was a furtive game of curiosity as to who might be the new head of news and current affairs at the organisation that went into overdrive yesterday. I assume people looked at, there's a limited number of candidates that are probably suitable for the role, so I assume people have gone through that process, and there's been speculation. I got many speculation yesterday, so none of which I confirmed or denied.
Well, Mr Marks, I would ask you to investigate that, because your recruitment practices, if you've had the what I would say is the forced resignation of Mr Stevens, and then 24 hours, less than 24 hours, we're now reading about the new head of News and Current Affairs, which appears to have been briefed out to the Guardian newspaper, one of the ABC's favourite newspapers, given the amount of stories that are dropped to the Guardian by the ABC. So isn't that undermining of your role as Managing Director, when you should be making appropriate decisions and being announced properly rather than having this all leaked out?
Sure, it would be ideal if it was announced properly, Senator. I can assure you that that wasn't briefed under any auspices from myself. Looking at how information gets into the press, I'm sure you can all appreciate in this room, can be somewhat of a useless exercise. It's never easy to actually know how things happen. But as I said, there was a lot of speculation yesterday, so I assume that speculation has led to someone trying to get the jump on the announcement. So good journalism.
Well, there can only be speculation if there's truth which underpins this story. So...
Well, we won't get into that debate today, Senator. But
did you ask anyone? Did you ask anyone or authorise for anyone to brief this story out?
I did not, Senator.
Do you know whether anyone within the organisation briefed this out?
I don't believe so, Senator. But that's sort of the people that I would obviously deal with in relation to this matter. Whether someone else in the organisation has got some information, I don't know, Senator. But anyway, an announcement will be made in due course.
Will Mr Robinson be the new replacement as the head of News and Current Affairs?
Again, Senator, I'm not into making announcements during Senate estimates. I understand the question, and an announcement will be made in due course.
And how long before that announcement is made?
I expect it will be made in the near future, Senator.
What, by the end of the day, tomorrow?
I would expect tomorrow.
Sorry.
Well, I'm here,
Mr.
Senator.
Marks, come on.
Fulfilling my democratic responsibilities.
Well,
to
I
answer
appreciate
the
you
Senate.
being open and honest with me. I do appreciate that. But if it's Mr Robinson, we would, and clearly it looks like it's been briefed out, Mr Marks, somehow. I'm sure it wasn't Mr Robinson. I'm not suggesting that he briefed the story out, but clearly someone has. So if it's Mr Robinson, I would ask that you confirm that.
We will, Senator. An announcement I expect to be made tomorrow.
Have you drafted the press release?
Senator, I haven't approved a press release at this point.
Could we have a copy of the draft press release? If
Senator,
that's
I
floating
will
around?
include your office on the distribution list when the announcement is made.
So obviously this has been in the wings for a very long period of time, because Mr Robinson is an executive from Reuters, as I understand, and I'm just reading about him now. So what can you tell me about Mr Robinson? He's been at Reuters for 16 years. He's currently the deputy to the editor-in-chief of a 2,600-strong newsroom. Two sources with knowledge of the appointment told Guardian Australia, two sources, Robinson had been at Ultimo recently and Chair Kim Williams was a big fan.
Well, as you know, Senator, Mr Williams was for a period of time the chair of the Reuters Institute, so obviously would know Mr Robinson through his role with Reuters. As I said, I've met a number of people over the course of the last 12 months, informally and formally, in relation to the senior news people. I think Mr Robinson runs a large news organisation that operates in many territories around the world, and also operates a very impressive business reporting function. He's an Australian who's been working overseas for a number of time, and as I said, is a senior journalist in the space, so with much experience.
And when did you first meet with Mr Robinson to discuss this appointment?
Well, I meet people all the time, Senator. Whether an appointment is part of those meetings or not may be known to them or may not be known to them. Obviously, I'm doing that work constantly, so because we all here want the ABC to be the best, most effective organisation it can possibly be.
So just going to my question, when did you first meet with him, Mr Marks?
Oh, I don't know, Senator. I'm sorry.
like a few weeks ago, a few months ago?
Oh no, Senator, I've met Mr Robinson before then. So, yeah, as I said, an announcement is imminent, and we can all be put out of our curiosity when the announcement is made.
Well, I think there's just been an implicit announcement made, if I can be as cheeky as to say that, but we would welcome the opportunity if you wanted to formally bring it forward. There's still plenty of time to run today's estimates.
Oh, Senator, I'm not sure what you're asking, but I will ensure that your office is on the distribution list of an announcement when it's made.
It just seems that Mr Stevens resigned yesterday, the day before estimates. The plan is for the announcement of Mr Robinson's appointment to be made tomorrow, which seems to be the day after estimates. Were you seeking to avoid scrutiny in relation to this appointment?
No, Senator, I wasn't. Obviously, Mr Stevens' role was something that he and I discussed and had been discussing for some time. Obviously, it's a role of incredible high pressure and incredible scrutiny and comes with a lot of expectations. So it's an extremely difficult role, in many ways even more difficult than the role that I occupy. So it's something that we've been talking about for some time. Obviously, understanding that, I was informing myself as to who might be, alternatives in the role. The timing, as it's turned out, is somewhat coincidental and just relates to the timing of the discussions we've had. So this was something that I raised, that Mr Stevens and I finally talked about late last week. So having done that, I think it was important that we moved to an announcement that he had made the decision to leave.
Mr Marks, can I ask you, and I've raised, there've been many concerns by not just members of the Jewish community, but many Australians about your coverage.
Senator Henderson, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm going to move you on in 2 minutes. Would you prefer to start this? This seems like a new topic.
It is a new topic.
May I move the call and then come back to you?
Yes, sure. Thanks, Chair.
Wonderful. Senator Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions. I understand there's been an extra $50 million in additional funding to the ABC. Can you talk us through what that means for your organisation?
No, thank you, Senator. No, that announcement was most welcome. It comes at a time when the independent production sector in Australia is in need of more work, and there's limitless creativity available, but limited opportunities for that creativity to find a home where it can reach an audience. And it's also at a time when the international and global market obviously is changing with the rise of streamers into obviously highly penetrating our market. That money comes at a time that enables us to really undertake two really important categories. One is children's production. Children's is an area that really the ABC is the last remaining substantial provider of content to Australian children that reflects their voices, their cultures, and their stories. So children's production, I think, is an area that we could do limitless investment in. So this investment is most welcome to enable us to step up our production of children's content. The other area that will benefit from that money is in adult drama. Again, Australian stories and told in a variety of ways, a bit like sport, has this beautiful function of bringing different people from different communities around a common theme. High-level quality television production has the same benefit. And so being able to tell those Australian drama stories at a level and in a way that's competitive with the best of things that are coming from global streamers, I think will be a real benefit to the audience on the basis that all of our content is freely available to all Australians. So that investment really came at a very welcome time and has just enabled us to step up our investment in those two areas in particular.
Are there any specific programs that have already been announced as a part of this investment?
Children's was an area where we really needed more investment, Senator, and so there were 2 children's programs ready to go. The remake of Bananas and Pyjamas happening in Adelaide, I think.
Yes, I went and had a look. It was very cool. And I didn't realise that, indulge me, Chair, the bananas are actually 7 feet tall. It's pretty scary, isn't it? Anyway, sorry, continue.
The bananas are larger than life,
Yeah.
and in my own view, the animated version of the show never quite matched the appeal of the live-action version of the show. It relies on capturing that particularly Australian children's world of whimsy and comedy and performative acting. So I think the live action's great. It's been made by a great small production company out of Adelaide called different production company. I can't now remember the name. Windmill. I knew it was a mill in there somewhere. So that's good. And the other children's program that we've announced is something called The Tree House, which is based on a series of books by a well-known Australian author, which again is amazing for us to be able to bring to life those books in television format and to have the opportunity to take those stories around the world as well.
And I know you touched on workforce earlier, but would you mind outlining what this means for local producers?
Yeah, I think it's often underestimated the role of the ABC in the production sector. In particular, the work that we're able to commission supports a number of small and medium-sized businesses all around the country who operate in every state and territory and every city. And that work and our support of those businesses is becoming more important because there is less opportunities for those people to tell their stories than what there was certainly 10 years ago and even 5 years ago. So that support of that local production sector is really important. We did some work recently with an organisation, Deloitte Economics, because I really wanted to get an understanding of the economic outcome of that external commissioned work that you're referring to versus something that may be done internally at the ABC. And what we see when we're external is that there is a multiplier effect where we're getting, you know, $1.31 benefit basically for every dollar that we're investing in the independent sector. It was really important for me to get that fact base as we go to spending over the next 4 to 5 years in excess of $1 billion with independent producers on their output to ensure that we're making the right decisions. So all of those things have come together at a time, particularly with this extra money, that's enabled me to go, I think I have a clear idea as to what the most efficient way of allocating our resource base in that space is. But yes, roughly 7,700 people, jobs, full-time jobs are created by that work that's undertaken by the ABC externally. So, you know, there is an external workforce that really relies on the commissions that the ABC does.
Thank you for that. And just on to a slightly different topic, what does the recent budget outcome mean for the Indo-Pacific broadcasting strategy, which Nita would also be a fan of, I'm sure.
Big fan. Different portfolio. Big fan.
Yep.
Look, the money that we've been able to receive has been invaluable. We've not only been able to double our footprint in the region, we've been able to double our output in the region. And that work and engaging in particular with local journalists, specifically, particularly in the Pacific, I think has led to some really great work that's come out and a great environment where the ABC is working collaboratively with, you know, broadcasters and in the region to lift the standard of activity that's happening throughout the Pacific in particular. We're seeing rising trust scores for the ABC services in those spaces. We're seeing a real value perception towards the ABC services. And as I said, we're proceeding to do a lot of work, a lot of content that's specifically targeted at the Pacific, which is leading to really great results and outcomes that are supporting those trust and value scores. We've also recently been able to free up some of our DAB spectrum in Australia, where that Pacific radio service that we've been doing is now also available to Pacific communities within Australia. So that's been a really great addition to the range of services that we're able to provide, all of which have been, I guess, facilitated by that additional investment from the government.
And can you tell me a little bit more about the Pacific Local News Journalism Initiative?
They're a great bunch of people, Senator. I've met them all. They've come to my office. They are passionate journalists operating sometimes in really difficult environments for journalism in their markets. So the ability to be supported by the ABC and to have the ability to tell their stories and to have some freedom to do so, I think has been something that they have really got behind. From time to time, it does cause some difficulty in terms of the freedom of press in some of those markets, but I think working together with the various countries in which we operate and through local journalists is enabling us to, I think, really deal with those issues well, and it's become a very constructive relationship through the Pacific.
Thank you for that.
As someone who's been interviewed by some of those journalists, I can attest to their hard-hitting journalistic nature. They're being trained in good stead to deliver really good news to people in the Pacific.
That's great to hear. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Walker. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again. This is a slightly long question, Chair, although it's important to be accurate, as the public's perception of ABC independence or bias is central to your role as a public broadcaster. Mr Williams, the Chair, on the Pole Position podcast around the 23rd of May this year, was asked about an incident when ABC employees were removed from a press conference in Farrer, the Farrer electorate, and a separate incident in South Australia where a staff member continued to shout questions at Senator Hanson after the press conference was over. Your reporter was asked to shut up, for which the party apologised and the staffer involved apologised. The interviewer's question to Mr Williams included the statement, "One Nation were picking and choosing who we let attend our press conferences," calling it pretty undemocratic. Mr Williams' response was, quote, "Well, I would endorse that view, that's undemocratic. I think if you're going to choose who you talk to and who you don't talk to, you're in a dark and dangerous place in democracy. And I think politicians are accountable to the people and they don't get to pick who's going to question them." That's the end of the quote from Mr Williams. Mr Marks, can we agree that this is an accurate summary so we can move on to the questions?
Senator, I think you referenced a journalist that was told to shut up. I'm not aware that that was our journalist.
No.
Wasn't our job.
Sorry, I thought you said it was an ABC journalist that was...
That's what I thought, sorry.
Oh, no, it's not. It wasn't an ABC journalist. I'm sorry, Senator. It's my understanding, Mr.
I don't
Fang.
believe it was either.
So, in relation...
My apologies for that mistake, but I'm getting to the key question, which is Mr Williams' response.
I think Mr Williams' response, refers to, I think, the importance in a democratic society of informing the audience. And the audience must come first. In doing so, it's important that all, parties of prominence and otherwise as well, people that have an impact in our political system, it is important that we're able to bring views and opinions and just statements from those parties to the public. So we operate on the basis that the public must come first, and to the extent that our people who turn up to their job are deprived from their ability to inform the public, I think that can be a problem, and that's something that we need to keep, I think, investing in, is the importance of making sure that the public are informed about everything that has to do with what happens in this place.
Thank you. Your budget is around $1.3 billion. What's the exact number?
Here's an answer for Ms Klein.
Yes, Senator, that's correct. So the exact number in FY26 is 1229.
Thank you. You left out the word accurate public interactions, but...
Sorry, Senator, accuracy comes first.
Thank you.
Accuracy goes to impartiality, so accuracy is the most important standard that we operate by.
We're agreed, good. My questions go to value, accuracy and compliance with the ABC Charter. Every day in this place, politicians give interviews to journalists they trust and email press statements or text messages to those they don't trust to prevent their words being manipulated. Isn't it true, Mr Marks, that One Nation's actions are about lack of trust in the quality and accuracy and motivation of ABC reporting, a discretion we're entitled to exercise and are exercised every day in this place by all parties?
Senator, I won't comment as to the motivations behind any One Nation action. That's obviously a matter for you and your colleagues.
I can tell you we think we're getting reported in a very biased way.
Senator, we have an obligation, as you say, to report matters accurately. We have an obligation to report matters impartially. If anyone has a concern about our performance on those metrics, we are more than happy to have a conversation about that. And in fact, I am endeavouring to do that without much success at the moment. So, but Senator, that also comes with, I guess, the expectation that policies, people, etc., should be subject to scrutiny. That is the journalistic process. So, yes, we have to report accurately and we have to employ impartiality. But also the notion that people should be subject to scrutiny and questions when performing all of the functions that happen in this place, I think is a really important principle that goes along with that.
I'd agree. Minister, isn't it true that in this place parties give interviews to journalists they trust and send written statements to journalists they don't trust?
Senator Roberts, it's not really a question for ABC Estimates, but I'll answer it for you to assist you. Members of both parties of government give interviews to a range of news outlets, and they invite a range of news outlets to their press conferences because that public scrutiny is important, particularly if you are promoting yourself as a party that not only has policies that could be formed in government, but what we are now seeing is that your party has a primary vote that means that you may now be the new opposition. And so it's important that every member of Parliament is scrutinised by news outlets, whoever they may be. I'm not going to pass a judgment on which news outlets are more trusted or least trusted. What I think the judgment of Australians is when you turn up to this place and you're asked a question, you should answer it.
What about the judgment from Mr. Williams when he said that if you're going to choose who you talk to, you're in a dark and dangerous place?
I'm not going to comment for the chair. I think that's a question for Mr. Marks. I think. Are you in a dark and dangerous place, Senator?
No, I'm not.
Okay, there we go.
I think the answer to that question, Senator, is what I referred to earlier, which is it is very important that we perform our role accurately and impartially, but with due inquiry and due inquisition and due curiosity in everybody who operates in this environment to ensure that we are informing the public of the things that are important to them and relevant to them and the things that are of interest to them. So I have no doubt at the moment with the way that the political landscape is forming that the things that are happening within your party are of interest to Australians, and it is important as the ABC that we're able to inform them, and it's important that we're able to engage with your party on the basis that we're able to serve the public. So I think that's a very important function for us to fulfil.
And the public want fair engagement and impartial engagement. But doesn't the fact that Mr. Williams highlighted us doing that in terms of responding verbally to interviews we trust and responding in text message to interviews we don't, without mentioning that other parties do that as well, show that his bias against One Nation? He tried to say we are the only ones doing it. That's the clear implication, and that'll lead to a dark place for democracy.
Senator, I think you're referring to a podcast that I haven't seen, so it's difficult for me. I can only talk about the quotes that you've referenced and the quotes I've seen in the press, and I can't talk to Mr. Williams' motivations in that particular podcast. All we can talk to is facts, and the facts are ABC currently is the most trusted media organisation in the country, according to the public. We have strong editorial principles and practices that are very important that we operate. I agree with you on that. We have the most robust complaints handling process that's available in media in this market, that's available to people who view that they're not being treated fairly, in that process. We can always do better. There is no doubt about that, and that is our constant aim. But those principles, I think, and the principle of number one being informing the public as the most, and being very vigilant in doing that, that is the most important principle that we abide by. I think not being able to engage fully with all political parties in that process inhibits our ability to do that effectively, and I think that is a problem.
Again, you missed the word accurate. Inform people accurately. A search of Mr Williams's media statements shows he has not used the phrase dark and dangerous place in previous media comments around any other party, just One Nation. How is using a pejorative like that in keeping with your need to maintain a perception of independence and accuracy?
Again, Senator, I think, I can't comment to Mr Williams' motivations. I can only imagine he is, and I know he's a passionate advocate of democracy, and I know he's a passionate advocate of informed democracy. I know he's a passionate advocate for accuracy and impartiality. He will often, maybe he gets some of the words wrong, but they are his motivations, which I think we're all agreed with in this place. So did he get every word right? It doesn't sound to me like necessarily based on your assessment, but I haven't seen the podcasting or listened to the podcast in question, so hard for me to comment.
Let's move on to a topic you raised a minute ago, policies. And Mr Williams said in the podcast, quote, perhaps their concern is because they are such a policy-free zone. But I say that objectively, not in any spirit of partisanship. One Nation has statements, it doesn't have policies, end of quote. Yet our website has many more policies, statements, than the Liberal or Labor parties. Some of our policies have been copied by both the Liberal and Labor Party in part and by other parties. And in the last election, we used fully costed policies and are releasing even more detailed policies at the moment. Why is Mr Williams perpetuating an internet falsity to denigrate One Nation?
Again, Senator, Mr Williams is the chair of the organisation. I am the manager, the editor-in-chief. So there is separation of powers between the board and Mr Williams, who represents the board as chair, and myself as editor-in-chief. I won't, they were comments made by Mr Williams. They don't reflect the comments, they don't reflect the views of the ABC. And as you say, it is important that the policies of One Nation are subject to the same interrogation that every party's policy, and they should be treated equally, accurately and impartially.
And we welcome that, we love it. Our gas policy is getting plaudits everywhere, so that's fantastic. Patricia Karvelis allowed her strong bias against One Nation to show through in the Farrer election program. Some quotes from her. It was actually people like Ron Boswell who campaigned to put One Nation last. You've got the most conservative people who believed it was a big and dangerous mistake to legitimise One Nation and to embolden One Nation. And another quote. Here we've had Angus Taylor, from Patricia Karvelis. Here we've had Angus Taylor make a deliberate decision to preference One Nation above the independent, which tonight could really be one of the reasons they get across the line, and that will legitimise them. And another quote. I used Patricia Karvelis. I used the term earlier, the permission structure. If they are able to win their first lower house seat, that begins the process of legitimising them. She's clearly implying that we're illegitimate. How is this acceptable commentary? It's clear bias and it's insulting and denigrating, but it's hurting the ABC and that $1.3 billion that the taxpayers are investing in your corporation.
Well, Senator, I'm going to disagree with you in relation to that particular broadcast, which I've gone back and watched a few times actually. I think if you watch that broadcast in its entirety, Patricia Karvelis also makes a number of other comments. She says that there's no better poll than an election. She says that this is the result of 30 years of work by Senator Hanson to lift the party to this stage. She says that this is a major political shift. She says that this is a major win for One Nation. In the comments that you're referring to, which are a selected part of that whole broadcast, she's referring to comments that were made by Senator Boswell, I'm not sure in what era or what time, that refers to the politics. And remember, Ms Karvelis is a political analyst. That refers to the political decision to preference one party over another and what the outcomes of that might be. But I think if you listen to the broadcast as a whole, I think you can be in no doubt that that broadcast was accurate, it was impartial, and I think we would stand by Ms Karvelis's comments when taken as a whole across the broadcast. I don't know, Mr Fang, you want to add anything that I might have missed in that?
No, I think you captured it. Managing Director, I think as Senator, you read out some more of Patricia Carvelis's analysis that has been quoted in some other places, including the reference to Mr. Boswell or Senator Boswell. I think Patricia Carvelis was making reference to previous politics around One Nation and around the Liberal Party's approach, or the Liberal and National Party's approach to One Nation in the past, and that was contextualised across the coverage.
Anyway, we can all celebrate Senator Whitten because the ABC has now given us the blessing of legitimacy. The next day on the Insiders...
I think Angus Taylor did that.
Sorry?
I think Angus Taylor did that, but maybe
the next day on the
did that.
The next day on the Insiders program, regular panellist Nikki Sapper made the statement that the Liberal Party, in preferencing One Nation, was aligning with a party which, at its core, is racist and bigoted. End of quote. When comments like this are not corrected, they're not factual, they're dishonest. When they're not corrected, when your staff are not told to keep commentary to factual matters, how can you whinge about us not empowering you to take another swing? This isn't journalism. The ABC is creating a dark space through political advocacy.
Thanks, Senator. I'll ask Mr Fang to respond to that particular instance.
Senator, are you referring to comments made by Nikki Sapper on the
Yes.
Insiders program? She's not an ABC staff member. Insiders is a panel show where various
She's been legitimised
journalists,
by being your guest.
where various journalists are brought on to express their opinion, and it's pretty clear to the audience that that was her opinion and not the opinion of the ABC.
Okay, I'll go to
Senator Roberts,
last question. A couple of years ago, I had a conversation with a miner, with a retiree, a retired person who had been a miner in the Pilbara in the 80s. And he said back in the 80s, all they had in terms of entertainment broadcasting was ABC radio and ABC TV. He says nowadays we can go anywhere in the world, get podcasters, get independent news sources, private, government, every huge range. Why do we need the ABC?
Oh, Senator, it's a really good question, and it's a question that we occupy ourselves constantly looking at that changed competitive environment.
We can give you some help with policies if you like.
Well, Senator, I don't think we're here for policy. I think we're here to create an organisation that should be the universal source of accuracy, that should be the place of due impartiality, because a lot of the context that you refer to is actually an increasingly divisive and more perspective-driven media environment. So our role in that environment has to be, and this is why it's so important that we meet our editorial standards, to be the place that should be the source of truth, that be the place that should be the place where people know, I've heard a lot, but I'm going to go to the ABC and see what they have to do, what they have to say about those facts. That's number one when it comes to news and current affairs. Number two, why do we need ABC? When it comes to children's programming, nobody else in the country or in the globe is servicing Australian children other than the ABC. When it comes to emergency broadcasting, the ABC carries unique responsibilities for ensuring the dissemination of information about emergency matters, both through the ABC and through other third-party channels in relation to issues of national importance. When it comes to telling of Australian stories, whether that be comedy, whether that be documentary, whether that be adult drama, whether that be entertainment shows, increasingly it is the ABC that is becoming the home of those Australian stories and becoming the supporter of the independent production sector, many medium and small businesses all around the country that rely on commissions from the ABC to function. When it comes to Australian music, we are the one big supporter of Australian music that exists still today. We operate on the basis where our channels cover more than 50% music across Triple J, across classic, country, Double J, various channels, all very focused as big supporters of Australian music, again, in an environment where most other music services are very globalised. So if we really want to invest in what is the nature of Australian social cohesion, what is the nature of the Australian story, who are Australian characters, that is our responsibility. We take that very seriously. Without us, a lot of that would be lost, and lost forever and subject to a globalised environment. So I actually think we have more in common than not. I actually think we're all in it for the same reason, to ensure that Australian stories are connected with Australian audiences, and that is a big part of my function. We talk a lot in this room about news and current affairs, and there will always be views and perspectives on the quality and editorial strength and accuracy and impartiality of our news and current affairs. We accept that's part of the exercise, that's part of our attendance here today, but we do a lot more than that, and that lot more, I think, can often be underestimated.
I look forward to the day when the ABC achieves the standards you're talking about.
Senator, well, wish me good endeavours to achieve the best possible vision of the ABC that we can. We are going to have to reposition ourselves into the competitive environment that you mentioned. It means doing things differently. It sometimes means choosing to do different things. I think it will mean partly being more distinctive at times and partly doing more detail in other environments. And we need to be able to be changed to reflect the different competitive environment that you've identified.
I'd put it to you, Mr. Marks, I'd just finish with this. I put it to you, Mr. Marks, that the free, independent people's media is rising because the mainstream media, the mouthpiece media, is now being seen through increasingly all over the world.
Oh, I think, Senator, there's a lot of interest in new forms of media. I think it's changed the landscape, and I'm not here to tell you that there's not interest in different voices, but I am here to tell you that the ABC's role in that is to be the place of truth and to be the place of impartiality. That's what our standards say. We will all debate about how well we achieve those standards, but that is our overriding objective every day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Roberts.
Thanks, Senator.
Mr. Marks, it looks like Senate estimates is the killing season at the ABC. I've just seen a report on the Sydney Morning Herald's website that the ABC has sacked Four Corners reporter Mahmoud Fazal after an internal investigation into an unauthorised podcast appearance with a former underworld figure last year. That's the opening paragraph of the story. Can you confirm that's the case, and if so, why has Mr Fazal been sacked?
Senator, we conducted an investigation into matters that were raised about Mr Fazal in relation to an external work request that he made to the ABC. That was the scope of the investigation. That investigation has now been completed as Mr Fazal was able to participate in that investigation. And as a result of that investigation, Mr Fazal no longer is employed by the ABC.
So he was terminated?
He was terminated.
Because he didn't seek approval to do the podcast?
Senator, I think it's inappropriate for me to go into the details of the investigation, but the outcome of the investigation is the findings have led to Mr Fazal no longer being paid by the ABC.
Well, I don't think it is inappropriate, because I think in this case Four Corners has fallen well short of the standards that should apply at the ABC's so-called premier current affairs long-form program. I want to refer to a report by Stephen Rice in The Australian, published on the 29th, updated on the 29th of March, published originally on the 27th of March. And I'm just going to quote in part. ABC bosses were said to be besotted by the new hire, Mr Fazal, and happy to see the program back in the spotlight. The former bikie boss was untouchable, a protected species, insiders say. When Fazal launched the program back into the headlines for all the wrong reasons, the ABC circled the wagons. The allegations were serious. In October 2024, the Sydney Morning Herald's veteran investigative journalist Kate McClymont revealed that the postman, in inverted commas, was once again delivering menacing messages from underworld figures. Fazal had allegedly passed on demands from the Alamedine family to a producer of the popular YouTube show Friendly Geordies, fronted by comedian and commentator Jordan Shanks, insisting they delete a scathing video about the Alamedines. The warnings had come in a series of meetings, calls and texts. The ABC reporter allegedly told Friendly Geordies producer Christo Lanka, "These people kill people. If you don't take the video down, something bad is going to happen. Now, I do put on the record that Mr Vazal has rejected those allegations, and that was also reported in the story. But these are very serious allegations. Did these factor into your decision to terminate Mr Vazal?
I'll get Mr Fang to respond to those particular concerns, because I wasn't obviously at the ABC at the time, so I can't talk to the response. But what I can say in relation to the investigation is the investigation specifically related to the external work request that Mr Fazal made at the time in relation to whatever podcast he intended to appear on. And it was very important under our enterprise agreement that we were very specific as to the scope of that investigation.
And so the fact that there were allegations that he had passed on a message in relation to killing someone, that he was a former member of an underworld association or had underworld links, those matters were not material, Mr Marks?
Well, I guess that relates, Senator, to the comments that you're making about a 2024 analysis of whether Mr Fazal's reporting the ABC should stand by at the time.
Just before you go to Mr Fang, though,
yeah.
aren't those matters material as to whether Mr Fazal is an appropriate person to be reporting for Four Corners?
Senator, under our enterprise agreement, which we have fallen foul of in circumstances that have been the subject of some discussion in this forum, it is important that when we do an investigation, we are very clear on the scope of that investigation and that we make decisions about the clarity of the matters that we raise. So that was the scope of the investigation. The matters that you raise, I guess, were subject to 2024 discussion. Mr Fang, do you have anything to add to that?
Sorry, Mr Marks.
Sorry.
Could we please have a copy of the investigation? There was a report, I imagine, produced in relation to this.
Senator, I will speak with the team and look into what we can provide to.
This is a matter of very high public interest, I would put to you, Mr Marks.
Thank you, Senator. I will speak to my team and understand what it is appropriate for us to provide to the Senate.
Was Mr Vazal a qualified journalist?
Senator, maybe I can help you. As to the series of events that you read out from Stephen Rice's article and that were detailed by Kate McClymont, and I think you also pointed out that Mr Fazal had denied the allegations, if I recollect what you had read out there. My recollection of at the time is that there was that the ABC had referred these matters to the police, which I think was the appropriate place for these to be referred to. You asked about Mr Fazal's background. My recollection is that prior to joining the ABC, he had worked at Vice Media and he had been a journalist that had won a variety of different awards before he came to join the ABC, I think in a casual capacity originally for one of our programs before being employed. He did bring with him journalistic background and a number of different types of stories which were important to tell to the public, notwithstanding any of the allegations that have since been made and that you've outlined there.
So, and I'm just going back to May 2024, when these very serious matters were raised, and Justin Stevens and the ABC Communications team were alerted to serious allegations against Mr Vazal. The statement that was made by the ABC was that Mahmoud Fazal does extremely challenging, impactful and important public interest journalism for the ABC, and the ABC stands by his reporting. Now, on what planet is the ABC when it makes a statement like that in response to these most serious matters? Mr Fang.
Well, I'm not party to the investigation that's gone on since then around the other matters that were related to external work. At the time, as the statement indicates, the appropriate way to deal with those allegations was to refer them to police. Mr Fazal had denied them and they were put to the authorities.
Well, that was not the response at the time, and I'm referring to May 2024 when these allegations were first raised. So the ABC didn't announce an independent public investigation, but very quickly issued a statement of support. And again, Mr Fang, it goes to that culture of defensiveness. Defend at all costs, no matter the facts, no matter the truth. Surely it would have been appropriate at the time to have a more measured response, to take those allegations seriously.
Look, I'm not aware of what else was conducted, but as to a defensive position, I'd just point out, as you did, that Mr Fazal had denied the allegations and any issues that had come up were referred to police.
So he was known as the postman, so he obviously had these underworld links in a previous life. Are they the appropriate standards for the ABC and for its preeminent Four Corners program?
Senator, he certainly wasn't known as the postman to me, so whether that's
I'm referring to this report and
I understand.
And to these serious matters.
Understood. I mean, I think we have discussed this previously about the types of stories and the types of skills that journalists bring in this day and age, and the ability to tell stories and bring perspectives from right across the spectrum to bring different issues that are important to the public. My understanding is Mr Fazal had been upfront about his previous involvement with organised crime, that he had left that. He had gone to university and studied, that he had become a journalist, and when he was employed by the ABC, he had already had a journalistic background and career in journalism, and that he was upfront that his previous connections allowed him to help tell stories about what was going on in the criminal underworld in a way that met our standards but was of interest and of public interest, and that at the time those stories were important to tell.
So there is another way to tell those stories. You use one of your highly qualified journalists at the ABC working for Four Corners to interview Mr Fazal if he's got a good story to tell. Doesn't mean you've got to hire him as a journalist. And I've never seen those sorts of standards apply to a program such as Four Corners, or in fact any news or current affairs program. It's almost unprecedented. I'm not questioning that he may have a story to tell, but surely the highest possible standards of journalism should apply at a program like Four Corners. And working for Vice News, I don't think necessarily qualifies him to work at Four Corners.
Well, I agree with you, the highest standards need to apply at Four Corners, Senator.
I mean, it was a lot. You know, we've spoken a little bit today already about a diversity of voices in our reporting and how diversity of voices can be reported. Now, again, I wasn't involved in his recruitment.
I wasn't thinking the organised crime diversity of voices. I don't think that was within the gamut of our thinking.
Well, I don't think he was organised crime at the time.
Well,
I think
formally organised crime links.
Formally, and people are able to move on in their careers, and I understand he was a somewhat awarded journalist at that point in time. The reasons to hire are to try and get deeper into an area of society, an area of Australia that is of some interest, I think, to the public. That was the objective. Have we met those objectives? I think there's been some good stories produced. Obviously, there have been issues which have led us to where we are today.
I think... A minute, and then I'm going to move the call.
Okay, I'm going to quickly move to the complaints made by the renowned singer Deborah Conway, a very fine Jewish woman, who performed in Hobart in May 2024.
I don't want to cut you off. Do you want to start that with... I'm going to move you on in a minute, so what do you want to wait to come back? It's a matter for you.
I'll quickly go to it.
Sure.
So the renowned singer Deborah Conway performed in Hobart in May 24. There were multiple interruptions to her performance, and the following morning an ABC radio presenter in Tasmania asked the question, should Deborah Conway have the right to perform? Does the ABC acknowledge that these sorts of questions raised by an ABC presenter on ABC radio imply implicit support by the ABC of division and antagonism towards Jews, almost suggesting that there is a right to harass Jews, such as Deborah Conway when she is performing. Now, this is the subject of complaints to the ABC. Deborah Conway has also made complaints through the Royal Commission, but could I ask you to respond to that, Mr Marks?
Senator, I'm not aware of those facts, so we will have to investigate. We'll have to go into the detail of that particular set of circumstances and get an understanding of what went on and why.
I would appreciate that, because it certainly does suggest that the ABC, one of its presenters, believes that there is a legitimate reason to harass a Jewish performer like Deborah Conway when she's performing. Now, those suggestions have not been made, to my understanding, in relation to any other performer. I mean, I would put to you that that's a pretty appalling thing to say.
Senator, I'd have to listen to the broadcast in question and understand exactly what the tone and context of those to be able to respond usefully. So we'll have to look into that and come back to you.
I would appreciate if you could investigate that, if you could come back to me on notice in relation to those concerns. I mean, that's one of many, many incidents involving the ABC's reporting and attitude towards Jewish Australians, but that really has caused deep upset, not just to Deborah, but to her family and to the broader Jewish community, and I would ask you to take those concerns very, very seriously.
We do in every such circumstance, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
I'm going to Senator Whitten, who will take us to the break.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions on the budget paper number 1, specifically table 6.11 on page 236. The figure given there for broadcasting is 1.9 million. You mentioned before that your budget was 1.2 or 3 billion. Do you have a breakdown of that?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't actually have what you're referring to in front of me. Does that include SBS as well? I think it may.
Just says broadcasting.
It says broadcasting, Senator. I believe that includes SBS as well. So in the ABC's portfolio budget statements, with regard to how it's broken down for financial year 2027, we have the general operational activities, and that is an amount of $1,071,000, and then we have the transmission and distribution services, which is an amount of approximately 217 million, so total government funding of 1,287,700,000, or 1.3 billion going into FY27. So the number I was referring to earlier was our financial year 26 funding.
Do you have a breakdown between TV, online and radio?
Senator, I don't in front of me. We certainly do organise the ABC across different divisions and departments. That doesn't entirely break it down as you suggest, but does obviously provide a further breakdown, but I don't have that in front of me, I'm sorry.
Could you take it on notice and provide that, please?
Certainly, we'll see what we can provide, yes.
So you don't know what the total cost of maintaining an online presence is?
No, not off the top of my head. You know, it's kind of a quite complex, multi-skilled organisation, so it's not so much that we would, divide our organisation in that manner. That would assume, we would have to apply certain assumptions around resource allocation and time spent, but yeah, we don't break it down quite like that.
And Senator, when you say online, are you referring to online news, or are you referring to iView, or are you referring to the Listen app?
Probably more social media online.
Social media, okay.
Social media, okay.
What metric does the ABC use to measure success?
We use a range of metrics, Senator, and Ms Klein's probably got them in the annual report next to you, but I'll speak some to begin with. The two measures that we are most, focused on are the trust in the ABC as measured by research, and the perceived value of the ABC in the community. I'm pleased to say both those numbers have recently improved and both now sit, I think, at 80% or more in terms of the population. They're the two, I guess, overriding metrics that talk to a lot of things that we talk about today. We then have measures about how we compare versus other media in terms of our television consumption, in terms of our audio consumption, in terms of our digital performance, mainly reflecting, again, the number of people that engage with the ABC on a weekly, monthly, annual basis. And again, those numbers, I think, have been relatively strong. So it's a mix of those measures. There's a mix of trust, value, and we're introducing a new one, which is, do we make impact? Do we do things that are memorable, that people really go, that's the ABC is good, but that thing that the ABC did is really great. That's another measure that we're introducing. So it's a mix of those things and hard audience data.
Yeah, so the viewership, listenership, eyeballs would not be the most, the highest metric like a commercial operation?
I think, Senator, because our revenue is not linked to audience and the understanding of our relevancy is obviously reflected in viewership or listening. So it's obviously a very important factor for us. But as the ABC, we have to operate independently of those, factors and to really focus on fulfilling our charter obligations to, provide a service that informs, entertains and educates the Australians. So we do operate on a different basis to commercial media.
Okay. I'm just going to touch on what Senator Mackenzie was talking about earlier. Are you aware of how many followers you have on X?
I'm not, Senator. You're about to tell me.
I believe it's about 2.6, and I'm at 2.6 million. Don't hold me to that, but that's the figure that I've come up with. And Blue Sky?
I'm not, Senator. No doubt you're about to tell me.
It's about 7,000. I believe. Double check me. Fact check me. So you have 370 times the number of followers on X. However, your posting rate between X and Blue Sky is 10 to 1. Why is that?
I think, Senator, Mr Fang's got some response on this, Senator, so I'll go to Mr Fang on this issue.
Senator, so I'm just picking this up off what I've been told, so apologies if I take a bit of time to go through this with you. So as to some of these questions, so there's been no change to our approach since 2023. The ABC launched a Blue Sky account in April 2026. It's got a fully automated, stories published on a just-in feed. Off our website's just-in feed, which pushes the summary to Blue Sky, and so no comments are enabled, so it doesn't require any moderation. So that's a factor. On Blue Sky, the ABC can opt to not have comments, but on X, every post has to have comments turned off, which is a resource implication. So that's why the volume of posts on Blue Sky at the moment is higher than on X, because of the moderation required for X posts versus Blue Sky posts.
You mostly have your comments turned off on X?
I believe so. That's the case. Yes. So no comments are enabled. Yes.
Explain to me the moderation requirement then. If you're doing 10 times the volume on Blue Sky to what you are on X, but you haven't got comments on X, so what are you moderating?
So we can opt to not have comments on Blue Sky, which means less moderation than if we were doing that on X, which is why there's a greater volume on Blue Sky, because we can post less stories where we don't take comments.
Yeah, I mean, should you not be trying to reach the widest possible audience?
Oh, absolutely, Senator. I mean, that's one of the reasons we're still on some of these platforms, but we also have to manage volume, the resources able to moderate that output to make sure that those stories are accurate and correct. So these are all variables that have to be, managed when publishing. We can't be everywhere. We try to be where Australians are where we can, but we have to manage a bunch of different variables.
I would suggest there's a fair few Australians on X, so you have 1.9 billion.
Yeah,
reasons to support those eyeballs, perhaps. But look, using your words, you need to inform the audience, and the public must come first. It doesn't sound like the public's coming first if you're putting 10 times the amount of content with much less viewership.
Well, I think we're publishing across a variety of different platforms where we can get to the audience. Some ways they're as easier. We might be doing some more on this particular platform at the moment. That might change over time. It just depends.
I think, Senator, it sounds like from what Mr Fang's saying, and it's dangerous to make assumptions in this House, but it sounds like the Blue Sky platform enables automatic publishing based on our feed, so it would be an automated process, whereas I think the X process requires manual activity, so that may explain why there's a difference in volume.
It's a massive difference.
Well, but you can imagine when it's automated, it is just constantly publishing. That would be the difference. But I think we said earlier we would come back to the Senate on this particular issue.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Whitten. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes and then return.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. recommence with the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. I'm just going to observe that I have a number of senators who are seeking the call, so we're going to go to 10-minute blocks of questions, but we'll keep rotating through as we need to. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a couple of questions about a new AI trial called the Daily News Briefing, which I understand is happening in my hometown of Tasmania, northern Tasmania. Is that correct? You're embarking on a new pilot program to use AI in the media operations?
I think what that's referring to is an initiative which we have going, which is about ensuring that sometimes the news content that we produce for radio is translated into a digital format, so that news content can get more life than just the radio broadcasting, can also be available for local audiences, and soon we will have an option to localise your digital experience as well, so you can get that localised content preferenced.
Is that the kind of stuff that's done by kind of junior journalists at the moment?
No, Senator, that wouldn't be done by anyone at the moment. So what that's about is actually ensuring that content, which currently just is on radio, actually has more life than what it's currently able to do. So it's about giving that content, the hard work that the junior journalists do to create that content, a broader audience.
Okay. And how long is it going to be trialled for?
We've done some trials already, assuming that this is the program we're operating on. We've done some trials in Gippsland, I think was one. I'm not sure where the other trial was.
I've heard regional WA maybe.
Maybe regional WA. And I think the results from the teams that operate in those local markets, my understanding is that they were very happy with the outcomes of the trials. So I think this is a major initiative, and it's all aimed about engaging with local audiences, because localism is a thing that the ABC can do, again, that nobody else can do. So localism is very important, but we need to make sure that good journalism is available in more places.
Okay, so a couple of questions on that. And I noted you said to Senator Roberts that you're looking at how to do things differently, which I'm sure you're doing all the time anyway. What consultation have you done with staff on this, particularly in northern Tasmania? They might see an AI program being rolled out and kind of wonder if this is the tip of the iceberg in relation to their jobs.
I assume, Senator, and again, I'm not sure of the detail, but I assume the consultation has been quite broad across many of the local operations. It's certainly something that I've spoken about quite generally across the organisation. As to the exact nature of how it's going to be rolled out in northern Tasmania, I'm unsure as to the exact.
Could you take it on notice and
sure, Senator, we'd be happy to.
Know what your plans are.
Yeah, it's an important thing for the journalists actually, but focus on the audience.
Yeah, I'd be also interested. You talk obviously quality, as you just said. You know, the kind of thing ABC is known for. I'd be keen to know what kind of safeguards are going to be put in place around the use of AI. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, Mr. Fang, I'll get to talk to our general principles in a minute. But in the case that you're mentioning, all of that content will still be subject to editorial review by senior editors in each of the individual local markets. So quality control remains paramount. In terms of our general principles?
Two things I'd add. Just one, I'm not aware of the details about Tasmania, but I know that where this project that the Managing Director is referring to was trialled in Victoria, it was actually led by the regional staff who are working on it to get it up to what they want to meet their local community needs. So it's being driven by staff.
It's been driven by a local regional staff.
For that trial, correct.
Okay.
In terms of our editorial approach and policies, human oversight is still required to make sure that anything that we go out meets our standards. Would
that pick up AI slop or what's commonly referred to as AI hallucinations?
Well, in this...
Which you have to agree would undermine the quality of your journalism and trust in you if you got it wrong.
Agree, so absolutely, which is why what's being piloted here is taking journalism that we are already doing and making for radio and finding ways to, as the Managing Director has said, give it a secondary life that meets local audiences on digital. So rather than it just creating its own AI slop, as you've said, it's actually based on the ABC's own journalism that is doing with human oversight to make sure that it is still meeting our accuracy standards.
Even if it is based on your radio content, for example, it can still produce hallucinations?
Absolutely. It still needs someone to look at it, check it, make sure that these things are meeting the standards, make sure that it's the same as what the original copy was. So that's an important part of the step. And, you know, that's all of the content that we make, whether it has some form of AI usage in the background, for example, through data journalism, etc., needs to still meet our standards when it gets to the audience. It still needs to be accurate and impartial and independent, etc. So there's no change in our standards because AI may be somewhere in a process.
Okay. And maybe this is, I mean, it's certainly a question for the senior management at ABC, but also potentially to the Minister. I mean, what guarantees are there that AI won't be used as a reason to cut jobs at the ABC? Is this the tip of the iceberg in terms of the use of AI replacing jobs?
Well, I don't think this is cutting jobs, Senator. This is making the most of the jobs that exist. And also that journalism, in terms of our work and trying to work with other local media players. We've done this now with emergency broadcasting, but this is another option for us once the journalism is in written form to be able to share that potentially with other local media operations, just in terms of extending the depth and quality of some of the operations they do. So I think it's actually got really good public purpose behind it. In terms of AI more generally and more broadly, it can be an amazing tool, but it's not a replacement of people. It's a resource for people to use to do their work. So I expect jobs will probably change, but it's not a job replacement. And those that are able to understand how they can use AI in their world to enable them to do their jobs better, I think will be the ones that will really continue to grow. So I think that's the way that we should look at that technology.
Well, are you, in terms of that, looking at that technology, are you formally looking at increasing AI in published content?
Again, I think as Mr Fang said, Senator, most of this is staff-led. The staff are voting with their feet. The staff are saying, hey, here's a program that enables me to do my work better, and we're really largely responding to things that staff are doing. So I think, again, we're early in its adoption, and it will be interesting to see how it plays out. But rest assured that our use of technology will be to enhance the experience for the audience, not lessen it.
Yes, and I don't dispute that, but we also want to make sure journalists keep their work too. I mean, it's obviously a bigger issue than journalism. It's a topic of discussion everywhere right now. So, but I understand some news agencies have completely banned the use of AI. Is that something you're aware of? And ABC's chosen?
No, Senator, that's not what I would understand to be common practice in terms of when you say ban the use of AI. No, I've not heard that. I'd be interested to know.
I'll see if I can find out.
Yeah,
for you.
I mean, what's happening in journalism is that there are a bunch of different things that are tasks that you might do that could take you a considerable amount of time, or to sort through large data sets, for example. Investigative journalism, for example, is a place where AI is starting to be utilised. But, I mean, overall, what we're seeing is that it's still relying on the journalists to be able to know what the story is and to know where to point that the AI in terms of its use around data. So, I mean, at the moment, I think that's one of the most powerful places. But as to whether other media companies are banning AI, I'd be very surprised about that. What we're doing, it may be banning it in different ways based on a number of different AI principles, but I haven't heard that.
Well, I mean, if you look at one of the key uses now, if you're just Googling something, an AI will provide a summary of available documents and research reports, and that can be quite subjective and often wrong. In fact, I was on a committee with Senator Nana Raja into disinformation and misinformation, and this issue came up time and time again. So with the translation from the radio to digital content, like obviously you'd be hoping to get a word-for-word translation, but would the use of AI in this case also provide a summary of like an interview with Senator Green on the Barrier Reef or whatever it happens to be? Is that the kind of application that's also going to have for taking audio onto digital?
I think our digital approach is often to provide a summary of an article. So again, as Mr Fang said, all of the work that's published will still be subject to human editorial review.
Right. And so you'll still have someone listen to the radio and say whether that AI summary was a fair.
It'll be the same journalist, Senator.
Our standard, Senator, everything that we publish still needs to meet our standards. This requires human oversight to ensure that it's an accurate summary, an accurate translation, whatever it might be.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Wilson. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just firstly want to return Mr Marks to the resignation of Mr Stevens. I have received some information that you threatened to terminate Mr Stevens if he didn't resign. Is that the case?
I don't know where that information's coming from, Senator. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not going to disclose the source, clearly.
Well, there were two people in our meeting, or maybe three. So I don't know where that information's come from, Senator.
No, but I'm asking you, is that true?
I don't make threats, Senator.
Did you suggest that you were going to terminate Mr Stevens if he didn't resign?
Senator, I think it's inappropriate for me to go into the details of individual discussions with Mr Stevens, about a very serious matter in this forum. But I think the outcome is Mr Stevens has resigned, and we will be in due course in near future making an appointment.
In relation to that appointment, Mr Robinson, can I ask whether you have investigated and scrutinised his social media?
Yes, Senator, we have looked and he has raised a few matters, as has every applicant that I've been talking to about some things in their past. So,
have you got any concerns about any of his activities on social media? He's been quite prolific, I think, on social media.
You'd have to tell me specifically what you're referring to, Senator.
He retweeted one particular article, which was a 7,500 word anti-Israel essay, very critical of Western media coverage of Israel, and it was titled "The Shoah After Gaza." And that essay made some pretty awful statements in relation to these matters. So I'm just wondering whether you've had a look at that.
Senator, again, in the absence of an appointment and in the absence of the person that's done that work, I think it's not really going to be productive for me to sort of speculate or make any assumptions about what that may relate to or otherwise.
Look, I won't go into any more details in relation to that. Have you had cause for concern in relation to any other social media activity of Mr Robinson?
Again, Senator, we're assuming he's that Mr Robinson's appointment.
We are. You're right.
And Senator, again, it would be appropriate for me to, of any issues of concern, have spoken to any person involved as to what the circumstances of that may be to be able to respond usefully to your questions.
I want to return to the issues I raised about Deborah Conway, and I will table this description by Deborah of what happened, and she has actually complained to the ABC about what she said was such a frightening experience. And it included really threats and abuse during her performance. There was also someone who brandished smashed a glass. There was a protester who smashed a glass and was waving around broken glass, I understand. So, and she says in this document, which I will table, it was without doubt the most scarifying performance I've ever been part of. and then she was asked by ABC Hobart to be interviewed, and without having any regard to the horrific nature of what happened, the ABC Hobart radio presenter Leon Compton, simply said, should Deborah Conway have the right to perform, where is the balance between the right to protest and the right to perform? Where does that line sit? And so she's raised some pretty, implicitly he was saying, well, why shouldn't people have the right to protest? So I take on board that you're going to investigate this further, but it was pretty frightening, and I will provide more information on notice.
Thanks, sir.
And also table this document. Mr. Marks, I wanted to ask you about the Giggle and Tickle Federal Court appeal. Sal Grover, who was the appellant in that case, and that's been very broadly reported, has raised concerns that at no time has the ABC ever shown any interest in interviewing her, reaching out to her, reporting her side of the story. I did do last year I did do a doorstop or a media conference with Sal after she came to Canberra, and the ABC journalist present asked a reasonably hostile question of Sal, but in no other respect, as she says, has the ABC reached out and sought to interview her at all. Can you explain, and I have raised this before, why hasn't the ABC been prepared to do that in the context of a very, very high-profile case? And why hasn't the ABC, and this is also in the context where the ABC ran an op-ed in which the author Paula Gerber hailed the federal court decision as being good for both trans rights and women's rights. Now, that's a very highly contested view, and there was no attempt to portray the other side of the story, that this was a very detrimental decision, as many people believe, including myself, for women's rights. So I'm just wanting to ask about this matter and how that possibly meets your impartiality test.
Yeah, I read a online article about the recent decision on ABC Digital, which I thought was fair and very good summary of the matters at hand. So I'm not sure about the particular matters you're referring to, but Mr. Fang, we've been looking at these matters, so I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, sure. So, Senator, there was, as you know, an ongoing case before the federal court. There was a bunch of different stages through that. We have covered that case at every step of the way, including the decision, which I think was Friday a week ago. I'm not aware, as you have said, about whether any ABC programs have approached Sal Grover. I've heard that criticism previously. I think during the coverage of a federal court hearing in general, we would be covering the hearing and the outcome of that in a fair and accurate way as it relates to best practice court reporting. It's not common to interview somebody that's included separately in a federal court case while that is going on, given that the case is yet to be decided. I'm sure people in the ABC would be interested in hearing from Sal Grover appropriately now that that is completed. You mentioned the
well, it's still
article.
ongoing, so it's now, I understand the possibility is that it will go to the High Court.
My apologies, that part of the federal court process is completed, so yes, it's possible that it can go to the High Court. You mentioned an article which I believe you're referring to on the Religion and Ethics report.
That's right, yeah.
So we post different opinion views on the Religion and Ethics report. There are a variety of different views and opinions that are posted on that site. I'm not aware particularly of others that might have been referring to this case, but over time we have published a variety of different opinions about these issues that is on that Religion and Ethics website.
Well, in the case of this issue, you haven't, Mr. Fang. You've only published one opinion piece. Now, it was clearly marked opinion. I appreciate that, but there was no other. There were claims made that were very highly contested, and there's been no attempt by the ABC to present the other side of the story or to seek opinions from other people, including Sal Grover herself.
So I assume you mean we've only published one opinion piece on this federal court
That's
outcome,
right.
as opposed to an opinion pieces on the issue more broadly?
Yes, I'm talking about this issue.
We've published multiple pieces on this issue more broadly. We've done a fair and accurate report on
No, you
federal court
haven't,
case.
Mr. Fang. You've only published one opinion piece in terms of the outcome of the full federal court decision.
Right.
And I would put to you that the claims that were made in that piece, while they were held by Ms Gerber, were highly contested, and yet there's been no attempt by the ABC to seek other opinions. If you're interested in a diversity of voices, why not look to other voices in relation to this matter?
It may be, Senator, that the Religion and Ethics side is looking for other opinions about this issue at the moment. I don't know. That they have published that. We've published other opinion pieces about these issues. But the fact that we published one opinion piece does not indicate an issue in our coverage, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, no, it does. It absolutely does, because it shows that you're only prepared in relation to the outcome of this full federal court decision, which is a very, very significant decision. The ABC has made the decision to only publish one opinion piece, which is very, very slanted, which makes what I would say are wrong assertions, which I strongly disagree with, but putting that to one side, there's been no attempt by the ABC to seek to publish other views about this case.
Well, so far, I'm not sure what else the R&D website is intending to publish.
Well, can I suggest that it would be appropriate that you balanced your coverage with other opinions in relation to this case?
I'm sure that
it looks really bad. It looks like the ABC has a very jaundiced view when it only publishes opinions which reflect one side of the argument.
I'll take that on board, Senator.
Is that an appropriate time to share the call?
Yeah, certainly.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask some questions about your regional work. Firstly, in general, and then they will turn to your work in Western Australia. Are you able to provide us an update on how ABC is reaching and connecting with regional and rural communities? And I ask that in a general level and then also particularly in Western Australia, please.
Thank you, Senator. I mean, it is unfortunate that in many cases, due to commercial factors affecting commercial media, that it's more and more difficult for commercial media to service local markets. The local journalism and network of the ABC, I think in 65 offices around the country. I always get that number wrong, but it's in the 60s. 67, thank you, Ms Klein. I think is a fundamental part of the future of this organisation, an important part of our nation. So we're very committed to that local operation. In some cases, some of the markets have more local content than others. It just depends upon the particular market, but in each place we have journalism, we often have morning radio, if not other radio, and obviously in emergency broadcasting we have continuous broadcasting. So I think, you know, as a connector for local communities, we need to be ensuring that we are servicing the local community and not servicing more national communities, that we're very focused on the interests of the relevant community they serve. And we need to keep investing in that, being a core responsibility of the ABC. And it's more relevant in some circumstances and less relevant in other times. but at every time, there will come a moment where, that connection with community is really important. So I'd like to do more. Senator Wish-Wilson asked about some of the digital initiatives that we're working on. That's about localising beyond radio to digital environments as well. I'd like to do more to service those local audiences.
I know particularly in regional Western Australia, the ABC footprint is so important, and it does build that sense of connectivity, and particularly where there's people on the ground doing local stories. Do you have a sort of mapping exercise or a snapshot of all the different places the ABC operates in regional Australia?
We do. I think we cover close to 99.9 something % of the Australian population in terms of ABC services. So I think I'm correct in saying it is the largest radio network in the world in terms of its coverage of nations. So I think it's something that we should be proud of and something that warrants continued investment.
And in relation to your answer just moments ago about the digital expansion, I would just probably emphasise and ask whether that would involve any reduction in local footprints or local reporting as distinct from the current ABC radio.
No reduction, Senator. I think there are various things that we will look to as we go forward, and I think investing in local journalism and investing in journalism based in regional Australia are certainly two priorities for the organisation, and I think technology enables us to be able to enliven that across more platforms. So that should mean that if you choose to engage with local ABC, you're able to prioritise local content as your experience. Or if you choose to engage with national ABC, you'll get national. And of course, that should be a choice of consumers.
Thank you. By comparison with commercial media, you do have this additional element of responsibility and service provision relating to disaster relief and emergency situations. Are you able to elaborate on what you're doing in that space, and if there are any updates? I think I asked you this question last estimates as well. If there are any updates as to the services you're providing or networks you're facilitating in helping Australians get critical information during those awful moments of either natural disaster or other emergencies?
No, thank you, Senator. There's probably two initiatives I'll talk to. One is we have invested in the emergency broadcasting team. Obviously, the emergency broadcasting team is part of a wider ABC, so they are facilitator as well as content originator of emergency broadcasting, but they obviously draw on the resources of the broader ABC as well. But we've invested to ensure that that is capable of being a 24/7 operation, which it wasn't previously, so that's been a key investment made. In terms of other matters, we've recently I think finalised an agreement with AAP. So AAP now, because they are an organisation connected into many media organisations around the country as a supplier, we now have a system where other media organisations are able to pick up and broadcast the ABC emergency broadcasting information when it's appropriate to do so. So it's making our material available to anyone that might benefit from using it for the benefit of their audiences. So, and that I imagine will be particularly the case in moments of emergency broadcasting. I think a number, I'm not sure a huge number, but a number of those organisations have signed on to that opportunity, and I hope that that continues to grow.
Thank you very much. Senator Henderson.
Mr Marks, I'd like to turn to the ABC's decision not to adopt the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, including because the ABC has described this definition as contentious and widely regarded as ambiguous. Can I just ask you to explain what parts of the definition are ambiguous and who within the ABC reached this view?
Senator, I don't think that's been expressed as a view of the ABC, what you just referenced, so I don't necessarily accept the premise of the question. Let me answer, though, the essence of it. Why don't we accept the IRA definition? We believe that the basis on which we operate is consistent with the IRA definition. Obviously, and I think we've spoken about this in many circumstances, as a broadcaster that really must invest fundamentally in independence, it is important that we operate on the basis of our own independently formed views, but obviously we take a number of things into account in doing that, one of which would be the IRA definition. I think what you're referring to in relation to some of the, examples used in the IRA definition is there is some discussion around experts and other industry commentators and the like about some of those examples as to whether they are ambiguous or contentious. Again, those are matters that we include in our reference as to whether we are operating on the basis that we think is the appropriate basis to operate. But as I said, we believe our definition is entirely consistent with the principles of the IRA definition.
Well, why not then adopt it? Because that's a determination made by the Royal Commission itself in terms of an acceptance as to what defines anti-Semitism. Now, that doesn't place any fetter on your ability to independently report the issues with impartiality and balance, doesn't prevent the ABC from criticising Israel. So I'm just wondering why you wouldn't adopt the IRA definition.
Again, Senator, and I'll let Mr Fang take up the response. Obviously, this falls squarely in his area of responsibility. Again, we believe that our definition is consistent with that of IRA. In fact, we have had discussions with the Special Envoy about this, I don't think the definitional issues are necessarily the ones that are really at the centre of what we've got to address. I think our definition, as I've said, works consistently with that of the IRA definition.
Just before we go to Mr Fang, can I just, because what I would put to you, Mr Marks, that not adopting the IRA definition of anti-Semitism undermines confidence that anti-Semitism is being properly recognised, and if it's not being properly recognised by the ABC, it can't be properly addressed. And as I say, I can't see how adopting the IRA definition of anti-Semitism impacts on the ABC to report any issue impartially and accurately. But it does seem to be turning your back on what Jewish Australians and the governments around the world have accepted is the appropriate definition of anti-Semitism. Because anti-Semitism arises in many ugly forms, in many guises. And I think there's been many examples with the ABC where perhaps that hasn't been recognised in the past. And so I would put to you that this was a very major misstep. The anti-Semitism envoy clearly has a very different view to the ABC. And if you are adopting a definition which is aligned with the IRA definition, why not just adopt the IRA definition?
Senator, again, I'll defer to Mr Fang in a minute, but I'll answer some specifics first. Look, there are many media organisations around the world that have not adopted the IRA definition. Each, no doubt, have their own reasons for doing so, but each, no doubt, would not be on the basis of in any way underestimating or underplaying the scourge of anti-Semitism in society. I think everybody is united in their belief that hate in all its forms and in the form of anti-Semitism is to be discouraged. As I said, we don't believe that our definition works contrary to those principles. Again, you would not suggest, I don't think you would suggest that we should adopt something just because the government has adopted something. I think you would expect us as an independent national broadcaster to make the right decisions to ensure that our content and our approach on these matters is governed by our independence and not by something that we're told to do by somebody else. So independence
I understand that point you're making, but the IRA definition encompasses anti-Semitism in many different forms. and it should not constrain you in any way from reporting on issues, as providing you stick with your statutory responsibilities of impartiality and accuracy. It's just what the IRA definition makes clear, though, is that anti-Semitism occurs in a number of different contexts, and it's not just someone expressing unbridled hatred for Jewish people. It is much more complex than that, and the IRA definition encompasses the complexity of anti-Semitism.
Thanks, Anna. Look, as it's Mr Fang's area of exact responsibility, I will defer to Mr Fang in terms of the exact definition, but I will just say again at the outset, everything that you've said is accepted. Everything you've said we understand. We engage with the Special Envoy and her team on this issue. We have had constructive discussions. I think we are working on an agreed plan forward as to what are the things that the ABC can assist in discouraging the scourge of anti-Semitism. When it comes to the definition, though, I think again we stand by the fact that our definition is not inconsistent with that definition and is consistent with the approach taken by many major media companies around the world. But Mr. Fang, do you want to talk to the specifics?
Happy to, Senator. So just a few points. You mentioned the Royal Commission and Commissioner Bell. So I've noted Commissioner Bell's comments at the Royal Commission on a couple of occasions about the IRA definition and not to verbal the Commissioner, but my understanding to her words is that the definition works for the work of the Royal Commission. So we await to see the results of the Royal Commission about what recommendations they might make. In regards to the media and the use of this definition, as the Managing Director has said, the definition that exists for us is similar in the sense that it does the same job. But the IRA definition, while not necessarily contentious to us, is contentious in different parts of the community. And while it has been adopted by some governments, it hasn't been adopted by media organisations all around the world.
So if it's not contentious to the ABC,
but it's important.
Aren't you appeasing those people, including, I would say, anti-Israel, Jewish-hating activists who do not subscribe to the IRA definition? Aren't you therefore appeasing those people in not adopting the IRA definition? If it's not contentious to the ABC, why not accept the definition of anti-Semitism, which has been broadly accepted and endorsed, including by the anti-Semitism envoy, who's an expert, including by many leading members of the Jewish community, who live and breathe this every day, Mr. Fang?
And so, Senator, I'm not suggesting... I mean, you've said we're appeasing critics, I think. I wouldn't agree with that.
You reference the fact that this is not accepted by...
It's not accepted by or not utilised by many media organisations, but I think it's important in the context of an independent media organisation with impartiality as a statutory obligation to ensure that on something as important and sensitive as this, that we don't... that we avoid adopting definitions that aren't independently made, as we do, and that also are contentious with some members of the community. I think what's most important is that the definition and our approach that we do use is in line with what's accepted as appropriate when considering anti-Semitism.
Well, I do want to quote Mr. Colin Rubenstein, the Australian Israel and Jewish Affairs Council Executive Director, who said that both the ABC and SBS, in not adopting the IRA definition, are pouring more fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. And he said that this is the most regrettable decision at a time of unprecedented surge in anti-Semitism. Can I ask you to respond to those criticisms?
Oh, I mean, people have the right to have their own views about that. I disagree that this is that our decision around keeping an independent framework around anti-Semitism and the definition is leading to more anti-Semitism.
Well, if the ABC is not prepared to recognise anti-Semitism in all of its forms as encompassed by the IRA definition...
No, I don't agree with that, Senator. I don't think that the definition and our approach to anti-Semitism and to journalism that accepts that it should not be racist or doing harm does not already encapsulate what's necessary to be able to report on issues of anti-Semitism.
So what part of the IRA definition do you disagree with?
Well, Senator, I just said what the issue here is that we have obligations for independence and we have frameworks for which we determine our own editorial approach, and there are parts of the IRA definition that are contentious for some people, and in an effort to
appease them,
maintain our independence, and assure that we're impartial, our approach is to continue with the current framework that we have, which does the same work.
I'm going to read this out, and I want to tell you, I would like to ask you, what part of this definition do you disagree with? Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. So what part of that definition do you disagree with?
Senator, you keep asking me if I disagree with it. I'm saying to you that the reason that we have our own definition is because we're an independent media organisation that has statutory obligations around that, and that we come up with our own frameworks about these matters.
Okay, so just tell me what's wrong, what's offensive, or what's not appropriate for you to accept.
I'm not suggesting that's offensive or wrong. I'm saying that the reason that we have our own frameworks is because of our independence.
Well, I mean, that's just like arguing that, you know, black is white. I mean, if you need to explain, and I'm asking you to explain, why or what part of that definition is not acceptable to the ABC?
I'm sorry, Senator, I think we're having kind of two sideline conversations, because you're asking me to agree or disagree to something which I'm not suggesting is the basis for us not utilising the definition. What I'm explaining is that we have obligations to independence and impartiality, and when we adopt definitions, we work on our own frameworks in order to maintain that independence.
Can I ask how many complaints the ABC has received about its coverage of Jewish matters and complaints in relation to anti-Semitism since the 7th of October 2023?
I'd have to take that. I'd have to see what I can provide. I don't have that in front of me, and it would be good to try to be as specific as possible about what you mean there, because you've mentioned a bunch of different things. Are you referring to the Israel-Gaza war? Are you referring to...
I'm referring to complaints of anti-Semitism.
About anti-Semitism specifically?
And the ABC's coverage of these matters, yeah.
And what parameters do you put around that? What are you
So
asking?
complaints that the ABC has been biased in relation to matters concerning the Gaza war, complaints in relation to the ABC not appropriately reflecting concerns about anti-Semitism, and so really right across the field. I'm asking if you... I accept you can provide that on notice, but if you could do that.
Will do.
So you've rejected the IRA definition. So what's your definition, please, and how does it differ?
Yeah, so we've got a bunch of different editorial policies and practices that reference issues about racism, including our harm and offence standard, and also in our guidance around hate speech. And our definition says the principle that sorry, I'll just get this correct and read it out to you. Legitimate criticism of the State of Israel or the actions of some Israelis becomes anti-Semitism when the target shifts from Israel to Jews.
So that's your definition of anti-Semitism?
That is one aspect that allows us to report on this.
Okay, what's the other parts of the definition of
So the
anti-Semitism?
editorial policies also talk about content makers must avoid the unjustified use of stereotypes or discriminatory content that could reasonably be interpreted as condoning or encouraging prejudice. This includes anti-Semitism.
And is that the complete package of...
Well, all of these things need to be read in conjunction with the broader editorial policies, but those are the two main aspects, I think, that go specifically to this.
And so I again go back to the definition, the IRA definition. What is... I'm really asking you to explain what is it that is offensive about that definition.
But Senator, I'm not saying that that definition is offensive. I'm saying that the reason that we don't adopt it is that we have our own independent frameworks for coming up with definitions as required of us, being an independent media organisation.
I would say to you, Mr. Fang, that you are using your editorial independence, which is an important tenet of the way you operate, as a shield against accountability in relation to the IRA definition. Nothing you have said explains why you have not accepted the definition of anti-Semitism in all of its ugly forms, because it's complex.
I disagree with you, Senator.
So it doesn't, your editorial independence does not exempt you from adopting standards.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I wouldn't use the term exemption. It asks of us that we're independent and that we come up with frameworks and definitions and policies that make sure that we're meeting our standards and the standards that the public expect of us. And I think in cases where there is contention, it's up to us to be very particular about making sure that that independence is maintained.
I want to ask you about and you'll need to investigate this because, and which I appreciate. So in 2025, on the anniversary of the October 7th massacre, Danny Machner, the brother of Galit Carbone, who was the only Australian murdered on October 7, he was in Canberra. He gave a range of briefings to parliamentarians. I attended one of those briefings. I have been informed that he was asked to be interviewed on the 7:30 report and he waited at the ABC studio in Canberra for some 2 hours for the time for his interview, only to be told at the last moment that he was no longer required. Are you aware of this incident, Mr. Marks?
No, Senator.
I'm not aware of it
Mr.
either.
Fang?
No.
Can you explain why the ABC 7:30 report, 7:30, wanted to ask Mr. Machner for an interview and then declined to interview him, kept him waiting, which...
It's not sensible for us to speculate, Senator. I think we will have to ask of the team and come back to you.
That's not a good treatment of anyone that's obviously been asked to be interviewed on your premier daily current affairs program. But I think it did cause Mr. Machner quite a lot of distress.
I know when those things happen, Senator, and this is not the only circumstance. Obviously, these things do happen from time to time. People are upset by having to wait, but we'll have to look into the circumstances and come back to you.
I have many more questions, but I know we are running over time. So, Chair, on that note, I might need to put further questions on notice, but thank you very much for your time today. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Walker, I understand you have a short block.
Yes, I just have a few questions. I know that the ABC building in Adelaide, the staff are going to be moving out of that building into a new location. Can you explain why the Collinswood facility is no longer suitable as the long-term home for the ABC in Adelaide?
Thanks, Senator. I'll ask Ms Klein to respond to that question.
Of course. Yes, Senator. So that's right. I think it was in 2025, actually, the former Managing Director announced that we would be looking at a feasibility study with the South Australian Government for a new facility. So Collinswood is, I think, over 50 years old. And in that regard, it's just literally not fit for purpose anymore. It's surplus to our requirements. The structural work we would have to do to bring it up to be fit for purpose and a modern broadcast facility would be such that we'd actually have to move out of the building to do that. In doing that, we would actually have to build other broadcast facilities, even if it were for a short time period. So the obvious then logical solution was for us to start looking for alternate premises.
And can you just sort of outline the work currently being delivered by the ABC in Adelaide for South Australian and national audiences like news, radio, screen, digital, and how do you think a new facility is going to help ABC teams continue to be able to deliver these services?
Absolutely, yeah. So across South Australia itself, I think, and excuse me, I'll just read this out. So we have more than 300 staff, and outside of the offices in Adelaide, we've got Port Lincoln, Renmark, Mount Gambier, Port Pirie, Victor Harbour. So we actually have, I think, as Mr Marks was talking about earlier, with regard to Western Australia, but also in South Australia, we've got a really broad footprint. That's obviously incredibly important to us. In terms of what we then produce out of South Australia, so within our Adelaide office itself, we've got BTN and BTN High there. We have the ABC News Loop, which is relatively new, which is also being developed out of that building. It's actually the home of our emergency broadcasting team. We have a range of dramas that we actually, more broadly, not just dramas, but productions that we make with the independent production sector. So I think Mr Marks referenced Bananas in Pyjamas. We've got Austin Series 3 being produced. In the past, we've had Stateless, we've had Aftertaste. So we've got a really broad, operation commitment to South Australia. With regard to then the move, the building that the location we're looking at is in the central CBD.
Yeah.
So it's actually, a really great location, a modern facility for our staff, an amazing ability to partner with the arts organisations, with the South Australian Government, and just having that presence. We're calling it an arts and media hub. It will have a presence that will be sort of visible to our audiences, access just to what's around us with regard to education facilities, whatever that might look like. So just that location is a really, really exciting opportunity for us.
And how have ABC Adelaide staff contributed to the planning so far, and how are you going to continue to consult with staff and unions as the project moves forward?
So what we have done, I think, as I said, we actually have been working on this for some time. So it was the former Managing Director who announced the feasibility in actually Feb of 2025. In Feb of 2026, we actually then were able to share where we have found the location, working with those arts organisations. So throughout that time period, we've also been talking to staff. We've had workshops with staff to understand requirements, to understand as well what we would hope to achieve with modern facilities moving forward, so new technology, adoption of new ways of working. So we've been working with staff on the way through. Obviously, as this progresses, we will also meet all of our obligations under the enterprise agreement to consult with staff as we get closer to a move.
And what are we looking at in terms of time frames for the move, design, getting everyone ready for that?
All the things that come together. So We are expecting we will be able to move by financial year 2031. Leading up till then, there's a range of activities to get ourselves ready. So we will need to go through both state government and federal parliamentary approval processes. So we're stepping through that. We're aiming to get to the Federal Public Works Committee, hopefully by the end of this year. So we're taking all the steps we need to take to get to that process, which includes a level of design, a range of understanding around engineering and a very extensive body of work. From there, then we will go into the detailed design processes, and then we will obviously go to the build and the construction. So, as I say, we're looking at relocating all teams by financial year 2031.
Awesome. All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Walker. Senator Henderson, I understand you have a short block as well.
I do have a couple of more questions, Mr. Marks. Look, I wanted to go and look more generally at your coverage of the Gaza war and what I would say is a systemic anti-Jewish bias that has permeated the ABC, particularly since October 7. Now, Chris Kenny has outlined those concerns in a great deal of detail, and on notice I would ask you to address those concerns. I know the Chair has written a column pushing back on that, but there's been many instances where the ABC has reported matters with a very strong slant against Israel, against Jews, and in a way which has prosecuted false narratives. And sometimes when the ABC has reported matters such as the bombing of the hospital, which it was said was by Israel, that later turned out to be incorrect. It was actually a bombing by Hamas of the car park next to the hospital. The ABC has not appropriately corrected the record. Now, part of the problem is that once these stories get traction and headlines, the subsequent correction gets buried. So you would be familiar with this article by Chris Kenny. Can I ask you to respond to those allegations in a broad sense? And I'm happy for you to take the detail of this on notice and respond to more detail on notice.
I mean, I don't think we're going to respond to an article by Chris Kenny in this forum. I think he was referring to a submission to the Royal Commission. I think the Royal Commission is the appropriate place for those matters to be raised there. I do reject many of the assertions that you've just made and the assertions made by Mr Kenny about our coverage of the war in Gaza. And I reject those entirely. I think our coverage has been appropriate. Yes, on occasion there's errors made, but even in the instance you refer to, I think the facts are still somewhat vague as to what the actual outcome was. And it's very hard as well, as I think as you would appreciate, to report from a war zone where in fact media aren't allowed into the territory, so where we're trying to get facts from a whole bunch of sources. So, you know, I reject the assertion. I don't think we're going to respond to a Chris Kenny article, but I think...
I'm asking...
The matters you've raised have gone to the Royal Commission and...
I'm asking you to respond. So this article encompasses a whole range of concerns which are reflected in a submission to the Royal Commission, and I mean that is a summary of a range of concerns, Mr Marks. So, I mean, I appreciate that you can just say, well, we don't accept it, but I would ask that you respond in detail on notice to the various allegations that have been made about the ABC's coverage. Yes, I appreciate the point you've made that in a war zone it's often hard to ascertain all of the facts, but I think when the ABC makes mistakes, too often those mistakes haven't been appropriately ventilated or highlighted by the ABC, and the bombing of the hospital is probably a very good example of that.
So, Senator, I'm happy to to speak to the bombing of the hospital, which I assume is the Al Ali Arab Hospital incident. I've heard that a little bit over the past couple of weeks. I think that was an incident in 2024. The initial
2023.
2023, my apologies. The initial reporting was done by us at 6 a.m, 6 in the morning, relying on agency material initially. By 6:29, that story had been updated with a new headline, with Israel denying that it was responsible for the attack, and also with statements in that story by the Israeli Defence Force blaming the bombing on
Hamas.
Well, in fact, actually, it was Islamic Jihad rather than Hamas that was in turn blamed. We also covered that quite extensively over a couple of weeks because there was a large number of a variety of different investigations done by different governments around the world, but also different organisations looking into that. For a while, in fact, for the first couple of weeks, it was still undetermined by most people about how that attack had actually, who was responsible for that attack. So I suppose I just point out on that one, which I have heard a bit of recent times, that story was, we admitted that we had that wrong for 29 minutes before we corrected it. There was also an Ombudsman's investigation which transparently wrote that up, and you can find that on the Ombudsman's website. So, I mean, I think in that regard, we admitted where we made a mistake, we fixed it very quickly, and we also put an editor's note on that story. And we continued to cover that story for weeks afterwards, conveying the views of the Israeli government and the IDF about what had happened there.
I don't think it was as clear-cut as that, because on that day of the wrong report, John Lyons appeared on the 7:30 program, and when he was asked about that, he sort of sidestepped that question. So there was a lot of vagueness about what the ABC was
Well, in terms
reporting,
of that
but
digital reporting, which is where most of the critique has been, that's exactly what happened as I laid it out.
Well, I'd appreciate if you could provide the details of how the ABC responded and those copies of those reports, but
Happy to provide the Ombudsman's
it is,
investigation.
There's a whole range of allegations. I mean, there is a very, very detailed submission that's been made to the Royal Commission. I imagine the ABC will be called up to provide a detailed response to the allegations.
I'm happy to deal with any of those specifics as they come up.
Have you made any changes to address these deep concerns about the ABC's coverage in this respect, Mr Fang?
What do you mean, Senator?
Well, in terms of editorial guidelines or updated editorial guidelines or greater clarity that journalists are being given?
Oh, as you know, we developed guidance around coverage of the war and around the October 7 terrorist attacks pretty shortly after that occurred. And that guidance has continued to be updated over the course of the last couple of years. I think last time we were at estimates, I said it was last updated in September last year. I'd have to check to see if there's been any further updates, but that's the guidance. That's the broad guidance that we give. Of course, that guidance sits within the broader context of our editorial policies. We provide verbal guidance as required, sometimes additional written guidance depending on what the story is. And of course, our editorial leaders are always having conversations about what they should and shouldn't do and the best way to cover these stories.
Can I also ask you about the recent story, which is a story that was broadcast just a few days ago, a rare look inside Iran. So an ABC journalist was given access into Iran by the Iranian government, only for a few days and apparently only on the basis that the journalists followed the rules of the Iranian regime. There's been some criticism of that report, that it didn't sufficiently highlight some of the horrendous human rights abuses, the executions, the mass killing of more than 30,000 Iranians, which happened in January of this year. And I'm looking particularly, there's there is a Iranian-born Australian and Sydney local councillor Kina Dorastami, and she has said that this is a spit in the face to Iranians stuck living under the rule of the theocratic regime. Can I ask you to respond to those criticisms? I appreciate that there may have been significant limitations placed on the reporter when she was in Iran, but it does seem that the report was lacking some of that critical information which could have been included after the reporter left Iran.
Sure, I understand that.
And I don't know whether communications were being monitored or how she was being supervised, whether someone was supervising the script, but the editorial independence of the ABC extends obviously to those very difficult reports.
I'll step carefully because I'm actually not aware about whether the reporter has left Iran or not, so I'll step carefully. So to put this into context, we have done many reports over the past couple of years, going back further for a very long time, but in particular more recently about the Iranian government's brutal crackdown on dissidents. We have spoken to people inside Iran. We have maintained direct contacts with people that have been able to speak to us on the phone or get through the internet ban occasionally to be able to speak to us about what has happened there. And we've done that consistently to enable people to understand what's been going on in Iran, certainly over the last little while in particular. The particular trip story that you're referencing was, I believe, a 7-day reporting trip into Iran, as you point out and you would know, to try to get into these types of countries. You do have to agree to have a minder or to have protection or to certain or to be shown around by the government of that country. I mean, that's the only way to get into these places. But I think it's still important to be able to go in, see with Australian eyes and tell Australians what's going on. The particular story I think you're referencing, the reporter very clearly said at the start of the package that this was all that the Iranian government would show them, that they were being chaperoned or shepherded by Iranian minders. So it was very clear to the audience that this particular story was being done under the auspices, but it was still important to show the types of propaganda, the types of material that the Iranian government was showing to their own people. So I understand if somebody saw that story, they might have asked what else is happening, but I think within the context of the broader trip and the broader reporting we've done, we've been very clear about the conduct of the Iranian government on its own people.
So there was a tour of anti-American propaganda and obviously this was organised by the Iranian regime's minder with the journalist. There was coverage of a pro-regime demonstration. I appreciate the points that you're raising, but surely that story or what the journalist was being shown by the Iranian regime representative must be balanced with the atrocities which are happening against the Iranian people.
So I think the particular incidents you're talking about there, so the story showed a large mural that the Iranian government had painted on I think it's a street side, which was about the Strait of Hormuz. The reporter spoke about that as being a piece of propaganda, and this is what the Iranian government is showing to its people. She also went to, as you said, went to that rally, referenced the fact that the people there were regime aligned or very conservative. So she made it really clear about the status of those
I appreciate
things.
that.
So I think what you and I might be talking about.
There was no inclusion of really critical facts like that regime and the pro-regime protest was only one snapshot of what was going on in Iran, because there were other massive protests against the Iranian regime which resulted in the horrific cold-blooded murder of thousands upon thousands of protesters.
I understand your point, Senator, but I suppose what we're now talking about is craft versus over time. Have we painted a balanced picture?
Not over time. I'm talking about this report. If this is meant to be an insider view into Iran, then I think it's incumbent on the ABC to tell this story with a great deal of accuracy and also impartially, despite the fact that the regime representative wanted a very pro-regime story told. It's incumbent on the ABC to tell the story impartially.
I don't disagree with you, and I take on board your comments about that particular story. I suppose all I would say was that it was really clear to the audience that this particular story was what the regime was showing us, and it was amid a bunch of other stories that we have done while we're on that trip, and more broadly, a focus on what the Iranian regime has been doing over weeks, months and years. So, but I take on board that you think that that particular story might not have met the standards that you expect.
Can I just ask, this reporter, was her script approved or checked, or what was the supervision? If she's reporting, or imagine she's sending out her story from Iran, how and was that supervised?
I'm not sure of the exact specifics, but I imagine that. Actually, look, I don't know, Senator, whether all of the material had to be sent or whether some of it was sent and there was some other work done back in Sydney. I'm not sure whether we were able to have connection with the reporter about the script at the time, but clearly everything that goes to air still must go through an approval and oversight process before it goes to air.
If her communications were being monitored, if her script was being vetted, if she was concerned about her own safety, if she reported matters that were contrary to the regime's wishes, then that's very, very material. And I'm just saying, was that the case?
Well, I think now we're adding a number of things that I don't know what occurred there.
No, that's what
I shouldn't be commenting on that. Yeah.
That's why I'm asking. But could you please come back to the committee
about
on
the
notice
process of having the script approved
and inform the committee about whether there were any such constraints or issues in that respect?
Specific constraints other than being under the watchful of the Iranian regime. I'll see what we can do.
And therefore, what and why then weren't there endeavours made to send back, say, a back announce to the story saying the reporter was unable to include other facts in the story because of various reasons, which...
I accept that.
So,
I accept
because it's not enough, sorry, Mr Fang, it's not enough to point to other stories that the ABC may have done 12 months before or 6 months before. That's not balanced reporting.
I accept your criticism, Senator, but I'm not saying that. A number of stories have been done over the period of that assignment. That story I don't think ran on its own. I think there was another story that went with it, and then there was another story the next night and something the next night. We also did a bunch of reporting on our website, so it's not like that stood alone as a story by itself.
Yeah, but when you're disseminating information, ABC audiences expect it to be factual and impartial, and also that reporters are reporting the facts without fear or favour. And so if there's huge parts of the story as to what's happening in Iran that have been removed from that story or not included, that's very, very material and I don't think meets the appropriate standards.
I understand where you're coming from, but again, it was very clear to the audience the way that story was captured and what it was doing. And we do expect people that sit down to watch the 7 o'clock news to watch the program, not just to watch one story that might be in it at that time. So contextualised by what else is around it. But I'll take on board your criticism and see if I can come back with what was the editorial oversight process that happened there.
And also if there are any constraints on the journalists and why they weren't appropriately addressed by ABC management in terms of how the story was presented.
I don't necessarily agree that happened, but if there is anything that I can reasonably provide to you, I will.
Were there any constraints on the journalist? And if so, why they weren't appropriately addressed and made known to the audience?
I'll see what we can provide.
Thanks very much, Mr Fang. Thanks, Chair. I have no further questions. Thanks very much, Mr Marks, also.
Thank you very much. And on that note, we say thank you to the officials from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation for the work and evidence you've given here today. And you go to committees. Thanks. May I now welcome officers from the Special Broadcasting Service Corporation, please. We'll just suspend for a moment while those officials come to the table. Thank you. Thank you very much. I call officers from the Special Broadcasting Service Corporation. I welcome Ms Jane Palfreyman, Managing Director. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you wish to make an opening statement?
I do, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Senators. As you've mentioned, obviously since last estimates I've been appointed Managing Director of the Special Broadcasting Service. SBS was established in 1975 to provide important information about the new National Healthcare Scheme to multilingual communities in their first language. Today, SBS helps Australians understand each other and the world around them through trusted news, award-winning drama, distinctive documentaries, world-class sport, multilingual information, movies, music on SBS Chill and SBS Pop Asia, and lifestyle content on SBS Food. We support new Australians to participate fully in life in Australia. For example, from understanding cost of living pressures, how to manage flu season, and what it means when Australians say, bring a plate. We also connect the newest Australians with the stories of the world's oldest continuous culture, with NITV proudly part of the SBS network since 2012. Today, SBS produces more original Australian content than ever before, across the more than 60 languages on broadcast, digital and online platforms, and our role has never been more important. At a time of growing polarisation, SBS fosters cross-cultural understanding and community cohesion. As cost of living pressures affect many households, SBS also provides Australians with free, high-quality media, including moments that bring the nation together, such as the FIFA World Cup, which commences on 12th of June, all games live and free on SBS and SBS On Demand. I hope you'll all be watching. Independent studies continue to show that SBS is among Australia's most trusted news services. That trust is earned through accuracy, balance, impartiality, and the care our teams bring to complex and contested issues every day. On that note, I want to briefly address some of the commentary that SBS's reporting or our editorial approach is biased. We refute that in the strongest terms. SBS is editorially independent, as legislated in the SBS Act. We are required to independently determine what we broadcast and publish, guided by the SBS Charter and the SBS Code of Practice. The Code requires our news and current affairs to be gathered and presented with due accuracy, balance and impartiality. It requires SBS to give due weight to available evidence and to present comprehensive range of perspectives over time without misrepresenting them or unduly favouring one view over another. SBS neither adopts nor rejects definitions from third parties, whether from governments, advocacy organisations or peak bodies. Where definitions are relevant to the story, we report them, attribute them and explain their context. That applies to terms including Palestine and anti-Semitism. Where there are different views, we explain these perspectives so our audiences have the information they need to make up their own mind. This impartiality and independence is what our audiences expect of us, and this approach is consistent with trusted media organisations in Australia and around the world. As a leading source of world news in this country, SBS comprehensively covers the horrific realities of war and violent conflict in the Middle East and across the globe. For many, these aren't just events in distant places. These are wars that are impacting the homelands and families of many Australians. At home, SBS has reported extensively on anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, including incidences affecting Jewish and Muslim Australians, community safety, hate-driven abuse and discrimination. We do this because hate directed at any community damages cohesion and must be covered with care, accuracy and humanity. Our code is clear on this, on its rejection of prejudice, racism and discrimination. Clause 5.1 states that SBS seeks to counter attitudes of prejudice against any person or group and will avoid content that clearly condones, tolerates or encourages prejudice or discrimination. These obligations are at the heart of SBS's purpose. Accountability also matters. Complaints that SBS has breached its editorial standards are investigated by the SBS Ombudsman, who is independent of SBS Content Division, and complainants can also raise these matters with the ACMA. We listen to our audiences. Where SBS makes an error, we acknowledge it and address it in a timely way. I also want to welcome the government's additional funding for SBS Examines, which provides fact-based and culturally appropriate journalism and explainers that address inaccurate information circulating in communities, particularly when this impacts community cohesion. Since launching in July 2024, SBS Examines has delivered more than 2,600 pieces of content in 55 languages, resulting in 11.2 million video views and almost 30 million social media impressions. These numbers demonstrate that Australians continue to seek out trusted news and information from SBS. They also underscore the importance of SBS's impartiality and the importance of sustainable support for trusted public interest journalism, including through the news bargaining incentive. I'm proud that Australians continue to place a high level of confidence and trust in SBS. We value that confidence and trust, and we don't take it for granted. Our role is not to take sides. Our role is to inform, to serve all Australians with independent, accurate and impartial journalism, and to help people better understand each other and the world around them. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Senator Henson.
Thank you, Chair, Ms. Coffin, and thank you very much for your attendance this afternoon to you and to your team, and congratulations on your appointment as Managing Director, which I suspected was going to happen, given you were acting in the role. Thank you. Look, I want to turn firstly, and unfortunately, we've only got a couple of minutes before we break for lunch, but I'll just quickly move to this issue. Mm-hmm. So there was a directive issued by the Editorial Operations Manager of SBS News and Current Affairs in February of 2024, saying, please do not use Hamas-controlled health ministry or Hamas-run health ministry or health ministry in Hamas-controlled Gaza or health ministry in the Hamas-run territory. And then it went on to say, we don't say the Democratic-controlled health ministry in the US or the Labor-run health department in New South Wales. Instead, use the health ministry in Gaza. Mm-hmm. Can you explain that directive? Because I think it's important that Australians understand that when there is reference to the health ministry of Gaza, we are talking about Hamas, which is a terrorist organisation. And your audience and viewers should be entitled to know that the health ministry is run by a terrorist organisation.
Senator, I don't have that specific email you refer to in front of me, and I might hand over to Ms Wicks in a moment. What I would say is we take a great deal of care with language, and that's about safeguarding our independence, but maybe Mandy might have some specifics.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I think in the context of our reporting, it is clear to our viewers that when we're discussing the situation in Gaza, the conflict is between Hamas and Israel. And so we very frequently reference the fact that the Australian government recognises that Hamas is a terrorist organisation. So whether we include it in relation to the Health Ministry or not, I think in context of the overall reporting, I think it is clear to viewers that Gaza is run currently by Hamas.
Well, it's not clear to viewers if it's not stated in your reports, and the direction not to include Hamas when referencing the Health Ministry is, I would put to you, concerning, because if you simply talk about the Health Ministry in Gaza, that's not properly informing your viewers, I would suggest, particularly when the Health Ministry in Gaza is committed to the destruction of Israel. So this is not a benevolent sort of department looking after the health of all people. This is a division of Hamas which is committed to the destruction of Israel. It is a terrorist organisation.
Which is what we have acknowledged many, many times in our reporting to ensure that Australian audiences understand that perspective. From October 7 onwards, we have absolutely comprehensively covered the actions of Hamas. In relation to health reporting and the statistics, again, if there is a particular story where you felt that that was therefore leading to imbalance in the overall coverage of a particular story, I'd be very happy to look into it. But I would suggest in the context of our overall coverage, we have frequently referred to the fact that Hamas is considered to be a terrorist organisation.
But I'm looking at a directive, an editorial directive, which makes it clear, telling journalists not to inform SBS viewers that the Health Ministry is run by Hamas.
That's not meant to imply anything, because in our overall context, as I mentioned, we're quite clear in terms of how Hamas is described, perceived as a terrorist organisation. So it's not meant to infer partiality in any way. It is to have, to reference the fact that this is where the figures, the casualty figures are coming from, is what they call the Health Ministry, and then we refer to the similar organisational reference point from an Israeli perspective. But that's not to infer anything beyond that, because our overall coverage absolutely and comprehensively references the fact that you're suggesting is that we need to acknowledge that Hamas is recognised as a terrorist organisation.
Yeah, but I'm not inferring anything. I'm just looking at your directive to your journalists, which makes it clear that journalists are not permitted to say in their reports that the Health Ministry of Gaza is run by Hamas, a terrorist organisation. Why should journalists be told not to include that critical information in their reports?
We have, from time to time, where it is relevant, we would include that. But generally speaking, their official place for statistics is the Health Ministry. Israel has a corresponding source for statistics. So overall, we call them the names that they are called, whether as described by the organisation themselves. But overall, our reporting then is quite comprehensively explaining, who Hamas is, and definitely the recognition of that organisation as a terrorist organisation.
Ms Pofferman, can I put to you that that's an inappropriate direction to SBS journalists, and that should be a cause of concern?
Senator, I think, as I mentioned, I'm not familiar with that specific email you're referring to. What I would say is, we take a great deal of care with language. Our role as legislated in the Act is to operate independently and to be impartial in our coverage, providing context and different perspectives for our audiences. Again, I'm not specific with that. I'm not familiar with that directive you're referring to. However, I might ask you if you've got concerns about our coverage and our output. I really welcome any articles you're concerned with on that matter.
No, I've got enormous concerns about the directive to journalists because that's an incredibly important factual matter that should be included in your reporting. And this is not a... This is a terrorist organisation. And the Health Ministry is committed to the destruction of Israel. Hamas is committed to the destruction of Israel and of Jews. And it's extraordinary that journalists are being directed by SBS management not to refer even to Gaza as Hamas-controlled Gaza.
Senator, I think some of those matters you've referred to, we've reported on extensively. The fact that Hamas is a terrorist organisation, you know, has featured heavily.
Sure.
In our
so
reporting.
why direct journalists not to say that?
I'm happy to take that specific directive as you've highlighted on notice and come back to you with more context.
If you could investigate it, I think this warrants investigation and reconsideration by SBS.
I'm happy to come back to you on that.
Ms. Pofferman. Thank you very much. We are going to have to go to a lunch break, so we'll obviously return after lunch. So thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you, Senator Henderson. We will now suspend for our luncheon interval. We will return in 1 hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Resume our session, and I will hand the call to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Generally speaking, why does the SBS attract much less controversy to it than the ABC?
Well, Senator, interesting question. I think I can speak to what we do, and we spend a great deal of time and effort in ensuring our work is in line with our code. Our journalists are thoughtful and consider deeply language and how best to reflect stories from around the world and here at home. That independence, obviously, you know, as I mentioned in the opening statement, is legislated through our Act and governed by our Code of Practice. And so it's something we take great care in. And when I think about our charter, safeguarding social cohesion, it's in service of that.
Do many SBS journalists go to the ABC, and do many ABC journalists come to the SBS?
Senator, I imagine from time to time that may happen. I don't have the specific numbers, but Ms Wicks might be able to share that detail with you.
I think I just, reinforce what you say. Yes, from time to time some journalists go to the ABC and vice versa, but obviously every recruitment opportunity we have is shared broadly, and we have applicants from across the industry apply. So we end up with journalists coming to SBS from many different news organisations.
How does the SBS editorial policy differ from that of the ABC?
Well, again, I might more speak to our policies and practice. So we, obviously in service of our charter, which is about safeguarding social cohesion. That is governed by the Code of Practice I mentioned before, and in terms of everything that we do is about impartiality, it's about accuracy, it's about balance, and as I said, the work our teams do is phenomenal and work we stand behind.
And obviously we're particularly focused on multicultural, multilingual, First Nations communities, and broadcasting in languages other than English extensively in order to provide, Australian news and information to those communities. So there's lots of differences in that regard.
But the multicultural, multilingual, Indigenous aspects of the SBS, the ABC would say that fits also within its own diversity requirements, expectations.
Senator, our Act specifically requires us to service multicultural, multilingual and First Nations communities. That's why we broadcast in over 60 languages. That's why on SBS On Demand you can log in language in a number of languages. We take a great deal of care in ensuring we provide services to all communities, but with particular focus.
How many people listen to SBS Chill?
That's a great question, Senator.
I'm really curious.
Yeah, I don't have that number. I know it's incredibly popular.
Me after estimates.
Yeah. we can come back to you with that number. I don't have that specific.
So how significant is the hybrid funding model in shaping the culture and the attitudes of the SBS?
It is significant, of course. We are 2/3 government funded, as you'd be aware, and 1/3 commercially funded, and so that revenue is derived through advertising, and we work, hand in glove with the advertising community. In terms of the culture, I think it brings a wonderful, the commercial side of our business is obviously in service of telling more Australian stories, telling more diverse Australian stories, and so there's a wonderful sort of complementary hand in glove aspect to those. The commercial teams feeling deeply connected to our purpose. It brings a wonderful culture to the organisation. We have incredibly high employee engagement. We're in the sort of 80 percentile in terms of how engaged our employees are. We're really proud of that. And obviously the commercial side of a business gives us a focus on efficiency too, and how we sort of think about deploying our resources in service of the Charter.
So the commercial elements of the SBS, the hybrid funding model, in no way compromises the quality of the broadcasting experience for Australians?
Absolutely not. Our commercial efforts are in service of our Charter and our purpose. Everything we do at SBS is in service of that, and in fact the 1/3 commercial revenue that I referenced before allows us to, of course, cover our commercial costs, but invest in more content, in more Australian stories, for all Australians.
So when you are speaking to potential advertisers, what attracts them to the SBS?
Well, of course, our audience. We have strong audience numbers across our 6 linear channels, across SBS On Demand. Our purpose, the fact that our audience is unique to the free-to-air broadcasting landscape. If you look at the audience sort of across the whole landscape, we offer a audience that you won't necessarily find anywhere. It's about audience engagement, it's about our purpose, it's about the stories we tell. Different advertisers have different needs, of course. We have NITV, our Indigenous channel, as part of our portfolio, and some of our advertisers are deeply connected and committed to elevating and supporting First Nation stories.
Is it right to assume that because the multicultural, multilingual, Indigenous emphasis, which is captured by the Charter, is reflected in the SBS audience? Is that a correct assumption to make?
When you say it's reflected in the SBS audience,
in terms of its makeup, correct? Yep.
Yes, Senator. We attract. Our objective is to reach all Australians and encourage all Australians to engage with the Australian story.
I suppose what I'm saying is you don't have to be multicultural or multilingual or Indigenous to recognise or have an appreciation for that.
That's right. Our role is to build cross-cultural understanding. So, of course, to serve communities, but also to sort of help build communities' understanding of each other. So, of course, it's in serving all Australians as mapped out in our purpose.
And how do your commercial and sponsorship arrangements compare and compete with fully commercial broadcasting offerings?
I think probably a couple of ways, but we, on our linear channels, so on our 6 linear channels, we are legislated to have 5 minutes of advertising per hour, so that's a stark difference. I think, sorry, Senator, the question was around the sort of...
So we covered a little bit of it in terms of how the, what someone who wants to advertise on the SBS would find attractive about the SBS. But I was more interested in those competitive commercial tensions between yourselves. 5 minutes out of 60 is not a lot, but just keen to understand how you might ensure that your offering is as competitive as it can be.
Yeah, Senator, we have a really competitive offering. We have a broad range of content from, sporting rights. We have the FIFA World Cup coming up, obviously, in a few weeks, which is commercially attractive. It's a significant event. It garners huge audiences for us. We have dramas, we have documentaries, we have, as I said, lots of First Nations content. And so, we're really competitive with both the free-to-air landscape, as you've referenced, but also the streamers, which are more and more in this territory. In terms of the guidelines you were referring to before, we have our own set of guidelines governing what we can do from a commercial perspective. But we're incredibly competitive. We're pleased to be so. We, are proud of the commercial side of the business and the revenue it writes, as it does allow us to invest more into Australian stories.
If the opportunity for commercial advertising was to grow from 5 minutes out of every 60 to 10 minutes out of every 60, how does that change the culture or the operation of SBS?
Senator, we'd probably need to model that and consider that in context of the broader market. In terms of how it would change our culture, I don't imagine it would. Again, as I mentioned, we are all there to serve our purpose. We are very clear about that. So it's sort of a hypothetical question I'd probably need to have a think about and work through.
I was going to preface it as a hypothetical, then I thought, no, I won't do that, I'll let you. Last question from myself. If it was permissible to go from 5 to 10 minutes, how do you think traditional commercial broadcasters might react to that?
Oh, that's probably a question for them, Senator. I'm not sure.
I
I'd like to
suppose
speculate on their response.
I'm just trying to understand what, if it was a Venn diagram, how much of your commercial advertising world intersects with theirs.
Well, I think advertising broadly is highly competitive, whether
Correct.
you're a free-to-air broadcaster, an out-of-home medium, or a streaming. Their response would purely be speculation on my behalf. I'm sorry.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
If you can expand on the on my original question about comparatively the lack of controversy controversy that the SBS attracts. If you could expand on that on SBS, I'd be most curious. On Notice, I'd be most curious. Yep. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator. The teams do a wonderful job.
Thank you, Senator Smith. I've got some questions about the 2026 World Cup.
Fantastic.
Really excited that we'll get all 104 matches free to air on the SBS platform, SBS Viceland and SBS On Demand. I think that's wonderful news, and I think all Australians will be overjoyed that that will be freely available to them and that they'll be able to enjoy the Soccer World Cup. Are you able to just give us a rundown of when and where the games will be available and any updates on the broadcast of that?
Sure. We are equally excited. Thank you, Chair. We are in countdown mode. As you've mentioned, there's 104 games for this tournament. It's the largest World Cup ever. Almost 6 weeks of content. We have 550 hours across, as you mentioned, SBS, SBS Viceland and SBS On Demand. We have a wonderful commentary team. We have some fantastic new features on SBS On Demand, which will be pleasing to viewers. We have the ability to restart, pause and rewind, which we've brought into SBS On Demand. I think the other point I would say is there's lots of wraparound content for the World Cup. There's of course the games and all the commentary around the actual football, but there's some beautiful shows the teams have either acquired or commissioned themselves. We have a nightly comedy vodcast, Cup Fever, with Santo Cellaro and Ed Cavalier. We have a really beautiful documentary titled Wogball, Australia's Beautiful Game, which is narrated and presented by Anthony LaPaglia, which talks about the success of football in Australia. We have Adam Leor has done a wonderful show for us around food, as you would expect, North American fan feasts, and we have some World Cup episodes of Mastermind. So there's lots of wraparound content, and I think that's the beauty of the World Cup. Yes, it's about sport and it's about football in this instance, but it's also about cultural celebration and unity and sort of coming together to cheer on your home team, and we know lots of Australians have a second team that they might have an affiliation with, so we're looking forward to it. No, just the Socceroos. Yeah. Okay.
Now, I'd like to ask you about the Beautiful Game Changers. Can you tell us a bit about that project and what the feedback has been?
Yes, Beautiful Game Changers, they're mini documentaries. There's 12 of them. It's all about celebrating local heroes and who've used football to drive social cohesion. So, it's very much linked to our charter in that respect, thinking about those people who've done wonderful things.
Turning to NITV, are you able to update us on what work's been done in that space and through that channel to amplify the voices and stories of our First Nations community since our last meeting?
Yeah, we're really pleased with the work the NITV team do, and in fact when you look at the numbers, obviously as we all know, how audiences are consuming content is changing. We used to watch it on the old-fashioned linear, what we call linear TV, and so now more and more people are consuming through digital. NITV is bucking that trend a little bit, and when you look at prime time audience growth over the past years, it's sort of grown year on year, so it's really pleasing. There's some beautiful content that team does, from news and current affairs with INACA and The Point to co-commissioning some fantastic dramas. We had Reckless, which aired last year, which was filmed in Western Australia. We have 2.6 Seconds coming shortly. We've also, through NITV, but a broader SBS partnership, is just renewed our partnership with the Yothu Yindi Foundation and are looking forward to Gama in early August this year. And so I think there are a couple of the things led through NITV, but also supported by the broader network in elevating First Nations voices.
May I just follow up on Garma? Now, there's a commitment to bringing that to people across Australia. How's that going to be made available? And obviously it's a festival, it's a significant volume of time in terms of programming. What's the plan to bring that to Australian audiences?
Yes, it is a festival. It's run over 4 or 5 days. It's covered actually by the broader network, just not just NITV. Of course, it features on NITV. It features through NITV News. We also cover it through SBS News online and through SBS World News from a video perspective. Our language teams too, SBS Arabic and the SBS Mandarin teams cover it. We have reporting of the event across our 60 languages. So it's very much a whole of network approach. We have collections on SBS On Demand around this time as well, allowing Australians to dive deeper into First Nations content and seek to better understand, our First Nations people and their stories.
Thank you very much. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Pufferman, I just wanted to continue my questions in relation to the SBS's editorial guidelines. There was an email sent from Ms Melgar. Florencia Melgar, the same person who sent the email that, in relation to the matter I raised with you before lunch. And she's given some editorial guidance preventing misleading parallels between the Holocaust and the Palestinian-Israeli war. I thought the war was with Hamas myself, but maybe that's not permitted to be said. In any event, I'm particularly concerned about some of the advice in this email. And I just want to read you a couple of things. In the context of the current war and the worldwide recognised humanitarian crisis in Gaza, we should avoid an over-representation of Holocaust-centred stories. This excludes news, stories such as the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And then she went on to say, our focus is to centre coverage around the conflict between Israel and Hamas, recognising that Palestinians had no involvement in World War I. Well, I think there was subsequent correspondence to indicate that that is contested. And then there was the direction, when the senior editorial leadership deems Holocaust victims' voices newsworthy on a case-by-case basis, scripts and articles should be referred up for guidance to ensure the inclusion of appropriate context. Can you explain these guidelines at all, Ms Pofferman?
Senator, I'll hand over to Ms Wicks in a moment. What I would say is that's one piece of editorial guidance, obviously, that you're referring to. We have substantial editorial guidance across a range of documents, and they do need to be considered in full. As you can appreciate, our journalists, when reporting on a story, there are multiple considerations, and hence that broad editorial guidance, which is also coupled with lots of conversations. And often the guidance is delivered by the requests of journalists for clarity. As mentioned before, I stand behind the work our team does. They take great consideration about language, and if there are specific articles that you think this editorial guidance has produced that are in contravention to our code, please share that with us. But I might hand over to Ms Wicks.
No, I'm not raising concern about particular articles, Ms Pofferman. I'm raising concern about the editorial guidelines. It just seems a quite extraordinary direction that essentially any story involving the voices of Holocaust victims needs special approval.
Senator, again, I'll throw to Ms Wicks. Editorial guidance considered in full. Of course, we have upward referral pathways, and that is to ensure that we are in line with our codes. We are impartial, we are accurate, we are balanced. But again, whether Ms Wicks wants to speak specifically.
Yes, I would suggest there is significantly more context to that advice, which I don't have to hand, and happy to take it on notice and provide a response. All our editorial guidance is generally crafted following questions or conversations from within the newsroom, seeking clarity. So generally there is then a conversation and guidance is shared in that moment, usually in relation to a moment in time, a particular story we might be covering, and is not necessarily applied holistically across every single thing that we're doing. It's usually a very timely piece of advice. So very happy to take that on notice, Senator, and come back to you.
One particular, and I have scrawled on this particular document, I can provide it on notice, so you can.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to do that. But there was also, this is an email just about reporting in relation to the Holocaust in the context of the Israeli-Hamas war in Gaza. This email also says the mass murder on October 7th is the most significant crime against Jewish people since the Holocaust. However, it's crucial to consider historical context, as audiences may not automatically grasp it. I'm not sure what that means.
Again, there would be more context around that within the guidance that was given.
It then goes on to talk about the reason for context. It refers to Code 5.1, prejudice, racism, discrimination. SBS understands that different cultural groups may have different perceptions and values. Surely the fact that this was the most significant mass murder of Jewish people since the Holocaust stands and falls on its facts without any qualification.
Yes, and I don't think we would dispute that. I think it's providing additional context, and certainly our reporting, we have covered that frequently in terms of that being the fact.
There just does seem to be a particular focus on the reporting of the Holocaust, which concerns me. Would it be possible to have a copy of your editorial guidelines?
Senator, there's no one document, it sits across a range of documents. Is there any particular area?
Well, this is editorial guidance, anti-Semitism, November 23. This is the version that I got. No, I don't know whether this has been updated. So that's one part of it, but I would like a copy of all of your editorial guidelines.
Let us take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. I do want to turn to SBS's decision not to accept the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, and in this document, that's the anti-Semitism editorial guidance dated November 2023. It explains under the heading Implications of the IRA definition of anti-Semitism for freedom of speech. It refers to Francesca Albanese, who's a sanctioned person, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories, sanctioned by the United States. And it makes special mention of the fact that she has highlighted that IRA's definition of anti-Semitism correlates anti-Semitism with criticism of Israel. Consequently, this association is exploited to accuse civil society and human rights groups of anti-Semitism when they voice legitimate concerns about Israeli policies aligned with international law. So I would put to you firstly that the IRA definition does not prevent legitimate criticism of Israel. That's quite clear. And the other thing that I would say in relation to quoting Francesca Albanese is that a number of European countries have demanded that she be stood down as the UN rapporteur because of her known anti-Semitic views.
Senator,
and that's why she's been sanctioned by the United States.
Yes, let me first start with the ARA definition. We don't adopt nor reject the ARA definition. Given we are, legislated to be independent, our role is to report on the news of the day, to report on multiple perspectives, and not to adopt one view, whether it's a government view, an expert view, an NGO view. Our role is to provide the information, to attribute it to those who are defining it that way, and provide that context for Australian audiences to make up their own minds.
But can I just query this? Because we obviously debated this issue with the ABC, which has taken the same view. I mean, it says that its definition aligns with the ARA definition. I would put to you that the SBS already operates within accepted external frameworks, whether it be workplace laws, the definition of defamation law, other types of legal frameworks and definitions. That doesn't undermine SBS's independence in any way.
But Senator...
It just seems to me that the SBS, like ABC, has declined to adopt this definition because there's been a fierce lobbying campaign by a range of activist groups who are very opposed and are very anti-Israel and, frankly, anti-Jewish.
Senator, I reject the assertion. Our role isn't to sit in judgment on what's right and wrong, but to report the news, and we do that with great care. We provide a range of perspectives. We attribute the views or the definitions to those who are making them. It's not up to us to define. And I think, in this instance, you referenced sort of in your earlier question, the IRA definition was provided. We provide a range of sort of context materials for our journalists, and that is one of them, as you've articulated.
But you're quoting someone who's a known anti-Semite, someone who has been formally sanctioned by the US.
So in terms of the editorial guidance given, we obviously give our staff a general view that anti-Semitism is about prejudice and discrimination against Jewish people, which is abhorrent, and we have extensively covered the impacts of anti-Semitism as per our purpose, which is all about trying to safeguard social cohesion. We've done that, we'll continue to do that. That's really important. In terms of the context and the guidance provided to our staff, I'm not privy to what you have there, but there is additional context, pages and pages of context, of which the comments you referenced then would just be one perspective that would have been included in 7 or so pages of context for our team members to understand that there have been different perspectives on this particular definition. At the end of the day, though, we don't reject it, we don't accept it. Our role is to report on those perspectives and to essentially focus on the issue around anti-Semitism, what is causing it, how could it be prevented, and indeed, of course, condemning the horrific impacts of anti-Semitism.
So you have rejected the IRA definition?
I said we've neither accepted it or rejected it.
So you're not accepting it? You've made that clear in your public statements.
Under our statutory obligations, we're required to be impartial and neutral in our language. The fact that there is so much context around this definition indicates there are different perspectives. So our role, which we've done, is
different perspectives. Sorry to interrupt, but I would put to you that when you are quoting a known anti-Semite like Francesca Albanese, sanctioned by the United States, condemned by many countries around the world for her horrific anti-Jewish, anti-Israel sentiments, I would put to you that that is a most improper way in which to justify that the IRA definition should not be accepted.
Senator?
I would suggest with our guidance, we have listed multiple perspectives which provides context to our
That perspective is not legitimate. That perspective is abhorrent because she's a known anti-Semite. She despises Jews, and that's why she's been sanctioned. That's why the likes of various European countries, including France and Germany, have called for her to be stood down as the UN rapporteur.
And so our role is to cover different perspectives, developments in relation to this, but in terms of discussing, the definition of anti-Semitism, SBS has no house view. We don't form a view about what we believe is anti-Semitism apart from...
I think this is the view you should be forming, that when you're determining the meaning of anti-Semitism, you should not be relying on the views of a known horrific anti-Semite.
Senator, that context material is not endorsing the context material. It's giving our journalists a whole range of material to understand how this issue has been discussed and reported on all around the world. Our role is then to factually and impartially report it. Please judge us on our output. I think you'll find the work our journalists do is thoughtful, is taken with great care.
I hope your journalists are ignoring this, Ms Porphyman, because I think this is very ill-advised guidance when you haven't even made a note in this guidance about Francesca Albanese's history.
I think the guidance was issued in 2023.
That's true.
And since then there have been the sanctions against...
development. So
that's right. So this was issued prior to those sanctions being administered.
Has these editorial guidelines on anti-Semitism been updated?
Our guidelines are always under review in terms
this
of...
November 2023 anti-Semitism editorial guidance document been updated?
No, I don't believe it has. It remains context, of which there are 7 pages of different perspectives on the definitions, plural, with SBS not forming a view. Generally speaking, we think of anti-Semitism as being prejudice and discrimination against Jewish people, and our focus has been and will continue to be on reporting about that and really giving those communities a voice about the impact that is having on their lives every single day. That's our focus.
So let me give you an example. So saying that a Zionist is a terrorist, is that anti-Semitic?
I'm not going to give you a view, a form of judgment.
Well, this is exactly my point. This is what the IRA definition encompasses, because Zionist is used interchangeably with Jewish for activists, anti-Semites, to attack Jewish people. It's a way that they attack Jewish people without using the word Jew or Jewish. They say Zionists are terrorists. And if you can't provide guidance as to whether that's anti-Semitic, then I would suggest that the SBS is failing in its obligation to its journalists.
We've reported on the definition and the different perspectives for those who would absolutely concur with what you've just said. And that is our role then, is to explore and report on the different perspectives in relation to that definition.
But people who hate Jews are not a legitimate reference point when giving your journalist guidance. And I would suggest to you that your policy document needs to be dramatically and very quickly updated so that you're not referring to known anti-Semites in your guide.
The guidance, I would suggest, they don't inform our editorial. It's context and information in order to address what are complex issues on many things in terms of our reporting. So it is one perspective of many from 2023. It does not influence our reporting and our perspective in relation to our reporting, which is absolutely guided by our code of practice, which requires us to be balanced, impartial and accurate at all times. If you feel there is a particular story or coverage that we've done where you felt that this has influenced it, I'd be really happy to look into that. As I say...
Well, the introduction to the document says this editorial guidance provides clarity on SBS's understanding of anti-Semitism and the diverse perspectives regarding the IRA definition of this term. It also explains the distinction between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. So I've just put that question to you. Is the claim Zionists are terrorists, is that anti-Semitic? You couldn't address that. You might want to consider that and come back to me, because that concerns me. But this is the guide that your journalists are relying on. And I would put to you that this is most improper. It does not reflect the understanding as to what journalism is. I mean, yes, people have different perspectives, but why should you be guided by known anti-Semites in relation to the definition of anti-Semitism?
Senator, I'm not sure providing context on the issue is suggesting that we're being guided by. I think it's helping our journalists understand the complexity, the discussion, the reporting that's happened. It's not to be taken as a directive. It's not taken as our position. We're not in a position to take a position. But it is important that our journalists have context and they understand the broader discussions, the broader reporting around this.
Can I ask what is it about the IRA definition, Ms Poffriman, that you don't accept?
It's not about the IRA definition, it's about our independence and that our role isn't to adopt a view. It is to report on the views, to attribute those views to those who have made them and to give that context to our audiences. It's not for us to sit in judgment and determine what's right or wrong about any view, but rather to report as a public broadcaster and provide as much context and nuance as we can.
So do you have a definition of anti-Semitism that you rely on?
I think as Ms Wicks referred to before, we broadly understand anti-Semitism to be racism and discrimination against Jewish people.
And, but you don't accept the other manifestations of hate towards Jews and those who would identify as being Zionist?
I think, Senator, if you're talking about hate to Jewish people, then of course that's part of the, the broader understanding we have, which is, discrimination, racism, hatred towards Jewish people.
And we've reported on those things extensively.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Chair. Hi. Well, it's my very first question as a Labor girl. I'd like to talk. I'd like to ask some questions about the funding that the Albanese government has provided for SBS examines. How does the program tackle mis and disinformation directly for people in the community?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, in the budget this year we received a moderate uptick, an extension of that SBS Examines product, which we're incredibly proud of. SBS Examines delivers fact-based, culturally appropriate audio, video, written explainers, journalistic content, which is absolutely designed to counter mis and disinformation that, erodes social cohesion. Since launching that in July 2024, we have created over 2,600 stories in over 55 languages. We've had some strong engagement, almost 30 million social media impressions. The content is, of course, on our platforms, but also on a lot of digital platforms and social media locations that, where we know some of this mis and disinformation can take hold. We're really proud of the work the team does and happy to sort of continue the work. In terms of the themes it covers, it's a whole range of themes. It could be around anti-Semitism, it could be around the role of immigration in the housing crisis and some of the misinformation that was circling, the debate around welcome to countries, visas, AI misinformation around sort of how it's being used in war. So there's a whole range of issues that are informed by the news of the day and informed by our journalists and our teams.
And the beautiful thing of SBS is that it breaks down information so that everybody can understand it from whatever walk of life. My dad, God love him, not the brightest tool in the shed, could understand exactly what is on SBS. And I love my dad. He's an amazing human being, but he needs simple words and languages to understand a topic. But SBS also comes across to the highly educated person and tackles topics in a different vein. Yeah?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Look, the team take great pride in their work and helping to break down some really complicated issues is what they do every day. We also have, a range of products. We have SBS News in Easy English with scripts to help people who maybe English isn't their first language to dive in and better understand the issues of the day.
Yeah, and they're examples of how you do break it down the information for everybody in community, yeah?
I think that's the role of explainers. We're very passionate and committed to the work the teams do. It helps really to provide that context to have a better understanding of the issue at hand.
And it's a job well done.
Thank you, Senator.
Has the reception been positive towards it?
To SBS Examines, absolutely. I mean, some of those stats, as I said, almost 30 million social media impressions, but we've also had almost 12 million video views, almost 1 million audio downloads. Of course, there's been engagement on our platforms too, so we're really pleased thus far and are committed to continuing to do that work to counter social cohesion.
So
with
it's not going
that
anywhere
clarity.
soon?
Unfortunately, I think that's right.
Perfect. Change of gears, Eurovision. Yay.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of Eurovision for a very, very long time. Yeah, we're having a little bit of a disagreement on who is the best singer representing Australia in the last couple of years.
What's
Delta
your
fan, Dami Im all the way. Yeah.
Both good choices.
Yeah. How important is us participating in an international forum like that and getting it to people in community for SBS?
Really, really important. Obviously, we've got a history in broadcasting Eurovision. We're very proud of that moment. It is a celebration of music and, a sort of a reverent celebration of music in its own beautiful way. It's also a celebration of culture through music, and I think that's why it's something we're so proud of at SBS. When I think about this, Eurovision with the phenomenal Delta, we've had such strong engagement. We had 3.27 million people total TV national reach. So watch across a number of platforms, with the grand final being over 1.2 million. So I think that speaks to the engagement and the commitment Australians have in cheering on in this year, Delta, in other years, Dami.
I also like the death metal band a few years back as well.
That's wonderful to hear too.
I know, it's terrible. Do you find, though, that having this kind of diversity in programming is important because of the different people that you have within our communities now?
Absolutely. I mean, everything we do is about making all Australians feel seen and heard. And so whether it's, the beautiful in-language content we do, the news and information, whether it's how we do dramas, how we think about the stories we're telling and the subtle story arcs through dramas, whether we think about our amazing reality show Alone and how we think about casting and making sure we're using every opportunity.
In Tasmania.
It's in the Arctic this year.
There's one in Tasmania.
It's going to be incredibly exciting, but I think our teams take a great deal of care thinking about how we tell all Australian stories and have that sort of cross-cultural education I spoke about before, whether it's, examining it through a documentary, which is a very direct way in, or through a drama, which is a sort of more nuanced way into the topic.
Do you find on-demand or broadcast you have better interactions from your audiences?
I don't know if they're better interactions, but certainly we're really pleased with the success of SBS On Demand. I mean, we were first to launch a sort of full catalogue of content, if you like, in 2012. We didn't consider it as just a catch-up to our main, TV service, but rather a destination in its own right. And I think you'll see through the breadth of content we have on that service that it's an incredibly engaging and exciting proposition for audiences, and as such we see everything from people streaming SBS World News to watching Eurovision to engaging in language content to logging in language, and so we're really pleased with the success of that product.
Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your questions.
Senator Tyrrell. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I also want to ask about Eurovision and in particular Australia's 7-person jury, which is selected by SBS. Now, I'd just be keen to understand how this works, but as it looks on its face, 0 votes were provided to Israel. and Australia's public vote also awarded 0 votes to Israel. And so Australia ranked Israel 25th out of 25 countries in the final. And just for context, Israel in fact came second in the competition. So can you just explain how that happened, Ms Palfreyman?
When you, Senator, I actually don't have that in front of me, but I'm really happy to come back to you on, the judging process, absolutely.
So how's the panel selected? And
again, as you've mentioned, we select the panel. Again, I can come back to you on the sort of criteria and how we go about making those decisions.
Is there someone else here who could address questions on how the panel works? And because the voting is all run by SBS?
The panel is run by SBS, and so the panel's voting. Obviously, Australia votes through the same mechanism as other countries. The online voting and the phone numbers.
Is that coordinated through SBS though?
No, that's coordinated through the EBU, yeah.
Okay, so the SBS doesn't have anything to do with the public vote?
No, Senator.
But the jury vote, which is run by SBS, and SBS selects the 7-person jury. So as we've seen, Israel received 0 votes. Are you aware of this?
Senator, I'm obviously aware of the things you've mentioned, that Israel came second. I, watched Eurovision along with many Australians and saw how the votes were being cast. As you said, yes, we select the panel. There's some criteria there. I imagine musicality is part of it, but I'm definitely happy to come back to you on the specifics.
Well, it's only because there isn't any comeback. It's today or only on notice. So, can you tell me who were the members of the panel?
Oh, goodness, I don't have those names in front of me, but if you bear with us, we'll...
Okay, if you could just maybe...
Yes, we'll draw them out for you.
Ms O'Neill doing some quick searching, so I'd be just great. I'm grateful if you could bring,
of course,
to the table what you can. So how much did SBS spend on Eurovision? So what's the breakdown of costs? And did you send anyone to Austria, or did anyone go to Austria from SBS for Eurovision?
Senator, we do send some staff to work at the event. It is a small number of staff. In terms of the payment that you referred to, we obviously have a partnership payment to the Eurovision Broadcast Union. I can't share that. That is commercial in confidence, as a lot of our content acquisition deals, as you can appreciate. Sharing them would disadvantage us. In the same way, buying pieces of content would. It's a highly competitive market. So yes,
I'm not sure. Okay, you can take that on notice. I'm not sure about that. Many contributions by public broadcasters are on the public record, including funding provided for documentaries and the like. I don't think it's particularly controversial. Everyone knows what you paid for the rights for the World Cup soccer.
No, Senator, that is not public information.
Well,
it's part of a competitive process.
Okay, well, it's been reported.
I'm not sure it's been accurately reported, Senator. That's my understanding.
It's certainly been reported as to an approximate figure that you've paid. But look, could you take that on notice? So what was the cost of sending a delegation, and what do you mean they were working at Eurovision?
So we send a couple of staff who assist with the coordination of the event, the publicity, etc. I'm happy to share those numbers with you. I don't have them in front of me. It is a small cohort. I think it's in the order of 2 or 3 people, but I'm very happy to share that with you on notice.
And how long were they in Austria for?
It would be a matter of days, Senator. Obviously, the event, there's sort of the semi-finals and the finals. Again, we can share that on notice with you.
I'm just interested in why you'd be sending a delegation to work over there. So is this SBS's publicity requirements?
I'm not sure. A delegation might be overstating it, but it is a couple of staff. I mean, obviously, it is, Delta is the artist that, in this instance, obviously we have chosen, and so it is an event that we are responsible, for, and we're proud to showcase to Australians.
And can I ask who did attend on behalf of SBS?
Again, I'm happy to take that on notice. My understanding is it's a couple of people. We have usually a publicist and someone from the content team who oversees the content obligations.
Ms O'Neill, are you aware of who attended and any further details?
Not the specifics. I know we do, as Ms Palfreyman said, someone from the content team who sort of manages the EBU relationship would have been there, I suspect. But as for the sort of other staff, I'd have to check. I don't know off the top of my head, I'm afraid.
And can I just ask, what's the process for selecting the jury?
Again, I think I mentioned before, I'll take that on notice and come back to you. I imagine there's some criteria, so we can come back to you on notice, Senator.
I can tell you who the jury is.
Yes, please. Thanks, Ms O'Neill.
We have, so the jury was 7 people. There was director, choreographer and performer Ms Kelly Abbey, singer Erica Padilla, who was a former contestant in Eurovision Australia Decides, entertainer and performer Hans the German, who you, I think, may have seen on the Today Show from time to time. He's sort of, a well-known Eurovision fan. Singer, actress and internet personality Indiana Massara, radio presenter and host Mitch Churi, music producer and member of the band Electric Fields, Michael Ross, who represented Australia at Eurovision in 2024, and music industry producer Millie Milgate. So I'm not sure what the selection process was. We can certainly provide that on notice, but those are the 7 individuals who were on the jury this year.
I'm just having a look at your website, which says how to vote in the Eurovision Song Contest 2026. So can you just take me through how people did vote and how does SBS tabulate the voting?
Tammy knows how.
I didn't vote.
Oh, you did?
Well, I voted Senator, so I can tell you. So as we said before, so SBS doesn't have anything to do with the public vote. You have to log on to the Eurovision EBU framework, and I think it's about 70 cents a vote. There's a limit of 10 votes per person, and you can vote for as many different countries, or you can give all your votes to one country. And then that's all. We don't get any visibility of that at all at SBS.
Okay,
that's
so
all
you're
done.
just providing a link through to the public voting.
That's right.
And what about the jury voting? How does... I know you've taken on notice some aspects of that, but how... do the jury collaborate with each other, or how does that... Do you know any more details, Ms O'Neill?
I'm not aware of it, unfortunately, Senator. I'm sorry. There is a sort of jury show. So the jury votes are generally based on a different performance, perhaps, than the one that might be in the grand final. But I don't want to speculate. I'm not sure how the jury reaches its decision.
Right. Ms Pofferman, is it possible to explain how the jury appointed by SBS gave 0 votes to Israel when Israel was ranked so highly and came in second in the competition?
Senator, I think it comes back to the criteria and how the jury reached their vote. So I think we'll answer that when we take it on notice as to how they reach their outcomes.
I'll look forward to receiving that information. Chair, am I able to continue?
Yes, I would just observe that we're now running a little bit behind.
Yes, I understand
that. You are certainly free to continue.
Thank you.
Have some indication about how much longer?
Not too long, thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
So look, I just wanted to turn to SBS's commissioning of Jewish-made documentaries. So there's been one documentary about anti-Semitism commissioned post-Bondi only. Is that right, Ms Pofferman?
Senator, we air a range of Jewish-authored and Jewish-themed content. We're currently in development with Mint Pictures on a piece of content called Bondi, which is examining, obviously, the worst terror attack at Bondi. We have just aired this past weekend a series by John Safran called Shut Your Big Fat Mouth, John Safran. We've also recently aired a show, The Hunt for the Last Nazis. which was fronted by an award-winning Jewish Australian filmmaker, Dan Goldberg. There's a range of other content, Peter with Vegemite, an Israeli-Australian story. We've had a comedy drama by Israeli filmmaker My Neighbour Adolf, and The Devil's Confession, which is about the lost Eichmann take. So there's a range of content, whether it's Jewish theme or Jewish authored.
So I referred to an article in The Australian on the 15th of February 2026, and it's entitled SBS Rejects Jewish Film Over Fears It Could Offend Wider Community. And this concerned deep concerns by a Jewish Australian who was rejected on what he believes are improper grounds. Can you provide any further information in relation to that?
Yes, Senator, I can. The language is that you're referring to and was referred to in that article wasn't actually in line with our acquisition criteria. It was regrettable. That in relation to that piece of content and how it was assessed by our acquisitions team in line with SBS standards, and it was a decision made against our acquisition criteria.
Okay, look, I've been informed. So Bondi is the documentary you've commissioned, obviously about the Bondi. So that's about the Bondi terrorist attack. And what's the nature of that commissioning?
Well, Senator, as you can appreciate, we're still in the commissioning process, but it's sort of examining the lead up and to the terror attack in Bondi.
And does that involve a Jewish producer or?
Yes. Yeah, that's with Mint. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
If I might. Senator, that's work with Mint Pictures, which is a Jewish author.
Mint
Pictures, sorry. Yep.
Look, I've been advised that Mint Pictures was informed that if the program was to be commissioned, there was a stipulation that the director needed to be non-Jewish.
Senator, I'm not aware of that.
Could you investigate that?
I'm happy to investigate that.
I mean, that's a very unusual stipulation and concerning stipulation.
I mean, we've certainly announced the documentary, and the Mint Pictures creative director Dan Goldberg, was quoted together with one of our SBS commissioning team, and I think we're very proud that we're going to be able to bring this story to Australians.
And you don't know anything more about that?
No, Senator, that's very surprising, but we're happy to look into that.
Yeah, I was very surprised too, I have to say. All right, I look forward to your investigation of that allegation, please. Can I ask for a quick update on your events, your costs? Do you have... I think last time, Ms Poffram and I raised concerns about your upfront events, some of the cost of these events. So can I ask you for an update on what expenditure you'll be incurring and have incurred this year since the last estimates, and what you're planning to spend on events, promotions, and also I think there's a plan also for a number of people from SBS to travel to the United States for the soccer?
Senator, since we last spoke, there have been some client engagement events of small scale with 25, 30 people attending to help our advertisers better understand the research that we've conducted around belonging and what drives belonging in Australia, and helping them better understand multicultural and First Nations Australians. In terms of what is currently planned, as you've mentioned, we have the FIFA World Cup. We have a small cohort of key sponsors and advertisers attending the FIFA World Cup. It's across 7 or so days in America, and it's a key part of revenue generating activities and a part of those significant sponsorship packages.
And are you able to give me some the costs associated with these events?
Senator, we're just in the final stages of planning the FIFA World Cup. It's the trip is in a month or so, so it hasn't yet happened. But in due course, that will reveal itself, I'm sure. In terms of
how many are you going over to the
Senator?
United
There are
States?
2 SBS staff going. Yes, myself and the Director of Media Sales, along with clients and 8 media agencies who support their clients on the event.
And so you're funding the clients.
It's as part of the sponsorship and revenue generating activities that event will be funded.
And you're providing ticketing to. Could you just explain when you'll be there, and are you there for the finals or just?
We're not there for the finals, Senator. The date's off the top of my head. It's the end of June for, as I said, 7 or 8 days. We are attending 4 of the FIFA World Cup events. It is general admission seats. It is not sort of flamboyant corporate hospitality. The opportunities to engage them in the events as they are key sponsors and key supporters of the FIFA World Cup.
All right, on notice, if I could please have either approved expenditure or actual expenditure for all of your events, including the upfronts and promotional events.
Thanks, Senator.
And as well as, are you planning any other overseas travel this year?
No, myself, no, Senator. Obviously, from time to time, our content teams attend big sort of screening events where we acquire content. Senator, I have no overseas plans, no.
Okay. Ms Pofferman, can I ask you about an email that you sent, I think it was to all staff, following the Bondi terrorist attack? And I'm just a bit concerned about one line in particular. I'm sorry, I don't have a date, but it starts off with, like all of you, I am shaken and saddened by the tragic events that unfolded at Bondi Beach yesterday. So it was the day after.
Monday.
And you talk about how difficult it has been particularly for your journalists on the ground and reaching out to staff during a period of great trauma for the nation. But you did say in that email, an event of this magnitude impacts our teams all over the country and internationally, given the diversity of our people, the communities we serve, and the purpose that underpins our work. We recognise, and this is the line that I'm concerned about, we recognise that there will be many of you feeling vulnerable, anxious, or perhaps fearful of retaliation or misplaced public anger. Why would you say something like that, suggesting that there was going to be retaliation as a result of the Bondi terrorist attack?
Senator, I think, as we all know, that event was shocking. It reflected some of the conversations with staff about how they were feeling. To feel like something like that could happen on Australian soil, I think, as I said, it was shocking. It was abhorrent. We were all incredibly rattled. That email was sent to, connect with staff at what was a very difficult time for all Australians, and it was done with that intent in mind, out of care and concern for our staff and how they might be feeling.
But why did you say that they would be fearful of retaliation? So were you suggesting that Jewish Australians somehow were going to retaliate? I mean, it just seems a very...
Senator, I was suggesting
that the inference that flows from that sentence is concerning, Ms Pofferman. And then you went on to say, your safety and well-being are of the utmost importance. So it seems to suggest that there were SBS staff whose safety and well-being were under threat because of legitimate fears of retaliation.
Senator, I think it was reflecting how staff may be feeling in the light of what was, such a shocking, the shocking event. There was a range of emotions that staff were talking about, and you know, from sadness to anger to shock to horror, and it was really trying to connect with staff. Our responsibility is to provide a safe workplace, and we take that responsibility really seriously.
Yeah, I totally appreciate that, the wellbeing of staff, particularly those who were covering the event or who were connected with the coverage of that terrorist attack. Their wellbeing is paramount, but it just seems that you've extended that to those who might be fearful of retaliation, and the suggestion that, you know, that perhaps Jewish Australians were going to retaliate, and that it just...
Senator, it was, you know, we have an incredibly diverse workforce, and we're very proud of that, and you would expect that of an organisation that serves multicultural and multilingual and First Nations communities. And so when events happen, either here in Australia, of course, but around the world, we are very mindful of the range of emotions our staff might be feeling. And really that email was to connect with staff and to support them and to let them know of the pathways should they be feeling any of those emotions I've sort of listed there. It was really out of care and concern.
You're obviously addressing those who might feel vulnerable or anxious in relation to retaliation, but there's nothing that references your Jewish employees, assuming you have Jewish employees, which I know you do.
Senator, that note was not the only thing we were doing. We had all directors connecting with all teams, having, you know, very, you know, frequent conversations to check in on people's wellbeing, to see whether they were comfortable continuing the reporting if they were in fact in our news teams or in our audio language content teams. So this note was really to reflect some of the conversations, to communicate the pathways sort of at scale to the organisation if they needed extra support. But of course, managers, people leaders, directors were in frequent contact with our teams, as they are when issues play out around the world and here at home. That's part of what we do. We care deeply about the wellbeing of our staff.
Did you, I mean, in the final paragraph of this email, you go on to say, causing fear or harm to anyone based on their faith, identity or cultural background is abhorrent and unacceptable and is entirely against our values as an organisation and as a community. Did you receive representations from employees at the SBS that people were feeling fearful of retaliation?
Senator, I think staff are feeling a whole range of emotions, depending on their lived experience, depending on, as you noted, whether they're covering the event or you know, indeed watching the event at home with their children. And so, of course, in line with our code and in line with our purpose around safeguarding social cohesion, you know, we do stand against those actions and those values, and we seek to counter them at every turn.
I'm just about to finish up, but can I just ask you in relation to the IRA definition? I admitted to ask you this before. Have you been contacted by any groups expressing their views about the IRA definition, such as APAN or the Jewish Council of Australia?
Senator, we, Ms Weeks might elaborate, we get a range of feedback through our audience relations team every day. Some of that feedback is about what and how and when we report on matters, and then some of those obviously go up to our Ombudsman because they're code complaints. Those specific reference are not to my knowledge, but again, Ms Weeks might have a...
I'm not aware of any approaches in relation to the definition, not to the newsroom, from those organisations.
Not to
Could you just do it? Could you take that on notice and double check? Can I also ask you to check, and could we also de-identified? Could you please let the committee know whether there's been any internal staff complaints raised by Jewish staff?
Internal staff complaints?
In relation?
In relation to their treatment?
We're happy to consider what we can provide there, as you know, with privacy and legal obligations, and we can take that on notice, Senator.
That's why I suggested it should be de-identified.
Yes.
Of course, yeah.
I don't clearly, not suggesting that anyone should be identified, but if you could investigate whether any Jewish staff members raised concerns about how they were being treated, particularly following Bondi. That has certainly been an issue with some Jewish staff at the ABC, but if you could do so in relation to your Jewish staff, I'd be most grateful.
We can come back to you on notice. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And sorry, Senator, if I may, I just to check the record and make sure it's correct. The Australian jury actually gave last place to the United Kingdom for their "Look Mum, No Computer" song, and the United Kingdom is often much maligned as a Eurovision entrant. So that they were not. Israel was not last, but they were certainly down the order, and we'll come back to you with the.
And so, where was Israel?
22.
22 out of 25.
24.
24.
Yeah.
22 out, and what was their score? Was it?
I don't have the scores in front of me. I've just got the rankings of the jury vote.
And is there any attached comments with why Israel was 22 out of 24?
I don't have that information, I'm afraid, Senator. I've just got the data.
It seems very strange that the Australian jury was so at odds with what the rest of the world thought.
As I said, Senator, we'll come back to you on the criteria and the process, the jury, how they form that voting.
I'd be most grateful, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to you all, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Thank you to the officers of the SBS for your appearance here today, your work undoubtedly preparing for it, and the evidence you've provided to us. You're excused with the committee's thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chair.
We'll now just have a short recess, or short suspension rather, while I call officers from the department in relation to outcome 6, participation in and access to Australia's arts and culture through developing and supporting cultural expression, program 6.1, arts and culture development, including officers from the Office of the Arts. Thank you. Yeah. We'll have a 5-minute suspension.
talking about yesterday morning, which was the department's plan in relation to addressing your funding agreements in the context of funding people who have been facilitating anti-Semitism. Could I ask you to provide more detail in relation to that work?
Yes, certainly. I'm casting my mind back to what we talked about yesterday. So I think I had run through the engagement that I had had with the Special Envoy and the Special Envoy's Chief of Staff. Some of that one-on-one or in small groups in other cases in contexts like the meeting that Minister Burke convened in April in Sydney, which I also attended, which included the Special Envoy and the presentation that she gave to the Board of Secretaries a few months ago. So the Special Envoy has shared with me, as I explained yesterday, not just her original report from, I think, August last year, but some updated guidance she provided to government at the beginning of the year. And we are working with her team to explore options which will form an input to that advice that we can put to the Minister about a number of aspects of her recommendations, including the adoption of codes of conduct to ensure that artistic organisations, cultural organisations at the Commonwealth level, that staff within those understand their obligations fully and making sure that codes of conduct are fit for purpose. And the Special Envoy has identified the code of conduct adopted by the Sydney Theatre Company and a number of other state-based artistic organisations as being what she regards as good practice. So we are working with creative workplaces and others to look at that and to examine its applicability more widely within the sector. There is the question of funding agreements, which you've touched on, and as I explained yesterday, the task set for us is to identify whether conditions within funding agreements and within grants guidelines could be strengthened in relation to anti-Semitism specifically and racial vilification more broadly. As I mentioned yesterday, that has been somewhat complicated by the Parliament's decision not to proceed with racial vilification laws, in the sense that we already have provisions within funding agreements which enable funding to be cancelled in the event that a law, a Commonwealth law or a state government law, is broken by the funding recipient. So that would have provided a ready means of, for us to implement the intent of the Special Envoy's advice without the risk of putting relatively junior public servants either within the department or in Creative Australia, for instance, as a funding agency, in the position of having to arbitrate quite contentious and in some cases quite nuanced examples where, or instances where some may form the view that anti-Semitic views have been expressed or hatred against Jewish people has been stirred up. So I guess the key thing is that we're engaging with the Special Envoy and her team. We are keen to make sure that we explore all options and that we provide advice to the Minister, who operates at arm's length from individual funding decisions himself, as to how we can best give effect to the Special Envoy's recommendations without compromising other things that we would all want to protect, like legitimate freedom of artistic expression and a diversity of voices, recognising the overwhelming need to make sure that Jewish Australians and other Australians feel safe from racial vilification.
So I just want to draw your attention to the decision by the University of Queensland Press, which has scrapped 5,000 copies of a book written by Matt Chun. Now, he is a notorious because he wrote that essay post-Bondi called We Don't Mourn Fascists, and I raised this specifically with the CEO of Creative Australia, who essentially said there's nothing really we can do about that. But I guess when there are blatant examples of anti-Semitism, like what we saw in that essay from that particular artist who has been funded by Creative Australia, is the government looking at mechanisms such that those types of artists will no longer be funded?
So we are looking at what our options are, yes. And as we have explained previously, our capacity to direct Creative Australia is, we don't have the capacity to direct Creative Australia. It has been set up at arm's length from the Minister and the Department to make decisions around individual funding for individual artists and so on, and that's explicitly hardwired into the legislation that the Parliament has established as the guiding legislation for Creative Australia. However, there may be ways in which, working with Creative Australia, there may be policy positions that the government could adopt, which Creative Australia could be asked to have reference to, but we would need to work through, and we will work through, how that might work in terms of making sure that the legislation is observed.
So I'm just having a look at the legislation, the Creative Australia Act 2023. So while the government cannot ordinarily direct which artists would receive grants or individual funding outcomes, artistic judgments, the government can issue broad policy expectations, determine funding envelopes through the budget, amend legislation, change regulations, obviously has powers to appoint the board and the chair, and impose governance requirements. So I would say that the Minister Burke, has broad capacity to act right now to ensure that instances of artists who are engaging or facilitating shocking anti-Semitism should not be funded.
Well, you've listed some of the provisions in the legislation around board appointments and around general guidance, and I think that is the point, that those things operate at a level of generality and don't go to individual specific instances. But the potential use of general guidance to enable us to tackle anti-Semitism is something that we're exploring at the moment, as I've explained. I think most people would say when they see egregious examples of anti-Semitism that that is something that should not be tolerated. However, the Parliament found it difficult to frame and agree racial vilification laws more generally, and I think the starting position would be that we need to arrive at an outcome which prevents public funds going to promoters of anti-Semitism, but that should apply to racial vilification more generally. And it is challenging to arrive at those definitions, but that is the work that we are attempting to pursue with the Special Envoy in the light of her advice.
Except, Mr Betts, in relation to anti-Semitism, the government has adopted the IRA definition.
It's not a question of what the definition of anti-Semitism is. I agree with you that the government has adopted that. It's about how it is practically applied when no law has been broken.
Well, I'm talking about the ability of the Minister to make policy or give broad policy expectations or directions. I'm not talking about individual artists. But surely the government is in a position right now to direct Creative Australia through a policy expectation that egregious anti-Semitism, or artists who facilitate egregious anti-Semitism, or however you want to describe it, should not be supported through funding agreements.
So yes, but I can see us back in some future version of Senate estimates where we are debating whether a particular example of anti-Semitism was or was not egregious. I take your point. But just refer to anti-Semitism. But well, it wouldn't just refer to anti-Semitism. In all likelihood, it would need to reply to other forms of racism and potentially other forms of vilification. And therein lies the complexity which led the Parliament to conclude that there wasn't a sufficient consensus within its ranks to be able to put legislation on the statute book. And that takes us back to the problem. And I'm not saying it's intractable, but I'm saying it's difficult, and we need to make sure that we think it through carefully so that we don't have unintended consequences for things that we all value around freedom of speech and artistic expression.
I take the broader policy challenge in relation to funding grant principles, but we have an anti-Semitism crisis in this country. And we also have systemic examples in the arts, including through Creative Australia, writers' festivals, where there has been many shocking examples of artists facilitating promoting anti-Semitism.
And the racial vilification laws would have enabled us to deal with that, but the Parliament was unable to enact them. So we are now left with the vacuum that has created in terms of attempting to deal with the very real issues that you identify, Senator. And I'm not saying it's too hard or that we've given up. We are working with the anti-Semitism Special Envoy to try and find a way through this, but it is not straightforward.
Mr Betts, because over the last few years, and particularly since October 7, I've cited many examples, estimates after estimates with Creative Australia, where I've put examples of horrific conduct by artists, and I'm just blown off every single time. And this is such a systemic problem, which is why the
government formed the view that racial vilification laws would be the way to go, but the Parliament didn't take that view.
Look, I won't. I'm just addressing the core issue here, and that's why I've made representations along with the Shadow Attorney-General and Shadow Minister for the Arts to the Royal Commission that there should be a dedicated block of hearings to examine arts bodies, publicly funded arts bodies and writers' festivals in particular in relation to what has happened over the last few years. So why couldn't the government act right now to set some policy expectations?
Perhaps it's better for me to answer that question because I think it's a matter for government. But what Mr Betts is stepping you through is that the work that we are undertaking with this special envoy. Of course, the course that the government sought to take on the advice of the special envoy was to bring anti-vilification laws into Parliament. If those laws had been supported and passed, then the standing agreements that we already have around, which are very robust funding agreements with mechanisms in place to ensure funding is administered properly, and include conditions that recipients comply with all laws, particularly Commonwealth anti-discrimination laws. So that mechanism isn't available to us right now. That is why we are now working, doing further work with creatives, with creative workplaces, the organisation headed up by Kate Jenkins, and with the special envoy on what the pathway from here would be, and whether that is, as Mr Betts will receive advice from the department, but the pathway might be a policy directive or guideline to those independent organisations. It is really important that the guidelines or the process that we implement is clear because, as Mr Betts indicates, we don't want to have a situation where the application of that policy is quite subjective. And so this is why we are now working through the prism of how we can implement these protections. But it would have been a lot easier if, and Mr Betts can't say this, but I will, if the coalition had supported our vilification laws, we would have had a very clear pathway to preventing people who who breached those anti-vilification laws from being funded by the Australian government.
I'm not sure that that's correct, and I'm not sure that I accept that, Minister.
Well, it's it's a matter of public record. You didn't want to support the anti-vilification laws.
If you just let me finish
and
my
that's
point,
why they're not
Minister.
That's why they didn't make them go to the Parliament.
Sorry, Minister, if I could just not be interrupted.
It's true.
When I raised serious concerns with Creative Australia, such that both Julian Leeser, Mr Leeser and myself called for Adrian Collett to stand down as the CEO of Creative Australia after he saw no reason to act in relation to the Matt Chun essay. Minister Burke was absent. I mean, I've never seen Minister Burke once raise specific concerns about Creative Australia's funding, and it's just systemic. And so I think this is incredibly urgent work. I have been pleased, Mr Betts, to hear how things are progressing, as you informed me yesterday morning and the committee now in your further evidence. But you know, anti-Semitism takes on very many forms, yes, Minister, and yes, I would put to you, and I looked at one particular artist, one particular artist was running a public petition calling for Israeli artists to be banned from an arts event. And he's been prominently funded by the Australian government. I mean, this sort of unbridled hatred towards Jewish Australians that we are seeing through these arts organisations prosecuted by various artists is shocking. And so, again, Mr Betts, can I ask you, what's the timeline to complete this work?
We're engaging with the Special Envoy. I can't give you a specific timeline, and in any case it would require consideration by the Minister and go to deliberations of government. So that is a matter for the government ultimately to decide. But we also understand the urgency of this, and that's not lost on us. As I said to you yesterday, I have many Jewish staff who feel this directly. I have many Jewish friends, as many of us do. And we have a Royal Commission which is playing out right now, and that is reinforcing to all of us just how important this is. So it's not lost on us, Senator. But we have to find solutions which will stick. There is no debate about the problem. The more difficult task is to find solutions which will hold water legally and be clear so that we are not making highly subjective judgments which you or I might not agree with, but which will be capable of standing legal challenge.
The Special Envoy also made recommendations in her report that the government should re-establish a Jewish Arts and Cultural Council to advise the Minister for the Arts on cultural vibrancy initiatives. Has there been any discussion or progression of that recommendation?
Yes, there has, and so that is one of the other things that we're discussing with the Special Envoy. That is one idea. There are other ways in which we could achieve the underlying objective. I don't want to speak for the Special Envoy, but there is, as you are aware, Senator, a sense of exclusion for many Jewish creatives in this country right now. The meeting that the Minister Burke had in April, which I attended, involved many of those creatives, many prominent, influential and well-respected voices in the Jewish community. There wasn't a unanimity of view on every single issue in that room, but one of the points that Minister Burke made in wrapping up that discussion was that he pointed to the fact that we are now embarked on the next national cultural policy, and that social cohesion and that the elimination of racism, including anti-Semitism, would feature prominently in the work that the government undertook as part of that. And to the extent that the role of an advisory board from Jewish creatives or more generally could play a role, that would be considered in the context of the national cultural policy.
Minister, I've been raising these issues since the 7th of October 2023, and I can tell you they have fallen on deaf ears.
Well, not just true. That's not the evidence that you've been given.
I'm telling you about my experience raising these issues, particularly with Creative Australia, but not just in this portfolio, in the education portfolio, when I was the Shadow Minister for Education. And
I can't speak to the education portfolio.
No, I know you can't, and I'm not asking you to.
My counterpart in the education portfolio spends a lot of time engaging with senior people like David Gonski in the Jewish community to try and give effect to the directions.
Mr Betts, to be fair, I'm not asking you to, but I'm saying to the Minister there has been a systemic refusal of the government to address these issues where funding agreements are being used to support those who are prosecuting anti-Semitic views, facilitating anti-Semitic activity, running horrendous protests against Jewish Australians, black banning Jewish artists. And Minister Burke, up until very recently, has said very little about this. And it has been deep and systemic and distressing. And so I again put on the record, as I have been doing for a very long period of time, that Jewish Australians deserve better. They should be treated like any other Australian, whether you're a musician, an artist, a writer. And I would ask, Minister, and I am making some commentary, I realise that, but I would ask you, Are you able to advise the committee when this work will be finished so that these funding agreements will no longer support artists who prosecute or facilitate anti-Semitism across this country?
Or any other form of racism.
Oh, yeah,
given
of course.
that Jewish Australians should be treated the same as others.
I'm going to respond to that because there was a lot in that commentary. First of all, I agree with you that that type of conduct is not okay, and that there is absolutely no place in Australia for any type of anti-Semitism or racism of any kind. The Minister has been working with the Special Envoy and met as recently as the 21st of April with Jewish creatives and with the Special Envoy. I say to you again, Senator, if we had anti-vilification laws in place, which you and your party chose not to support in this Parliament, we would have an avenue right now to take action where there has been a breach of those laws. Without those laws in place, we need to put a policy forward that deals with conduct that is not unlawful but is immoral. And we are seeking to do that in a complex environment where this is absolutely a priority for the government, and we will continue to do this difficult and complex work hand in hand with the Jewish community. You have raised these issues many times, and we will continue to work on it.
And Senator and Minister, to be really frank, yes, the government is now moving, but before the Bondi terrorist attack, I've been pulling my hair out. I've been citing example after example where anti-Semitic artists are being funded. There's networks, they all support each other, they peer review each other's work, they bolster each other. We have asked for very detailed information about Creative Australia's peer review process. Creative Australia has declined to provide that, but there is a very sophisticated network which underpins the way these grants are procured and provided, and it is facilitating anti-Israel, anti-Jewish sentiment and division in our community, and it's just got to stop. So all I can say is I'm pleased this work is being undertaken, but we need to see robust policies which ensure that anti-Semites no longer receive Australian government funding, including in the arts.
Right. That's a convenient place and time, given that it is about to tick over to 3:30 for us to take a short break. No, I appreciate that. I'm not letting the agency go.
Bathroom break.
So we'll have a short suspension until 3:45. Thank you very much. recommence with outcome 6 in the department, but before I hand over to senators for questioning, I'm now in the position to release the officials from the National Gallery of Australia and the National Archives of Australia. You go with the committee's thanks, and I thank my colleagues for their assistance in this matter. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Chair. I don't know if it's to you, Secretary. Who's in charge of the National Cultural Policy reforms?
Not me, but
yes. Mr Arnott, is that right? Mr Arnott, you'll be aware that submissions to the National Cultural Policy closed, I think, on the 24th of May. And artists and creators were encouraged to make submissions. You're aware of that?
That's correct, Senator.
Yep. Are you also aware that, you know, a live issue for much of the creative community is that AI models are trained on their stolen work, and that Australian creators have had their works taken and fed into those models without payment or consideration or consent? You aware of that?
I am aware of that issue,
Yep.
yes, Senator.
Well, given that, were you aware that when you go onto your website for the making of those submissions to the National Cultural Policy, that you told people submitting that AI would be used for assessing their submissions, for summarising, identifying themes and issues, that AI was being used to assess?
No, that's not correct, Senator.
Well, summarising and identifying themes and issues.
That is not assessing, though, Senator. That is simple summarising. And what I would say to you is that we only use AI to introduce efficiency into processes. It does not replace any human scrutiny of submissions or summaries of those submissions.
Well, if AI is being used for summarising and identifying themes and issues, I'm assuming you're doing it for a purpose. It's not just an abstract experiment. It's got a purpose in your review of the submissions. Is that right?
It's got a purpose, yes.
What's its purpose?
Its purpose is to aid us in analysing and summarising the submissions, but the humans do the analysis.
Cool. Can I just set this within the framework? Look, governments do use AI. You've identified some legitimate real harms associated with AI for people in the creative sector, which are being reported to us, not least in the context of the consultation around the National Cultural Policy. But the way to deal with those harms is not for government entirely to turn its back on the use of artificial intelligence, which is a part of every contemporary workplace in Australia right now. What we do is we use Microsoft Copilot and we operate within guidelines and guardrails which are established on a whole-of-government basis. And there are acceptable and unacceptable uses of AI within government, and we remain within the tram lines of what is considered to be acceptable use cases.
Well, I think one of the areas that, at least for me, I see significant discomfort, and this has come to me from people inside the creative industry too, is if the creative industry is putting submissions in which I haven't seen them all, but I assume significant numbers of them are deeply anxious about the encroachment of AI, deeply anxious about AI taking and using their work. It seems at least ironic and perhaps deeply disrespectful to then say, well, those submissions critical of AI are going to be summarised and have themes identified using AI. That just seems at a minimum disrespectful given the nature of the inquiry.
No, AI is a tool which, if used prudently and within appropriate guardrails for risk, is harmless. And in fact can create significant benefits by improving the efficiency with which government can do business. If you step outside of those guardrails, then that may well be disrespectful, but we haven't.
Asking AI to identify themes critical of AI, you don't see a problem, a potential sort of problem in that?
AI isn't a person. It's a computer system, a piece of software which enables you to perform routine tasks more efficiently.
There was no option, was there, for creatives to opt out of having their material put through an AI?
Well, certainly they could communicate with us if they wish to, but we haven't received any such communication.
When the material's fed into the AI, what protections are there then for that material?
It's fed into a closed AI system that is not accessible from outside the protected network.
It's Microsoft Copilot, did you say, is the system you're
within
using?
a protected system within a government department.
Have you had any feedback from anybody making submissions or seeking to make submissions about this intent to use AI?
I'll ask Ms Gunnell, but
Not that I'm aware of in terms of particular submissions, no, Senator.
Can you, please, Secretary or Mr Arnott, if there are guardrails that have been used and there's specific measures put in place that limit, constrain or regulate how AI will be used in this process, if you can give, I think you've given some general idea of them now, if you could give any more detail now and perhaps provide the documentation on notice.
Yes. So as we talked about in other committees or in other sessions of this committee, there is a whole of government AI plan, but there is also a series of frameworks overseen, I think, by the Finance Department or by the Digital Transformation Agency reporting into the Finance Department, which govern the use of AI by government departments, and not least in the context of considerations around privacy, considerations around arising from the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, including in relation to automated decision-making. There are whole of government frameworks within which we operate. I can give you more, take on notice and give you materials particularly relevant to our department, but they are entirely consistent with what other departments are routinely pursuing themselves. Our department was a relative latecomer to the use of AI, largely because its investment in IT systems has only recently caught up. But we don't allow staff to use Microsoft 365 and Microsoft Copilot without having appropriate training so that they understand the integrity obligations associated with the use of AI and what appropriate and inappropriate use looks like. If they haven't undertaken that mandatory training, they don't get to use Copilot and they don't get to use any other AI application within the protected environment of our systems.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think the concept of mandatory training is obviously an incredibly useful element. But again, for this particular, for the national cultural policy, if we could have the guidelines and the policy and how AI has been used in the assessment, in the summarising and theme identification, or whichever other way.
I give you the assurance, Senator, that we are operating within whole of government guidelines in this context. So the creatives that you talk to, none of them have raised concerns with us, but if they have with you, please talk to us and we can give them the assurance that they're looking for.
All right. Thanks, Mr Betts. Thanks, Mr Arnott.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Senator Nandraja.
Thanks, Chair. I have some questions in relation to the location offset.
I'll ask Mr. Fatnana to come to the table.
Thank you. I have been seeing a little bit more Australian content, which is great, on our streaming platforms. Won't name which one we use in our house. But I was keen to find out a little bit more about the location offset and how this is tracking. And just for the benefit of people watching, if you could explain what the location offset is.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Mr. Jesse Fatnana, Assistant Secretary of the Creative Industries Branch. So the objective of the location offset is to encourage large-scale screen productions to film in Australia, and it's aimed at providing greater economic, employment and skill development opportunities. Under Revive, the National Cultural Policy, there were changes made to the location offset. So the rebate rate was increased from $15 million to $20 million.
No, the rebate rate was, sorry.
Sorry,
yes.
For the minimum qualifying Australian production expenditure. Excuse me.
Do you want to reread that last part, just to clarify?
Yes, thank you. Apologies.
That's all right.
So the legislation passed on 4 July 2024, and it increased the location offset rebate rate from 16.5% to 30% for eligible productions commencing principal photography on or after 1 July 2023.
Okay. And what are the benefits of this location offset, economically, culturally? workforce-wise?
Of course, I can run through some statistics we have since the change. So as at 26th of May 2026, we've received 11 applications for final certification under the location offset at the increased rebate rate of 30%. We generally receive those applications 6 to 18 months after all production activity has ceased in Australia. Through these 11 applications, there's been approximately $660 million injected into the Australian economy, and 3 of those applications are still undergoing assessment to verify their final expenditure as well. From those 11 applications, approximately 6,500 Australian cast and crew job opportunities have been provided. And 93% of those, 93% of individuals employed on those productions are Australian.
Outstanding. Do you have any information with regards to the workforce as to how many newcomers to the industry, young people, for example, or recent graduates?
I don't have numbers on newcomers, but I do have information on training opportunities that are required to be provided under the location offset. So since the changes, it's approximately $2.9 million that's been invested into training Australian screen workers. And training activities have taken place across all aspects of production activity, including on-set, formal training courses and post-production activities as well. And the practitioners benefiting from that training range from entry-level trainees working on their first production through to mid-career personnel seeking to reskill in another area of the sector or to progress to senior levels as well.
And are these metrics that you've just sort of captured and read out, are they part of obligatory reporting by the companies, the platforms?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
The companies are required to provide detail of the impacts of their projects for the sector.
Okay, this is really good. And do they supply you with any qualitative data, for example, from their workers, particularly the new entrants, the new graduates or newcomers to the industry, young people, and what their experience is?
There is some qualitative data provided.
Would you like to supply that on notice to the committee?
Of course.
That would be fantastic. Okay. Right. I think we've covered it all off. That is a really exciting initiative, and it's absolutely within 2 years yielding real benefits. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anand. Senator Henson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Betts, I'm just wanting to ask about the travel expenses for the Office of the Arts in the last 12 months. So are you able to give us a rundown as to the costs of travel and the purpose of travel, particularly international travel?
Looking at Mr. Smith here, normally I would say that was a matter to cover off in corporate, but we may, if we have that information to hand, we'll share it with you.
So, Senator Phil Smith, First Assistant Secretary, Office for the Arts. I've got some high-level figures that I can provide and we can take the details on notice. But for the 25-26 financial year, overseas travel was $110,400, and that would cover a range of different things, including representation at OECD, G20, international commitments, and repatriation trips.
If you could provide the details on notice. So how many separate overseas trips
that is probably 5 or 6, but I would take that detail on notice.
And has the Minister travelled with officials on any of those trips?
Not on any of the trips that we took, but we would happily take that on notice about the Minister's travel, but it's more a matter for the government.
If you could, yes, if you could, you're not aware of... The answer's no?
I think it is, but we'll take it on notice
thank
for
you.
you just for completeness.
So if you could just give us a breakdown of the purpose of each trip,
Certainly
the cost of flights, accommodation, any other
Incidentals,
costs,
yes.
and how many officials travelled per trip and their classification as well.
Yes, certainly can.
Thank you. And has there been any funding of any other artists, or has the department provided any other funding for travel or for any other purposes for artists themselves?
For travel or international travel?
Yeah, travel, attendance at events, any other support that the department...
The answer would be yes, we do. Now, I don't have those details in front of me, but we would take that on. We could certainly take that on notice and come back to you.
And could you just describe the nature of that support?
Well, that support could be attendance. It could be an artist travelling overseas where we might have, representing an Australian delegation. We might have funded things like that. Under our various programs, we do that from time to time.
And what about, so can I ask about the Venice Biennale? Have officials gone over to the Venice Biennale?
Senator, no officials from the Office for the Arts attended the Venice Biennale.
Did officials from any other government department attend?
Not as far as I'm aware, possibly the Department of Foreign Affairs, but you'd need to ask them directly.
Okay, and what about support for artists travelling to the Biennale?
I have to check that for you. We haven't provided support, I don't believe, for travel costs for artists going to the Biennale.
No support?
For travel.
For travel?
I don't believe so.
Is there any other financial support that you provided?
Yes, there was a grant provided to Creative Australia to support let's say the installation or the costs associated with the exhibition at part of the Venice Biennale.
And what were those costs, please?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have the details of that in front of me. It's to support the presentation of work in the main exhibition of the Venice Biennale.
And can you just explain how that works? Was that a special grant that Creative Australia sought from the Office of the Arts?
I'd have to check who requested that, whether it came from the artistic team or from Creative Australia.
And was that when you say it was a grant, it wasn't through a competitive grants process, it was just an allocation of funding to Creative Australia?
Yeah, we have a program that is specifically designed to support international arts activity, and there are guidelines for that program that are available, and we receive periodic ad hoc requests for access to that funding.
And what's the name of that program?
It's called the International Cultural Diplomacy Art Fund.
International Cultural Diplomacy Art Fund.
Mm-hmm.
And how much is in that grant program in total?
We will have that. So just look that up for you. So PP10, who's going to be the quickest? I might ask Ms Todd.
Alison Todd, Assistant Secretary, Arts Development and Investment. The ICDAF program is the acronym that we use for this fund. So in 25-26, the total allocation is $1.224 million. It is an ongoing program.
And how much has been allocated for this financial year? Sorry, for 26, meaning 26-27.
25-26.
I think at this point, the figure I have is that actually it is fully committed this financial year, but I will have to take it on notice just to check that. But the figure that I have, I believe the commitment for this financial year has been fully committed.
Yes, so that's 25-26, right?
Yep.
The 1.224 million.
Yep.
I was asking about the next financial year, 26-27.
I know that the commitment, the available budget is $1.176 million for next financial year, but I'm not sure that I have a figure at hand about how much of that is already committed. I'd have to take that on notice.
And how do artists apply for that funding, or how
Yeah.
do you access that funding?
Yep. So we have guidelines available that are publicly available on Grants Connect, which is the place that applicants can go to access all government funding and have a look at grant opportunities. So those guidelines are published there. And we also have information available about that program on our website, and often meet with or provide advice to potential applicants for that program.
And in relation to the 25-26 allocation of 1.224 million, how was that dispersed? Can you give me a breakdown?
I can go through some of the grants that have been awarded. Sure. So as far as the figures that I have in front of me, to date there's been 15 grant recipients this financial year. That is to 20th of April 2026. $21,950 to support Papunya Tula artists to participate in public programming for First Nations arts exhibitions in the United States. $40,000 to Chunky Move to support performances at United in Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong and in India. $60,000 to support Performing Arts Connections Australia to deliver the Australian Performing Arts Market in Perth, which is an international gathering. $200,000 to Creative Australia to support the project that Dr Arnott referred to earlier for participation at the main exhibition at the Biennale. $250,000 to ATLED Enterprises to support...
Sorry, $250,000.
$250,000 to support ATLED Enterprises, and that was for supporting Australia's representation at Eurovision this year.
Okay, and can you give me all of the grants?
That's the list that I have in front of me.
So I thought you said there were 15.
Yeah, that's the list. Sorry, this list that I have is the highlights. But
that's the highlights.
But the full list.
Well, it depends on your perspective, I suppose.
The full list is made available and published on the Grants Connect website in accordance with our obligations to publish all grants. And so a full list is available on.
Maybe if that could be that link could be provided to the Secretariat, so we could just have a look at that.
Sure.
Because I know sometimes on the Grants Connect website it's quite difficult to search individual grants.
Yes, we may also publish the list. Do we publish the list on our website? We may also publish that list actually on our website as well. And certainly the Minister does issue media releases about successful recipients under that program as well.
And so in relation to the $200,000 to Creative Australia for the Venice Biennale, why was it necessary for Creative Australia to seek that funding? Because that doesn't sound like they're obviously not an artist, but they're seeking funding to provide for the purposes of the installation?
Look, I think it's fair to say, Senator, that because Creative Australia manages Australia's participation in the Venice Biennale, it made sense to provide the funding to them to support the activity at the Venice Biennale.
And do you have an acquittal process in relation to that funding? So what was that?
Yes, Senator, we will.
What was that money used for, can I ask? Do you have a breakdown? I mean, that's quite a lot of money.
We will have, but I don't have that at the table, so I can provide that to you.
Was that for... All right, is there any way of bringing that to the table? Someone has it?
I don't believe...
Because that's a lot of money.
I only have the...
And there's just... How many artists are involved in the Biennale? Just the one?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Well, for this purpose, there are hundreds of artists involved in the Biennale. This grant was to support Australia's representation at the main exhibition. So that is an invitation-only opportunity. It's not part of the Australian Pavilion, which is a planned exhibition of Australia's representation. So this was a prestigious invitation that was received by the artist to also present at the same time in the main exhibition.
So we're talking about Mr. Subsabi?
That's correct.
Okay, sorry, if you can just... I'm not quite clear. So this is a separate event, is it?
It is a
exhibition that is run by the Biennale itself. My understanding is that each Biennale there is an artistic director that curates an exhibition on behalf of the host, and the participants or the artists that present at that are part of a curated program that is developed by that artistic director. And to participate in that, you have to receive an invitation.
And why do you need $200,000 to participate in that?
Well, there
event?
are costs. There are costs associated with freight, with installation. Again, I don't have the detail here about the detail of what you've asked.
Yep.
But there are a range of costs in installing and presenting, transporting material that would then be part of that exhibition.
So this wasn't flights or accommodation because that was already being paid for separately?
I'm not sure. That's what I would have to take on notice, Senator.
Okay, so I'm just... what's the total funding that was... total Australian government funding for the Biennale?
That's best directed towards Creative Australia because they manage that funding. They'll have the answer to that question. I think they're appearing next.
All right, well, look, if you... because as I understand it, Mr Sabsabi was attending the Biennale to participate in the Australian exhibition. It's a separate exhibition.
Yes.
Which is the Australian Pavilion, is it? It's like a...
Yes, so the Australian Pavilion is and participation is managed by Creative Australia, but Mr Sabsabi also received this prestigious invitation. My understanding is it's the first Australian that's ever been invited to present as part of the main exhibition at the Biennale.
But it did cost $200,000.
The grant that was provided under the ICDAF program was $200,000.
All right, well, if you could please on notice provide the details of how that grant was acquitted and spent. Has it all been expended?
Well, it has no. So the exhibition is ongoing, so we wouldn't expect an acquittal yet.
And how much has been paid out to date?
I would also have to take that on notice.
So I just understand that. So this is not part of the official Australian Pavilion, and as I understand, Mr Sabsabi was conducting a fundraiser to participate in this invitation-only exhibition. So, do you know how much he raised through fundraising activities?
No, I'm not aware, Senator, of that.
I mean, I hope there was no double dipping.
That's why we have funding agreements and acquittals that are put in place around our grants, so that and as part of acquittals, there is evidence required by any grant recipient to make sure that the funding that's been provided has been spent in accordance with the terms of the funding agreement and the grant.
And was this $200,000 for anything other than freight? The cost of taking the installation over. Do you know what the installation was? Did it fund any other personnel going over? Or
Senator, as I've already said, and Dr. Arnott indicated, I'd need to take on notice the detail.
Yeah, and so I'm just curious. This is not part of the official Australian Pavilion. So why are Australian taxpayers funding this separate invitation to some sideline event?
This is not the sideline event. This is actually the main exhibition at the Venice Biennale.
Okay, so that might have been the wrong description that I used. So it's regarded as a prestigious,
extremely
separate
prestigious
event, but it's not to do. It's not the Australian government's pavilion.
This exhibition is not in the Australian Pavilion, and it is happening concurrently and is organised by the hosts.
Okay, and so why is it in the taxpayers' interest to be paying for those costs?
Well, the Venice Biennale attracts visitors in the numbers of at least 700,000. That's the case of last I think they're the numbers from last year. So the opportunity to be seen in by a large number of international visitors at that exhibition, which is a highly prestigious international exhibition, and have Australia represented there I think is a good thing.
And do you know who else was represented at this exhibition?
Who else was invited? I don't have that information.
And what's the name of it, of this particular exhibition? What? Like can I Google it?
You can Google it, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and find out more information?
Yes, you can, yes.
And what's it called?
Well, it's the main exhibition that's part of the 61st International... It's called the 61st International Art Exhibition, La Biennale.
Right, okay. All right, well, if there's any possibility of bringing back any further information before we finish today, I'd be really grateful, because it does relate to, obviously, Creative Australia's involvement with and its funding of the Biennale as well. Look, we will have some other questions, but I think we'll put them on notice because we are running a bit short for time. So thank you very much to you all, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Henderson. On that note, I'm happy to release officials from the department in relation to outcome 6. Thank you for your evidence here today, and in fact, all week.
Sorry, Chair, I really apologise. Sorry. And I'm happy for you to take this on notice, but I just wanted to ask, there was an internal review about Mr Subsabi when he was reinstated. Is it possible to have a copy of that internal review on notice, please?
So Creative Australia, who are on next, may be able to answer that for you.
Yeah, they might be able, but if you've got a copy of it too, Mr Betts, if we could have a copy of that internal review, I'd be grateful. Thank you. Sorry.
Not a problem. All right. I will now call officers from Creative Australia.
I can put it on. Do you want to put it here? No. It's plenty.
Too much stuff.
No, it's okay. Just in case.
Welcome, Mr Blackwell, and your team.
Thank you.
Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, I would. Just a brief one, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and pay respects to elders past and present. I'm appearing here today as the acting CEO, joined by our Head of Public Affairs, Nicola Grayson. I send apologies on behalf of our Chief Executive, Adrian Collette, and thank the committee for excusing him from today's hearing. In becoming Creative Australia, we have experienced the biggest growth period in the history of the organisation. We are investing in more artists and more organisations to deliver more public value than ever before. Across the last two financial years, 23-24 and 24-25, Creative Australia have invested $63.5 million of the National Cultural Policy monies, Revive. And as we come to the end of 2025-26 financial year, we've invested our total appropriation in a wide range of programmes, from multi-year funding for organisations to literature translation grants, to supporting international music export development opportunities, to name but a few. Our expanded remit has enabled us to enhance public and private investment in the sector, build partnerships, explore innovative business models, invest in ambitious creative practice to reach more Australian audiences, and build robust evidence base for government, the sector and the public around the value of arts and culture. For example, recent research led by Music Australia, published on the 19th of May, shows that the music industry generated an estimated $10.76 billion in revenue in 2024-25. Music exports contributed an estimated $1.08 billion, about 10% of the total music industry revenue. On Wednesday, next Wednesday, we will release the next iteration of our triennial survey, the National Arts Participation Survey. This survey explores Australians' attitudes towards and engagement with the arts. Without preempting the release of the report, I can share that the insights from surveying 9,000 Australians shows that there is strong and increasing recognition of the public value of the arts, and there is a strong sense that the arts contribute to and reflect Australian society and drive social connection and well-being. The upcoming State of Australian Culture report will also be a valuable resource as Creative Australia works with the Australian Government to provide evidence and inform the next National Cultural Policy, providing important insights and data for government and the sector into the future. We know Australians recognise the cultural and community value of the arts, and more people are connecting with their community and culture through the arts. Arts and creativity and culture have the power to benefit us all. In a creatively connected nation, creativity is entrenched across communities, industries and government as a resource that powers our social, cultural and economic success. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, sir. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and Mr Blackwell, to you and your team. Thank you very much for your attendance today. I do regret that Mr Collett is not here today. I understand it's for personal reasons. Are you acting Chief Executive just while he's on leave?
Indeed, I am,
Okay.
Senator.
Look, I wanted to start by asking you about some questions that I raised in the last estimates with Mr Collett about Mr John Menadue. He runs the website Pearls and Irritations. He's the former Qantas CEO and a Labor candidate, just to be transparent. Now, your organisation has supported him getting access to taxpayer financial support through the Australian Cultural Fund. Just to reflect on the concerns I previously raised, I raised concerns that on the 12th of December, there was an article on his website which explicitly blamed Israel for anti-Semitic attacks on Jews around the world, and it ended with the disturbing threat that a reckoning is coming and it won't be pleasant. And then, of course, 2 days later we had the Bondi terrorist attack. Have you had cause to review your support for Pearls and Irritations with respect to its access to tax-deductible donations via the Australian Cultural Fund?
Senator, we contacted Pearls and Irritations, the organisation, and confirmed to them that the ACF, the Australian Cultural Fund platform, can only be used to raise funds for the promotion and presentations of arts and cultural activities, and asked them to confirm their intentions. And they confirmed that the funds would only be going towards their arts and cultural coverage and reduced the fundraising target they had originally submitted. And they agreed to change the description of the project so that it would be displayed properly on the ACF fundraising platform to make this clear.
Okay, well, were you aware that Mr Menadue had previously been refused at least one request for GDR status?
I wasn't aware of that, Senator.
Did Creative Australia or the Australian Cultural Fund receive any representations in support of Pearls and Irritations accessing DGR status under ACF's umbrella?
Well, I'd refer you to my earlier answer that we contacted them. The ACF has certain criteria in terms of what it can fund, and those need to be arts and cultural activities.
Well, I will come to that because I don't think there's a real issue in that respect, but I will come to that. So I've been made aware of material released under FOI in relation to Mr Menadue accessing this tax-deductible donations avenue through the Australian Cultural Fund. So it's the case that Mr Menadue has held 3 separate fundraising campaigns, raising a total of $670,000.
I don't have that information in front of me, Senator, but I can obviously check that and provide that information.
So look, I just want to go to the first fundraising campaign, and I want to refer to an email exchange between the ACF team and Miss Jane Lovelock at Creative Australia on the 5th of July 2024. Now, at 1:53 p.m, the ACF team emails Miss Lovelock with the Pearls and Irritation project for approval. 7 minutes later, at 2 p.m, Miss Lovelock replies, "Thank you, happy to approve this one." Is it usual for these sorts of applications to be approved within 7 minutes?
It does seem like a fairly quick turnaround time, but that I would imagine that it was because the content of it was previously known and discussed, so that people were properly informed before that confirmation was made. But I haven't seen the email correspondence that you refer to, Senator.
Okay, so if there's previous discussion, what sort of representations were made in support of John Menadue and the Pearls and Irritations access to tax-deductible donations? So is that something that you can enlighten me on?
So, the condition of the fundraising campaigns on the ACF platform are that the funds are only permitted to be used for the promotion and presentation of arts and cultural activities.
Okay, but just going to, were there any representations received in relation to this?
That I don't have that information with me, Senator, but I'm happy to look into that and get
Mrs. Grayson, do you have any information?
Oh, thank you, Senator. The only thing I was going to add about your comment about the 7-minute turnaround is Ms. Lovelock is the executive, is the director of that team, and obviously there are conversations that team may have had, and therefore she was merely confirming in writing the go-ahead with that fund. It doesn't necessarily correlate that it was only a 7-minute turnaround.
Okay, so then we go, there's another email, and it's actually on the day before, the 4th of July, where it's from the ACF team to Mr Menadue, and it says, "The project is sounding all fine to have on the ACF. Before we can upload the project, we just require a balanced budget. So I've formulated the below budget based on the fundraising target." I mean, how usual is it for the Australian Cultural Fund to make up the applicant's budget, to craft the applicant's budget?
I don't know the background to that, Senator. I would not think that we would do that.
No, well it's here in black and white in the FOI.
But again, I don't know the detail of that, so I'm very happy to go away and look into that. And
I mean, that looks very unusual, slightly improper perhaps, that you've got an application with no budget and suddenly the Australian Cultural Fund is saying, "Oh, look, don't worry, we'll fix it up for you." We'll write the budget for you.
I can't answer that question, Senator, without me going in and actually looking at the facts. That would be unfair for me to do that. But I know that the changes to the campaigns, the actual platform access is done by our staff, right? But that's not substance, that's just administrative procedure.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go to the second fundraising campaign. So there was an email from the ACF team to Mr Menadue on the 19th of March 2025, sent at 11:42am, which begins, "Hi John, thank you for submitting your artist project fundraising for Pearls and Irritations. This is currently going through the approvals process. However, we have hit a roadblock. Was this roadblock, and do you know that funds must be used exclusively for arts and cultural activities as defined by the Income Tax Assessment Act?"
That's a condition of the fund, yeah.
Because what happened was it was identified that it didn't comply. The funds must be used exclusively for arts and cultural activities. So how could activities that don't relate exclusively for arts and cultural purposes meet the required definitions such that Mr Menadue could access these tax deductions? Or tax deductible donations, I should say.
So is this a project dated in 2025?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So there was as I understand it, right, there was correspondence between the ACF team and Pearls and Irritations. And to clarify and confirm that the funds would only be going towards arts and cultural activities, right? And then in accordance with the criteria and guidelines of the ACF. Right? And
so rather than reject the fundraising activity and the endorsement which allowed Mr Menadue to access tax-deductible donations, the suggestion was made by the ACF team that, look, we'll just need to update the copy on the project as arts and culture are currently not mentioned and would need to be the focus of the fundraising.
Well,
so arts and culture is not even mentioned. It doesn't qualify, and yet ACF, which is obviously part of Creative Australia, is trying to do a fix-up job because the website doesn't comply. It doesn't even mention arts and culture.
The website does contain, Pearls and Irritations website does contain arts and cultural content, and that's well known. And so, therefore, the team were just clarifying with them, in accordance with the criteria, that the fundraising that they would be doing would be in relation to arts and culture.
Arts and culture, okay. So this is the issue, though, and this is verified by the FOI documents. So, and I'm reading, "Thank you for submitting your artist project fundraising for Pearls and Irritations. This is currently going through the approval process. However, we have hit a bit of a roadblock, and it's identified that in relation to this project, it does not mention arts and culture. Arts and culture are currently not mentioned. So therefore, why then was it eligible?"
Again, Senator, I'll have to look at that, right, and come back to you because I don't have that information in front of me.
So from his project description, it seems Mr Menadue wanted to spend this money on social media, introducing reader comments, podcasts and videos, and to reduce his and his wife's workloads. So there was no artistic or cultural references there. So I'm just worried about the integrity of this process.
Senator, if I could take that on notice, then I'll go and have a look at that information. I just don't have that in front of me.
So FOI documents also contain a meeting agenda for approval of the Pearls and Irritations project dated the 7th of April 2025. So it looks like Mr Menadue was effectively coached in how to fix his application so that it came within the criteria, rather than his application being rejected. And we're talking about a lot of money here. So there were 3 papers attached to the agenda: a briefing review, an executive paper on an ACF criteria review, and correspondence from someone whose name has been redacted. So is it usual for applicants to have their projects adjudicated, in this case by 8 attendees? So it just seems quite odd.
So I think it's important to note that the ACF operates in a way to encourage fundraising activities, and it provides support to artists and organisations to help them in their fundraising journey. And so it is not necessarily unusual to have a situation where someone comes to us and says, we want to do a fundraising campaign. For example, I'd like to fundraise so that we can buy some fabric. Now, on the face of it, that doesn't sound like an arts project. So the team might say, well, why do you want to buy fabric? Well, we want to buy fabric so that we can make costumes for a play on a stage. That's arts and cultural content. And obviously then it becomes eligible. So a conversation can happen between the person who's seeking to fundraise and the team to help make sure that we understand the aims and objectives of what they're trying to fundraise for, and to assist them along that path. If clearly the ACF campaign they're hoping to raise has no connection with arts and culture, then obviously it would then be ineligible.
Well, here it looks like Mr Menadue is coached how to fix his application, because clearly, and the determination has been made, it doesn't meet the criteria because the project doesn't relate. In fact, arts and culture is not even mentioned and was not the focus of the fundraising, did not meet the requirements.
As Mr Blackwell read out previously, and I apologise, we may be confusing timelines a little, but as we confirmed, they were approached to clarify whether they were going to be doing some work in the area of arts and culture, and they did confirm that, and they adjusted their fundraising target as appropriately.
So does that mean that the first round of funding in 2024 was not compliant?
Well, that's the point we'd have to follow up on just to get that clarity for you, Senator.
It's not clear on the documents I have through FOI whether there were concerns addressed in relation to the first fundraising project, but the defects with the application were only identified in the second application. And so the second fundraising campaign was subsequently signed off by Mr Collette. Now, this is the second fundraising campaign that was not compliant. And so I'm therefore asking, in terms of trying to understand with precision what's happened here, could we please have these unredacted emails and documents? If I can ask for those on notice.
We'll have to take advice on the redaction.
So Mr Collette said he was fine with this when it was subsequently signed off. The equivalent information available under FOI contains no real evidence that the money raised has been used for artistic purposes. So going back to the total amount of money raised in 3 fundraising campaigns, can you confirm whether it has been used for artistic purposes? And I guess I'm trying to understand what is the arts-related work on which Pearls and Irritations has spent its total of $670,000 worth of various grants.
So, Senator, we'll take that on notice and we can come back to you.
On the ACF website, for its first round of fundraising, Pearls and Irritations said its mission is to counter the obsessive focus that our failing mainstream media has on news and views from the UK and the US. We aim particularly to influence ministers, government officials, journalists and other opinion makers. So how was that an arts and culture activity?
They also produce book reviews, which is arts and cultural activity.
Can I just ask again how, in terms of that first fundraising round where it was Pearls and Irritations described its mission, I mean, it does not appear on its face that the activities with this organisation or website are related to arts and culture at all, and in fact it's been sort of recalibrated to try and fit in with the criteria to access this funding by the looks of it.
Senator, as I've said before, I don't have the information to hand, but I will undertake to look into this matter and then we can come back to you on notice.
Yeah.
And I think that would be the best way for me to properly deal with this.
And certainly, and I do note that in the amended project description, Mr Menadue said we do carry book reviews and articles relating to arts and cultural activities, but is Creative Australia aware that the Pearls and Irritations website currently lists 157 items under arts versus 1,600 items under Israel, Palestine? And almost every arts post on the blog is a political essay attacking Israel and the US or celebrating the achievements of China. Of the 6 items that are tagged as purely arts or reviews, 4 are published from The Conversation. I don't know whether that's been done with permission. And only 2 are reviews that have not been published elsewhere first. They're movie reviews for Blue Moon and Song Sung Blue. So wouldn't that make this the most expensive commissioned movie reviews in world history?
It's a fundraising campaign. People donate to the fund. We are not providing that. It's not a grant that we are providing. It doesn't come from our appropriation. They fundraise, and it's members of the public who then decide, do they want to donate to that campaign or not? And obviously a number of them have.
But the fundraising is not compliant unless it meets the definition of arts and cultural purposes. And so can you possibly explain to me how these sorts of activities possibly meets that test? Because unless you meet that test under the income assessment, under the Income Tax Assessment Act, then tax-deductible donations are not permitted.
Sure. So, again, Senator...
I mean, you know, this doesn't look very kosher.
So, Senator, we need the opportunity to go and look and do that, the appropriate investigation, and be able to come back to you on that, because I don't have all this information in front of me to be able to answer your question properly in this forum.
Yeah, so clearly, and I'll just go on. So Mr Menadue, after being prompted, has pledged that the money fundraised through the ACF would go to a weekly feature of book reviews, the development of a young writer's handbook and scholarships for young writers. So I think this has all been crafted post the event to try and fit in and be compliant. Has Creative Australia or the ACF cited any of these outcomes promised by Mr Menadue?
Again, Senator, I'll have to take that on notice.
Well, you need to do those basic checks, though, Mr Blackwell, because if you don't, you're authorising Mr Menadue to raise funds under the Income Tax Assessment Act, accessing tax-deductible donations on improper grounds. And, I mean, we're talking about a very substantial amount of money. I mean, this principally, the website that's being run by Mr Menadue is principally a very concerning anti-Zionist website, has very little arts content, and somehow he's managed to raise $670,000 in donations that he says goes to 100% to artists. Now, I mean, what's concerning about this, Mr Blackwell, and I'm clearly I raised this with Mr Collett, I raised these concerns at the last estimates. Has anything happened since February in relation to examining the integrity of Mr Menadu's activities and whether they comply?
I'm not aware, Senator, of any specific review into those specific campaigns.
And I'm just going to tell you how bad this is. Are you aware that Mr Menadu has edited an entire book which contains horrendous anti-Israel sentiment? It's entitled Israel Palestine Push Beyond Endurance, published by Pearls and Irritations in 2025. It contains numerous references to the so-called Hannibal Directive, a trope that a fair number of the Israelis killed on October 8 were slaughtered by their own side, which is horrendous to suggest such a thing. Are you aware of that material?
I'm not aware of that material, Senator, no.
Mrs Grayson?
No.
Are you aware that Mr Menadu posted the following on Pearls and Irritations on its X account? Australian MSN repeats Israeli propaganda. Beheaded babies, systemic rape, eyes gouged, breasts and fingers cut off. No mention of Israeli deaths as a result of the role of 24 Israeli attack helicopters in the Hamas raid on October 7. Now, none of this is Israeli propaganda, Mr Blackwell?
Senator, I'm not aware of that, so I just can't comment.
Is the ACF aware that in 2023 Pearls and Irritations published an opinion piece by Scott Ritter, a twice convicted child sex offender and frequent contributor to Russian state media outlets like RT and Sputnik, describing Mr Ritter as having impeccable credentials? Mr Ritter's article describes October 7 as the most successful military raid of this century and claims that the Israeli government has provided no credible evidence that Hamas was involved in the rape or sexual assault of a single Israeli female. Eyewitness accounts, and I go on to continue the quote, eyewitness accounts describe the Hamas fighters as disciplined, determined and deadly in the attack, and yet courteous and gentle when dealing with civilian captives.
I'm not aware of that, Senator.
Is the ACF aware of an August 2025 Pearls and Irritations article by Mr Menadu in which he bemoans the ABC's shameful performance on Gaza, arguing that the words of Benjamin Netanyahu and the propaganda machine of the IDF are credible despite all the evidence to the contrary? It's like reporting the bubonic plague and giving equal coverage to the rats. This is horrendous anti-Semitic content. This is a front. This man should not be entitled to access tax-deductible donations within the very strict definitions that apply. And what's really concerning about this, Mr Blackwell, is that I raised these issues back in February and it sounds like nothing has happened.
Well, Senator, we will take your questions away and we will come back to them on notice.
Does this concern you, Mr Blackwell?
Sorry?
Does this concern you, what I've raised with you today?
I think that we absolutely need to look into this, Senator, yes, absolutely.
Based on the information that I've provided, which I put to you should have been known to Creative Australia, what actions would you consider taking? Can you reverse these fundraising approvals? I mean, it just seems like Creative Australia and the ACF have been a front for raising a very substantial amount of money on improper grounds.
Well, Senator, we'll have to do that investigation and then we can determine what the appropriate action is after that.
All right, thank you very much, Mr Blackwell. Look, I've got more questions, Chair, but happy to share the call around.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. I want to start by making the observation that your grants are important to what most Australians would consider culture. Symphony orchestras, through to local brass bands, regional and city theatres, museums and art galleries, genuine arts. So we recognise the importance and that people think they're important. These need support. My questions go to what appears to be the strong appearance of DEI in recent years, which suggests you either have too much money or have lost contact with community expectation. So my question is, looking at the last 3 years of grants, 8 of your top 20 grants by value are to Aboriginal organisations for a total of $13 million out of $37 million. That's more than 1/3. Why are Aboriginal projects prioritised over the wider community? Because our Aboriginal community is not 1/3 of the Australian community.
So I think, Senator, by far our biggest funding agreement is with Opera Australia, and there are 39, I think, organisations in the National Performing Arts Partnership Framework, which account for approximately 140 million of the investment that we had last year, which was 285.8 million overall. The total value of investments to First Nations, as reported in our annual report last year, was 32.1 million out of that 285.6 or 8 million.
So that's a bit over 10%.
That's a bit over 10%.
So of your top 20 grants,
so
13 million out of 37 million of the top 20 grants.
So of what program, Senator, are you referring to? Because if we look at grants, we've got grants in multi-year funding agreements, we've got project grants and such like. So if I was to look at the top 20 grants, multi-year grants within Creative Australia, then they would all be in the National Performing Arts Partnership Framework. They are 3 First Nations organisations in the National Performing Arts Partnership Framework: Bangarra, Marrageku and Ilbidgeri. I think they would rank at about sort of 3 to 4 million for Bangarra and around about just over $1 million for the other 2. So they are obviously by far a lot smaller than the top grants within that category. So I'm not sure where that information is coming from, Senator.
Well, could you check then, out of the 8 of your top 20 grants by value are to Aboriginal organisations?
I don't think that's correct, sir.
Can you check?
I can check, sure. Well,
just take it on
I do
notice
know
to
those
check.
figures. And
because I haven't got any more figures other than the global figures. 8 of your top 20 grants by value.
So, Senator, can I ask about the source of the information? Because that will actually help me answer your question.
I'm assuming, my staff are very diligent, I'm assuming they came from your figures.
Well, our figures would have been through, say, our annual report. And if they came from our annual report, they're the figures that I've actually sort of given you, which is 32 million on a total investment of 285 million.
So that's more than 10%?
That would be just more than 10%, yeah.
About 11, maybe even 12%?
Yep.
So that's about 3 times the proportion of Aboriginals in our Australian community.
So we have...
So it's out of proportion is what I'm getting at. So it doesn't matter whose figures we use, these figures which would have come from you.
Senator Roberts, the Parliament passed a law in 2023 that established the current Creative Australia as we know it. And
2023?
2023. And one of the functions of Creative Australia is to, well, there's lots of functions in the Act, and there's the promotion of art and safe workplaces is one of them, and the promotion of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander art is one of the functions of Creative Australia.
Out of proportion to other...
No, it's not a proportional... The law doesn't say that it should be proportional. It says that it is their job to promote Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander art.
More so than others?
That's what the Parliament agreed to.
Okay. Thank you, Minister.
You're welcome.
You gave $1.692 million to Diversity Arts Australia, DARTS, which is the national voice for ethno-cultural and migrant racial equity in the arts, cultural and creative industries. Their primary focus is, quote, advocacy, research and brokering connections for women and DEI-related purposes. Why are taxpayers funding advocacy groups to influence government policy? Where's the arts funding here? This is advocacy, research and brokering connections. Why are taxpayers funding advocacy?
So one of the functions of Creative Australia, Senator, is to uphold, to support Australian arts practice that reflects the diversity of Australia. And I'm not sure about the amount of funding, over what period you're referring to, but that may well be activities that allow us to perform this function.
Minister, why are we funding, the primary focus, quote, is advocacy, research and brokering connections. Advocacy. Why are we funding advocacy? Because basically advocacy is funding advocacy groups to influence government policy. Where's the art?
I'm not familiar with that project, Senator, so we'd have to take it on. I don't know if the officials from Creative Australia have more information for you about what that project or that organisation is doing. Obviously, some organisations are funded for a particular project, so they might have some more explanation for you. Yeah.
We do, actually. Thank you, Minister. So, Senator, Diversity Arts Australia are a delivery partner. No? So
what does that mean?
They're a delivery partner to service the organisations under the Community Arts and Cultural Development stream of our funding. And those organisations that we classify as delivery partners provide services to the arts sector. So they strengthen the arts sector and they allow that arts sector to leverage more value through that connection. So that is the connection through to the arts sector, and how we would then fulfil that function to support Australian arts practice that reflects the diversity of Australia.
So you used some nice buzzwords in there: delivery, diversity, leverage, but you didn't tell me why you're funding advocacy. Advocacy is not art.
No, but it's advocacy for the arts. So it's not lobbying, it's advocacy for the arts.
Why are you funding that?
Because that's part of our remit.
Okay, thank you. Does your system for accountability for grants include the concept of responsible person, RP? And a quick explanation of that, please.
Sorry, could you repeat the questions?
Does your system for accountability for grants include the concept of a responsible person? And could you give a quick explanation if it is?
Well, I would say that we have a responsible process for issuing our grants from start to finish, Senator. So,
does that incorporate a responsible person for each grant?
I'm sorry, could you define responsible person for?
I'm
asking you if it does include that. It doesn't sound like it does.
I think perhaps you need to provide the context of what you're referring to.
Okay,
so do you, in the agreement or the consideration of the application, you just have to maybe give us a guide on what you're referring to.
Okay, perhaps it'll come out in the more detailed questions.
Yeah.
You gave $197,500 to a recipient called Click Ink Inc., Bankstown Poetry Slam, who described themselves as, quote, "We actively work to dismantle barriers of access, power and representation. We prioritise the voices of those most affected by and disaffected with systemic oppression and fight for anti-imperialism and solidarity with Aboriginal sovereignty and our Muslim, Arab and migrant communities." Events, that's the end of the quote. Events include, they call me the good Muslim, I am Palestinian, and related pro-Palestinian events. My question's simple. Why are taxpayer dollars funding propaganda? This isn't art, it's politics.
Well, I would say that it is art, Senator. I'd have to disagree with you, and I would say that it is art. Poetry slams are a common and popular form of artistic expression in this country.
So I'll go through the quote again. We actively work, this is the Bankstown Poetry Slam, Click Ink Inc. We actively work to dismantle barriers of access, power and representation. We prioritise the voices of those most affected by and disaffected with systemic oppression and fight for anti-imperialism and solidarity with Aboriginal sovereignty and our Muslim, Arab and migrant communities. This sounds like it's very divisive and pushing an ideology, not art.
Senator, it might-
Doesn't bother you?
Senator, perhaps it'll help. Art can be political or non-political, but if you might not like that type of art, but it might be what other people choose to express. It might be a form of expression for them, or there might be an audience for that type of art. But I think it's wrong to say that art can't be political or shouldn't be political in some sort of way. Otherwise, we might have a lot of pictures of fields, but we wouldn't have any generation of debate and discussion through the use of art.
So you're
suggesting that there should be no politics in any form of song or music or plays or even artistic expression?
Let me check. You're saying it's okay for your government to push ideological issues as politics?
No, that's not what's happening here.
That is what's happening.
No, Senator, this is funding for artistic expression, projects that are artistic. You're suggesting that, and I thought One Nation was the party of freedom of expression. So I'm a little confused about why you would want to stifle people's views, even if you don't agree with them, and even if you don't agree with the art. And it's not you might not want to go to the poetry slam, but it doesn't mean that that art can't be political in some way.
We are not in favour of government funding, government propaganda, government ideology.
But you are in favour of freedom of expression, aren't you?
Correct, but not funded by government necessarily.
But only when it suits you.
Not funded by government.
Only the freedom of expression.
You're defending a propaganda from your own government.
No, it's not propaganda. I mean, the views of the artists might not support our government, but we don't think that is a reason why particular individual art shouldn't be supported. And to make my final point for your next question, the law that was passed in 2023 made it very clear that the government has no role in the funding decisions, so that it actually can't be any type of government that might be in power can't influence the independent funding decisions to particularly alleviate the issues that you're talking about.
So that's where I'm heading for, accountability.
Yeah, great.
The registered person, there's the RP, here's an example. The registered person for this organisation, presumably it's registered with you, I don't know who it's registered with. The registered person for this organisation is Bilal Haftar, who said on social media, any Australian who fails to support Palestinians who attacked Israel is a white supremacist. Another registered person is Sarah Saleh, who celebrated the Hamas terrorist aerial attack on Israel on her social media. Is there any rule in your grant guide that precludes grants from being used for political purposes?
In our funding agreements, we have conditions in there, and if you just give me a moment, Senator, I'll find it. So our funding agreements have a condition, and it says, and I'll read this out, it is a condition of your funding that you comply with all applicable state, territory and Commonwealth work health and safety and anti-discrimination laws. And we refer them to Safe Work Australia and the Australian Human Rights Commission for more information on those applicable laws. So that is
celebrating terrorists is okay. I'll go on. Ali Ash Hussein, also known as the Poetic Ninja, has won multiple awards at the Bankstown Poetry Slam. He has praised Hezbollah, declared terrorists, praised Hezbollah as, quote, men of God, praised the 7th of October murders as, quote, just the beginning, and promises to, quote, drag the Israeli people to the deepest pits of hell, end of quote. and used an implicit threat of violence in a poem at the Sydney Writers' Festival, where he called for the downfall of the Western Empire and all its debauchery, including in general context the same 2S LGBT QQIPAA community for your grants are advancing. Does this sound to you like a great day out for the family to listen to poetry? This isn't arts or free expression. It's an incitement to violence against the Australian community. Why are you funding it?
Well, I can tell you, Senator, in terms of the funding, the grant was $98,000. And the summary, the project summary which was funded was monthly themed poetry slam events, the Grand Slam Championship, Real Talk High School poetry programs, the National Youth Poetry Slam, and the development of the Brave New Word Youth Poetry Festival at the Powerhouse Museum. So that's what we funded. Huh?
You are funding multiple awards for someone praising a terrorist group, wanting to drag the Israeli people to the deepest pits of hell, an implicit threat of violence.
I'm not aware of that quotation.
Well, you are now. Moving on to the artist Kate James, K-A-I-T, James, and her Red Flags exhibition. This was partly funded by Creative Australia with a grant of $48,000 on the 28th of November 2023. As the title suggests, this exhibition decided certain people and events were red flags to the Aboriginal community and proceeded to insult these people and events using a series of pennants and tea towels. One Nation leader, Pauline Hanson, was mocked, and Captain Cook had his eyes crossed out and was called a C-U-N-T. This is kindergarten art. You talk about not being political, Minister. Why is everything you fund, or the Creative Australia funds, which could be considered political, all aimed to promote radical causes, including radical Islam, and attack conservatives and everyday Australians? Where's the balance? This is divisive and it's pushing a Marxist ideology. Where's the balance? Why are you funding only one side?
In regard to the Kate Jane Red Flags, we funded it $48,000 under an arts project grant for the development of the exhibition. We weren't involved in putting on that exhibition. Developing of the artwork, sorry, not actually of the exhibition itself, and the grant has been acquitted. Within there is content which we would say would fall into the freedom of artistic expression. It may offend some people, Senator, but not necessarily all people. There may be satire in it. All of these things form part of artistic expression.
Minister, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts contributed $318,000 to the Red Flags exhibition, the same one I just raised.
Yes.
Was the criticism of a political rival the quid pro quo for making such a large grant, and what pot of taxpayers' money did that grant come from? Where did the money come from?
Thanks for the question, Senator. First of all, just to make it clear that the funding was provided through Creative Australia. It's not a decision of the government, it's a decision of Creative Australia. But I take your point. The art it's not to my taste, but people are entitled to express their views in different ways. I note that viewers of the exhibition were provided a warning about the fact that the art depicted themes and images related to historical and ongoing systematic racism and discrimination, and included critique of the artist's perspectives and included strong language, and viewer discretion was advised. So it certainly was people who wanted to view that art were given a fair warning. And as I said, it's not something that I necessarily would, consider. I wouldn't have done it myself, and it probably isn't something I would go to see, but people are entitled to respect the views of individuals and present their views in different ways.
Creative Australia, coming back to your answer, Creative Australia gave a grant of $48,000, which Mr Blackwell confirmed.
Yes.
I'm advised that the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts contributed $318,000 to the Red Flags exhibition. That would seem to me to be outside the Creative Australia funds. So where did that money come from? What pot of gold did that money come from in the department?
You are correct. So I thought you were talking about the grant from Creative Australia for the development of the grant. There was funding under the Office of Arts, who were with us a bit earlier, so apologies, those officials have left. You won't be able to ask them about the funding.
I can ask you that.
Yes, but I'm not an official, so I will have to take it on notice if I don't have enough information for
Thank
you.
you. And when you come back with your answer on notice, could you tell us whether or not this was political quid pro quo for a political rival?
Definitely not, Senator. I don't need to take that on notice. I can tell you with 100% confidence that we don't fund art because we want to attack one nation. We can do that if we just walk up to the press gallery.
Okay, thank you. Minister, it's much cheaper to walk up to the press gallery, eh? Minister,
Well,
every day...
You should go up to the press gallery. They can ask you some questions.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, well...
Minister, everyday Australians are sick of taxpayers' money being spent on insider projects and social engineering. We had embarrassment from your government yesterday on this. When will your government listen to them?
Well, we do listen to Australians. We've just finished consultation on the most recent cultural policy. So it'll be the first time Australia's ever had 2 national cultural policies in a row. You will remember the release of the Revive cultural policy. So we do give Australians an opportunity to give us feedback on what our cultural policy should be, and we're not, we're making sure that development of that policy takes into consideration all of those views.
Why do you push ideologically driven, divisive policies that split the Australian community?
I think that's what you and One Nation do, Senator, respectfully. And unfortunately, we're seeing that more and more from the Liberal and National Party as they try to join you in that fight.
Thanks, Minister.
Thanks,
Mr. Blackwell. Thanks, Chair.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Blackwell, I was asking the Office of the Arts officials about the $200,000 for the Mr. Subsabi, the installation at the Venice Biennale. Are you able to provide me with a breakdown of how that money is being spent?
Well, the exhibition is still in progress, Senator. The exhibition runs from May. It opens in May and it runs through to November, and then subsequently it's de-installed. So Creative Australia is the commissioner for the work that is presented in the pavilion in the Giardini. So the Giardini is one of the 2 main sites at the Venice Biennale. There are 29 national pavilions. The Australian government was awarded the penultimate site in 1988, and the Creative Australia, or its predecessor, the Australian Council for the Arts, has been the commissioner for that exhibition. So there were 2 works that were put on this year by in this Biennale by Khalid Subsabi. One was Conference of Oneself, which was in the pavilion in the Giardini, for which Creative Australia was the commissioner. There's a separate national exhibition, that is the responsibility, and it's run by La Biennale, which is the Venice authorising authority. And they run, the second big site is in the Arsenale, which is the old shipyards in Venice, beautiful buildings. And they have a separate programme with a commissioner, with an artistic director who selects work to go into that exhibition. Mm-hmm. There are other countries exhibit in the Arsenale as well, but it is part of the national exhibition as well. So that's the responsibility of La Biennale. Mm-hmm. it was obviously an honour for Australia and Australian artists to be awarded, not for the first time, and I think only the third time in history, for an exhibition for an artist to be exhibited in the Giardini, in a national pavilion, and also in the Arsenale. And the work was entitled Khalil, which was in the Arsenale. It was actually, I think, right at the entrance to the Arsenale, so every visitor that walked through.
What's it called?
Khalil.
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 And the entrance of the
Arsenale, right?
Arsenale.
Yeah. So there's two big sites. There's one's the Giardini, which has got the national pavilions in it, and then there's the Arsenale, which has got the national exhibition in it, and also some countries which don't have national pavilions in the Arsenale rent space in the Arsenale and they put their exhibitions on. So that's the sort of distinction between the two works.
And so Mr. Sabsabi's exhibition is called Khalil?
In the Arsenale. In the national exhibition, it's called Khalil. Khalil, sorry. Yep.
And so why was $200,000 provided for that exhibition, and what is that money being used for?
So that money would be used for production of the work, creation of the work. It would be used for getting that work to Venice, installing that work, and any of the operating costs. I would imagine that we don't manage that piece of work, but operating costs, and then there would be a de-install process when the exhibition closes in November. So that was a contribution by the Office of the Arts for that work, and recognising the very prestigious event for the first time an Australian artist to be so exhibited.
And can you give me a breakdown of that expenditure? There must be a budget for it.
Yeah, on notice I could.
Are you able to access a budget for how it's going to be spent and how much has been expended already?
Well, Senator, I could provide that on notice. I don't have that information right in front of me in terms of a detailed budget for that. And also, they would be estimated costs anyway because the exhibition is still on course.
So it could be more than 200,000?
Well, they did raise separate money as well. Outside of that.
And how much money did they raise?
I do not know. I'm not party to those fundraising events. They're outside of our purview.
So isn't that relevant though to how much money is provided to Mr. Sabsabi?
Well, not necessarily for us, Senator, because there are certain tasks which we undertook, right, as part of getting that work to the national exhibition. For example, freight. Right? We freighted both works, at the same time, and then we got them to Venice, and then they went to their locations. So that would be a good example, which was a cost which was directly incurred by Creative Australia, but for that exhibition, and it would be offset again. That grant funding would be used, obviously, to make those disbursements. So that's an example of it.
So what's the total commitment of the Australian government to the Venice Biennale?
In terms of Creative Australia, we have estimated net costs of about 1.7 million.
And how are those costs being spent?
How are they being spent? They would be across production, fees for the artist and curator, events. There's obviously a big marketing and PR program that goes with it because it's obvious it is the, if you like, Olympic Games for contemporary visual arts. So there would be PR production, marketing and publications associated with it. There are significant undertakings, so we would have a lot of project management costs. And then the exhibition is open for 6 months, and we use that as an opportunity for Australians to come and experience that as developing, as, if you like, career development, so they can come and be the invigilators and manage the pavilion during that 6 months of exhibition. So there are a number of different components of that cost that build up to that amount.
Do you have a breakdown of those costs, please?
I do.
Could we have that tabled, that breakdown?
I can't table this, but I can certainly provide it on notice.
So can you just run through, just in just a brief breakdown of what those costs are?
These are estimated costs.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I understand that.
Right? So production would be, and this is, so we've got gross and then net costs. So production would be about 977,000. Artist and curator, including their travel, about 413.
So the artist, that's Mr. Subsabi.
And the curator.
And the curator.
Yeah.
And so their costs are 400.
I've got 413,000 here, but again, estimates. Right?
And that's flights?
That would be the commissioning fee, so they're provided with the fellowship to do this, and then there would be additional stuff like 3 trips to Venice, because there's certain events that we put on during the course of the exhibition. There's an installation, there's the opening week, which is obviously the big reveal, if you like, and then there would be a program that we run in September.
So that involved 3 separate trips to Venice and accommodation during the time.
That's correct.
That Mr. Subsabi, and who's the curator?
Michael D'Agostino.
Oh, yeah. And what's the breakdown of the commissioning fee?
So those
Is it just Mr. Subsabi who's receiving a commissioning fee?
No, the curator gets one as well. So within that 400,000, there's 200,000 for the artist and 100,000 for the curator.
With the balance being about 113 or so thousand for travel
for
and
travel, accommodation and that sort of stuff, yeah.
And then we're talking about a very significant amount of money, clearly.
I agree, but it is a big exhibition. It's on the world stage. It is a showcase for Australian artists, and it is probably, in terms of what Creative Australia does, it's pretty much the only big direct exhibition that we put on, and we put it on because we are the commissioner of the Australian Pavilion.
And can you just take me through the other costs? So production 977, the artists 413.
Yeah. We've got events and such like of 180, marketing, PR, publications.
Sorry, events. Sorry.
Events, yeah.
180.
So they'd be opening events and such like. It is the week of Venice is obviously a big media event.
That's a lot of champagne, Mr. Blackwell.
I don't think we had a lot of champagne, Senator. And then we've got marketing, PR and publications. We employ agencies to come and do that, and international agencies for the international media. That's about 400. And then project management would be about 200, and then the invigilation and all that sort of stuff about 290 or something. It's 300,000 during the course of that. But against that, Senator, I think this is also relevant, right? Against that, we've raised third-party money through donations and partnerships of an estimated, and again I must stress estimated, 841,000.
And how did you do that? How did you raise that money?
So that money was raised. Simon Morden was the global ambassador for this exhibition, and he, amongst others, raised a significant amount of money from donations.
And what's that money being used for?
So that offsets the costs of the exhibition.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So that offsets the cost.
That offsets the cost, yeah.
So that comes back to Creative Australia, does it?
That comes to Creative Australia through the Australia Council Donations Fund.
And so is there any offsetting of costs by reason that Mr. Subsabi is receiving obviously a substantial commissioning fee?
And that's substantial amounts of work.
Yeah, and then, but he's also got the separate exhibition and the other $200,000, and I think Mr. D'Agostino has received some grant funding as well, based on Grant Connect of about $60,000. But I can see Mr. Subsabi has received a $205,500 in 3 separate grants, 2 grants of $100,000. So they were the VACDF individual grants, the VB...
No, that's a separate program altogether, Senator. That's not related to Venice.
Oh, that's not related to...
No, that's not related to Venice. That is a program that we run on behalf of government, which is called the Visual Arts, Craft and Design Framework. And this is funding through to the Samstag Museum in Adelaide, I believe. And that will be for presentation of some of the works in Venice, so they actually can be viewed by Australian audiences who can't get to Venice, amongst other things. But I certainly think that's an element of that exhibition. But that's a matter for Samstag.
Okay. Can I ask how many Creative Australia staff and others are involved in travelling to the pavilion and what the costs are for that?
Yes, I do, Senator. Where is it? International travel. Okay, so the people that went to Venice for the opening, our chair Wesley Enoch went, and he went in the stead of the Chief Executive Officer, Adrian Collette, who couldn't attend for the same reason that he can't attend this hearing today. And Michael Brand, who is on the Creative Australia board, and you probably know Michael as a former director of the Art Gallery of New South Wales, and obviously a visual arts expert of some renown. And then for the opening, we had 7 staff who travelled, not just for the opening, but we had 7 staff that travelled. And that was the Executive Director of First Nations Arts and Culture, who again is a visual arts expert and had a specific role at the opening. The Head of Visual Arts, Director of Partnerships, who was instrumental in assisting Mr Morden raise a substantial amount of money for this exhibition. And we had at Venice for that opening week many donors who had made significant contributions. So the Director of Partnerships was there to ensure that all went smoothly and to service those very kind donors. A Director of International, and then on the ground, and this would have been before the opening week, we had our production manager, an operations manager, and a communications manager there.
And what's
because
the total,
I'd stress again...
What is the total cost of...
So the total cost of airfares for those people was about $72,000.
And that's on top of the 1.7 million?
No, that's included in
Oh, that's included, okay.
That's for airfares.
And what about accommodation?
I think accommodation was about $54,000.
And in terms of the tranche of $200,000 paid to Mr Subsadi through the Office of the Arts grant...
No, that wasn't paid to Mr Subsabi, Senator. So the grant from the Office for the Arts did not go to Khalid Subsabi.
Oh, didn't it?
No.
Oh.
No. That
So it went to
that
you?
was for the second work, as I said before, for the production of the work, the freighting of that work and the installation of that work.
Oh, no,
and
but
it'll
sorry,
also
it was
be used-
costs associated with...
Yeah, so it was actually to get that exhibition put on, that second work put on.
Okay, so there were costs to support Mr Subsabi's exhibition?
The work, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so
as commissioned by La Biennale, not Creative Australia.
Yeah, and so there were no additional costs that are such as flight, accommodation...
No.
Any other... That was all for freight and for the work. Did that include a commissioning fee?
No.
Oh, so that was...
No, because that commissioning fee, if he received a commissioning fee, and I do not know that, right, that would have been payable by La Biennale, not by Creative Australia, because it was the national exhibition, not the exhibition that Creative Australia commissioned.
And so isn't it relevant that you know how much he's received for the commissioning of that work?
I'm sorry, Senator, I missed the question.
Isn't it relevant that you know how much he's received for the commissioning of that work?
I do not know, no.
But if he's received $500,000, then perhaps there's no justification for taxpayers' money to be spent.
Senator, I don't know, so I would be speculating. It would be hypothetical.
So can you just please, I did ask the Office of the Arts and they suggested that I ask you. There was an internal investigation when Mr Subsabi was stood down as Australia's representative at the Venice Biennale, and he was stood down over a controversy about some elements of his art, including that his art idealised terrorism, including the video that he made where the World Trade Center towers were collapsing, and he called, I think he said, thank you, that was called Thank You. So there was an internal investigation. Have you got a copy of that internal investigation, or can you talk to me about that?
It was actually an external investigation. It was done by an organisation called Blackhall and Pearl, which are a risk management and governance organisation, and you will find a copy of that report in its entirety on our website.
Okay. And so could you just provide information as to whether, on what basis Mr Subsabi was reinstated? And I know this is going back in some time, but just to understand the perspective.
Well, we took the findings of the Blackhall and Pearl review and we looked at all of the background and the risk management and such like of it, and the board made a decision to reinstate.
I mean, what's very controversial about Mr Subsabi's artwork is that I referred to the video installation where he was effectively celebrating terrorism, which was called Thank You Very Much.
Senator, I can't speak for the artist. I absolutely can't speak for the artist. And that may be your interpretation of it, but it may not be his interpretation of it at all. But I'm not here to speak for him in terms of his interpretation of that work.
So the video depicted the planes flying into the Twin Towers on 9/11, and that particular installation was called Thank You Very Much. And there was another piece of artwork which lionised, celebrated the band, the leader of the band terror group Hezbollah. And so I guess my concerns are that this particular artist has been reinstated under circumstances where his art, his so-called art, has caused a storm of controversy. Do you hold any concerns at all in relation to the fact that he was reinstated?
Senator, I think that my colleague's got a couple of things I want to say here, and then I think we could actually focus on the work that was created and presented in Venice.
Indeed. Just to clarify, there's a slight mischaracterisation of that video. The video installation, yes, was of planes going into the Twin Towers, which of course many people remember well with horror.
Yes, it was one of the worst terrorist attacks we've ever seen.
Senator, just let the official finish the answer.
Thank you, Minister. But the video ended with George W. Bush, the president at the time, saying thank you very much. It was not. So that's an important correction in the way you've presented this today.
Well, I think the meaning of that video is very clear, Mrs. Grayson.
Well, it's open to interpretation.
I think it left many Australians feeling a sense of absolute horror that anyone would create a video of the planes flying into the Twin Towers at the most shocking and heinous terrorist attack and call that video Thank You Very Much.
the title again repeats the words used by the President of the United States at the time.
Well, that's just a convenient way of covering the fact that it wasn't a video celebrating the President of the United States.
No, it was making a point about the President of the United States, but we'll leave it there.
So, Mr. Subsabi has now been obviously reinstated. Does he have any future or ongoing commitments with Creative Australia?
Only to the only one I'm aware. Well, there's two ones that I'm aware of, Senator. One will be to complete the exhibition, because obviously the funding that has gone, the commissioning grant has gone to the artist and the curator need to be acquitted under the normal acquittal processes of Creative Australia, and that will occur after the completion of the exhibition, which will be deinstalled in December. I'm not sure what the exact end date is. It's probably in January for that acquittal. And then the other one is the commission that we talked about before under the Visual Arts, Craft and Design Framework for the exhibition in the Sam Stagg Museum in Adelaide. That's the two that I'm aware of.
So just wanting to check in terms of the costs, you indicated there was around about $113,000 allocated for travel. Did that include travel for Mr. Subsabi and Mr.
No, that you asked for our staff.
No, this was earlier. This was part of the $413,000 allocated.
Yes, that's right.
Did that include travel for Mr. Subsabi and Mr. D'Agostino's family?
For the artist and curator, that was part of that. We don't pay for airfares for their families.
Okay, so they were not paid for by taxpayers' funds?
Their airfares were not paid by a taxpayer. And Senator, maybe I can just, I said earlier that we could focus on the work that is in Venice by this artist. And those two works, this is in our media release, so I draw your attention to that. And they offer counterpoints to the disorder and uncertainty engulfing the contemporary moment, demonstrated what could be possible when cultural, linguistic and spiritual differences are honoured within individual and collective experiences. And I'd go on to say the installation also reflects the multicultural and multi-faith character of contemporary Australia, drawing on spiritual traditions spanning cultural and religious context. Subsabi creates a space where viewers from diverse backgrounds can encounter one another through shared reflection. I think that goes to social cohesion, and that was the message in this work, and that is in our press release, which was done in May.
I just want to go to the Special Envoy's work to combat anti-Semitism, including in the arts. We've had some discussion with the Office of the Arts about the work being done to look at how funding agreements can be improved. Have you made any suggestions in relation to these matters? And do you accept that your funding agreements have been deficient in that they have funded
our funding,
the facilitation of anti-Semitism?
Sorry, Senator.
If I could just finish that part. Could you update me on the work that you're doing on funding agreements, and do you accept that Creative Australia funding agreements have been used to further or facilitate or promote anti-Semitism?
So I can, in terms of funding agreements itself, Senator, I can go back to what I said earlier when I think we were responding to a question from Senator Roberts, that our funding agreements require the compliance to all applicable laws for workplaces and for discrimination, which would obviously include anti-Semitism. I would also just refer back to Secretary Betts's sort of testimony before here, and if there is interpretation that's required, we will obviously be working with the Office for the Arts to ensure that there's consistency in funding agreements between Creative Australia and more widely across the Australian government. But to further answer your question, Senator, In the response to the Special Envoy's report, creative workplaces was obviously mentioned, and the work of creative was part of responding to recommendation number 7. So I thought it would be relevant to give you some information about what Creative Workplace is doing, because it's obviously instrumental on behalf of the Australian Government in terms of how we're doing that. So when I say we, I mean creative workplaces. We are committed to helping the sector through creative workplaces, and we welcome our role in response to in the government's response to the Special Envoy's plan. In its first 2 years of operation, Creative Workplaces launched its website and a world-leading survey which engaged nationally and internationally with organisations addressing similar workplace issues in the creative industries. Importantly, the Creative Workplaces survey which was launched on the 19th of January and closed on the 23rd of February. As part of that process, Jewish artists were invited to take part in the user testing before the survey went live. The Creative Workplace Survey is a world first, and it will gather completely new insights into the issue of pay, safety and respect across the entire creative sector. The Special Envoy's Office, the Australian Centre for Jewish Civilisation and the Centre for Jewish Artists were briefed about the relevant questions when that was in draft. Insights from the survey will inform future policies, resources, training and advocacy, all aimed at building a fairer, safer and more respectable creative workplaces. We have received just under 2,450 completed responses, and the report is due to be published in the second half of this year. We've had regular meetings and engagement with the Centre for Jewish Artists and the Australian Centre for Jewish Civilisation since July 2025. Representatives of both organisations attended the February 2026 Creative Workplaces Council meeting to engage with the Council about issues impacting Jewish creatives. We have attended the Centre of Jewish Artists gatherings in Melbourne and in Sydney this year and engaged with Jewish artists about creative workplaces, Creative Australia and the Workplace Survey. In February 2026 this year, we expanded the information on the Creative Workplaces Discrimination website page, met with the Special Envoy about the impact of anti-Semitism in October 2024 and again in July 2025, focusing on the work of the Monash Institute for Rapid Research into Anti-Semitism, MIRA, and their report into anti-Semitism in the cultural and creative industries and the Creative Workplace Survey. We've so Creative Workplaces have met.
You might want to.
I've got 2 more points, Senator, if I may. Met with the staff of the office, so our staff met with the staff of the Office of the Special Envoy 3 times this year for the purpose of information and resource sharing to give updates on the survey progress. And we met with the MIRA report researchers 3 times and briefed them about the findings of their report recommendations to identify areas of collaboration on resources to combat anti-Semitism. And we're working with the Office for the Arts to ensure that we've got that consistent approach.
So what's going to change? So clearly, as Mr Betts has advised, work is being undertaken to examine how funding agreements can be improved. Because, sorry, just if I finish. So, this is urgent, Mr Blackwell. Funding, Creative Australia funding has been used as a very significant revenue source by some people to prosecute anti-Semitic sentiments and themes, and this is deeply embedded through Creative Australia, through the lack of transparency, through peer assessors and the like. I've been raising these issues for a number of years. The fact that Mr Collette could not denounce the artist or the writer Matt Chun when he wrote that essay, We don't mourn fascists after the Bondi terrorist attack, I found shocking. So what is going to change? Because you must operate within a moral compass.
So Senator, I'd note in this hearing that the definition of anti-Semitism that's been adopted by the government is also obviously adopted and accepted by Creative Australia. As I think Secretary Betts said earlier, the practical implementation of that is complex and difficult, and work needs to be done with that. And as Secretary Betts said, there may well be policy development within government, which then would inform that. Creative Australia, as an agency of the Commonwealth Government, complies with government policies. So when those policies are ready to come and such like, we will obviously be implementing them.
Well, I raise that very point that the Minister has the opportunity and has the power to ask Creative Australia and direct Creative Australia to operate within certain policy parameters. The Minister's not done that. I think Creative Australia has a terrible track record of funding anti-Semitism by way of artists who facilitate or promote anti-Semitism, some artists I'm talking about. And I know you fund many artists. So do you have a list of artists that you will no longer fund because of their promotion of anti-Semitism?
We do not keep a list of individuals who are prohibited from applying for funding to Creative Australia based on their political views or any other matter.
Mr Blackwell, I'm wondering if you could provide your list of peer assessors. This has been declined when I've previously asked Creative Australia. So we are seeking the list of peer assessors because I think one of the reasons that artists who are deeply anti-Jewish, deeply anti-Israel in their inclinations are being funded is because there's a pretty ugly circle of peer assessors supporting artists, and the artists they all support each other to secure these grants.
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm going to have to refute that. I do not hold that view at all. Right? I'm quite happy to speak today on the...
I'm not saying it happens, of course, in all cases. I'm just saying it is happening. And that's why I don't think there's any need to debate this. I'm simply asking for the list of peer assessors.
Senator, that's a very straightforward answer. We have provided it, I believe, on notice before, but it is actually available on our website. All that information is on our website.
Every single peer assessor?
Yes.
That's assessed grants, yeah?
Yes.
We put them on our website. And we also have a pool of 645 peers that are approved. And I could take a couple of minutes, Senator, to explain.
Is that on your website as well?
No, that's not on our website.
Okay, could we have that on notice, please, that list as well?
Okay, under advisement.
Yeah, because what we want to understand is for each grant program, who is assessing those grant programs?
Well, that information is absolutely on our website.
All right, well, I stand corrected. I look forward, if you could provide further information, including those 645 people who've been approved to be peer assessors.
Senator.
I would be most grateful.
Would you like me to spend any time in this hearing in terms of actually going through the assessment process, given your concerns?
No, not at this point in time. If we could just have a full list of the...
I think it's important because you don't have any confidence in it, and...
I don't have any confidence in the way that some grants have been assessed. That's correct. And I think history has shown that some grants have gone to people who have facilitated and promoted anti-Semitism. Can I just turn I just want to go back to the Australian installation at the Venice Biennale, and only because I've just had someone just sent me some photographs of the installation. It's in some sort of Quranic or Islamic script. Can you? There's no translation. Do you know what that translates to?
It's not words. It's actually it's Sufi symbolism.
Right.
So there is no translation that you could get in English language, for example.
And so, what does the symbolism?
Words.
What does the symbolism mean?
It's spiritual symbolism, Sufi symbolism that factors around particular meanings, such as the number 8 has deep spiritual meaning in Sufism, and so it's an exploration of that in a very, very beautifully presented form.
No, I've just seen the photographs, and I didn't know what they meant. I didn't know what those words or symbols meant. So they don't have any meaning. It's not language.
That's right. It's not language.
And so there's different symbols. Any other symbols that you can describe?
Well, there's obviously the installation itself, which is beautifully layered paintings that move with the light. It's a projection which gives the viewer a sense of peace and contemplation. But yes, there's no script, if you like.
Okay, and look, I just wanted to also check, and I just saw this again. I think there was some Islamic singers or performers who participated in the opening. Were they? I'm not aware of what they're. Sorry, were they performers, musicians?
Yes.
And were they funded by Creative Australia?
Yes, they were, Senator.
Right. So what was the cost of bringing those musicians
That
over?
was approximately, I think there was 10 of them. That was approximately, with accommodation and such like. I'm giving you an estimate of about $90,000 or $100,000 for that. But
And what was the reason for the-
Senator, it was an integral part of the artwork itself.
Right, and
so you
how was
can't
it
look at it as a separate thing. It's actually an integral part of the artwork.
And how was it integral to the artwork?
That is difficult for me to explain because I'm not an artist, Senator. I believe it's actually singing the work in. I shouldn't answer this because really the artist should answer this, or somebody who's much more skilled than me. But all I know is an integral part of the artwork. And the feedback that I got from people who attended Venice out of our staff said it was an absolute highlight. It was brilliantly received by the audiences that were there. So I think that's an affirmation of its value.
And so they were singers, not...
Singers, yeah. I think I'm
They were
pretty sure they were
singers,
singers,
right. And whereabouts were they from, sorry?
yeah. I think mainly from Western Sydney.
Right.
But I don't know, but I think mainly from Western Sydney.
Okay. Chair, I've got... sorry, just excuse me for a minute. I've got a few other questions as well. Does it... obviously not...
Keep going.
Yeah, keep going. All right, fantastic.
Going to a break at 6, aren't we?
Oh, we've got a break at 6. All right, okay. Can I just go to the number of ASL Creative Australia has? So when it was established, can you just talk me through the increase in staff since Creative Australia was established in 2023?
Absolutely, Senator. So before, but at the 30th of June 2023, we had 108.
Yep.
When we absorbed Creative Partnerships Australia, which was done effectively on the 1st of July 2023, there was 18 roles that came over.
Mm-hmm.
As part of the National Cultural Policy Revive, there were 35 roles that were added for Music Australia, Writing Australia, First Nations Art, Creative Workplaces, and some to support the back office of operations, given the increased scale of the organisation. So if you add that, I think, or those three together, I think you'll get to 161. And then we added one more role for the Arts and Disability Associated Plan, and we added one more for taking on the production role of the Architecture Biennale in Venice, which is done on the alternate years to the Art Biennale. It's commissioned by the Royal Institute of Australian Architects, but we provide production support for that. So if you add all that up, you'll get 163, I think, and that is the number that's in our portfolio budget statements and in the systems down in Canberra. I hope that answers your question, Senator.
So are the so that's an increase in staffing overall of about 50% over 4 years, bearing in mind that there's been those additional components to Creative Australia.
Sorry, Senator. It's about a 50% increase in staff. Yes, it is, but those staff came because of all those additional activities.
Again, I ask this because of the many issues I've raised about anti-Semitism. So there's a number of different committee members and board members associated with the advisors to Creative Australia. Do you know how many of them are Jewish?
I do not know, Senator.
Do you have Jewish people employed at Creative Australia?
Yes, we do.
Right. Could you take that on notice?
Well, I can't provide the personal details of
No.
people. I'm not going to do that, Senator.
No, I'm not asking for personal details. I'm just asking, the concern is that is there a sufficient representation at Creative Australia?
Well, that will only be if those people are willing to share those details. Right? Okay. I'm not going to survey them to get that information, Senator.
It goes back to the concerns Ms Siegel has raised, where Ms Siegel has made very specific recommendations about the need for arts bodies to be engaging with the Jewish community, and so I just raise it particularly within that context. Can I just go back, and I'm conscious we're just about to hit the dinner break. Mr Blackwell, in relation to the peer assessors, so we've got the full extract of assessors which is on your website, and I erred in what I said before. But what I'm seeking is which peer assessors have assessed specific individual or organisations are receiving grants. So Artist X, who were the peer assessors who assessed that particular grant decision?
Well, we have grant rounds and panels, right?
Yeah.
And we publish the information associated with that.
No, but we don't know if a particular assessor has recused him or herself. So what I'm seeking is, of each grant recipient, certainly since the 1st of July 2024, I will ask, for each grant recipient, if I could have the peer assessors who assess that grant for that individual or organisation.
Sorry, you're asking us to provide for every artist we've funded in that time?
Yes.
Every single artist?
Yes, I am, Mrs Grayson.
Well, we'll have to take that on notice and under advisement, Senator.
Thank you very much. I would really appreciate that.
If it's 6 o'clock...
Yes, Chair, look, I probably...
Are we in a position to release...
I'm not in a position, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Mr Blackwell can stay till after the break.
Yeah.
We do need to go to a break.
Yeah, we are going to break. We're going to break now for an hour. We'll be back at 7 p.m.
Sorry, Mr Blackwell,
It's okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.